call the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Abuja branch, Mr. Moses Ebute, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to give the welcome address. He's the host for today's event. Mr. Moses, please. Please, let's all move forward, please. Let's fill the front seat. Thank you so much.
Good morning and welcome everybody here present. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped us make this event come together to become a success, particularly the organizers, sponsors, partners, volunteers, guests, and your good selves, the participants. I extend a special and particular welcome to George Etomi, the chairman of Lawyers in Energy Network and the chief host of this conference, Omar Farouk, the executive secretary of African Petroleum Producers Association, APO, and our special guest of honor, Dr. Nasir Sani Gwazo, the permanent secretary, Minister of Petroleum Resources, and special guests at this conference, and NJ Ayuk, the chairman of African Energy Chamber, and our guest speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are pleased to welcome everyone present here today to the 5th edition of the Lawyers in Energy International Conference and Awards, organized by the Lawyers in Energy Network. A welcome back to those of you who have been with us for years now, and an unreserved, in quote, I hope you have a great time and an enlightening one to those of you who are attending for the first time. I am Moses Ebute SCN, and it is indeed a great privilege to be your host for this anticipated conference themed African Future Markets in Energy Transition, Laws, Policies, and International Regulations. Reproducing the words of Johannes Gardner, I say, in quote, to speak gratitude is courteous and pleasant. To enact gratitude is generous and noble. But to live gratitude is to touch heaven, end of quote. I am excited to meet all the elegant persons here at this conference, and I wish everyone a smooth transition for the next and every other sessions of this great conference. I hope that you enjoy the exciting speakers to come and that this conference inspires ideas. I must also note that I have checked through the brochure agenda of this conference, and I must say on a lighter note that I, just like you, look forward to the networking tea breaks, lunch breaks, and the dinner. The late economist, philosopher, and poet Kenneth E. Boulding made a popular and important statement when he said, in quote, in 1859, the human race discovered a huge treasure chest in its basement. This was oil and gas, a fantastically cheap and easily available source of energy. We did, or at least some of us did, what anybody does who discovers a treasure in the basement. Leave it up, and we have been spending this treasure with great enjoyment, end of quote. To this I add, the oil and gas sector, being a wealth-creating empire, should not be left without necessary and proper laws, policies, and regulations on how to manage steam for the benefit of mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference aims to influence the energy laws, policies, and international regulations of African countries through the transitional period by engaging stakeholders on the laws, policies, and international regulations that would best aid the African energy markets through the transition process and make recommendations to individual countries on regulatory solutions to ensure a secured future. The speakers would focus on how the laws, policies, and regulations of African countries can help the African energy markets during this transition period by A, providing background information of the laws, policies, and international regulations of the African energy markets. B, explaining the current laws, policies, and international regulations applicable in the energy sector of the different African countries. C, identifying the different benefits and challenges of each laws, policies, and international regulations as is applicable to each country. D, making recommendations for regulatory solutions to these laws, policies, and international regulations that can better improve the future of the African energy markets. As legal practitioners, we are the major influencers and stakeholders in the African energy markets, and in the same vein, we remain the influencers and recommenders of energy laws, policies, and international relations. We hope that by the end of this conference, we all leave this venue with fresh impacts and ideologies that will better shape the African energy markets. I am grateful for giving me your ears, and I want everyone to not only listen closely during every session, but give in their 100% to each of the sessions to come. Because whatever you do in life, always give your 100%. Well, and unless you are donating your blood. Thank you, and do have a great conference. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moses. And we're not donating our blood. Moving on to the next speaker is the chairman of the Lawyers in Energy Network. His name is Mr. George Etomi, a distinguished transactional lawyer regularly consulted by multinational companies and top government agencies. He was closely involved in acting for the first mobile technology service in the country and advises major foreign airlines operating in Nigeria. Mr. George Etomi, you are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Rakiba. I hope you can all hear me. Unfortunately, I have to join you online, but that's the beauty of technology. Now, let me welcome every one of you participants to this year's flagship program of the Lawyers in Energy Network. We've been doing this for a number of years now, and it's a program by which we reach out to stakeholders in the energy sector about ways we can use our laws and regulations to shape the sector, especially with regard to attracting investments. As you can all see, the energy sector is going through a peculiar challenge, especially in Nigeria. The challenge is global, generally speaking, but Nigeria has a peculiar bend to that challenge. And with what's going on in Ukraine now, there's a lot of pressure on the energy sector, especially oil and gas. And you can see how the geopolitics shapes this sort of pressure. So the question therefore would be, in line with today's theme, would be how would Africa respond to this? I particularly like the fact that this conference is looking at beyond Nigeria, but to the continent. I think we begin to understand that there is so much interdependence when it comes to economic growth. If what's going on in Russia and the rest of the Europe is anything to go by, you can see how dependent they are on each other. But what we haven't done in Africa is to tap what we genuinely have as rich resources, which continue to remain in their raw form, and is then exploited by other people for their own benefits. For example, how can we explain the blackouts we have in Nigeria today when we have perhaps one of the largest deposits of natural gas, which is a feedstock for thermal plants when it comes to electricity. It is only because most of our fields that were given out with export in mind. So it is not as if we do not produce the gas, it's just that we do not produce for domestic consumption. It is liquefied and then sent out to feed other users in Europe and beyond. We must begin to change this narrative. And it always begins, as I say, with having firm legal and regulatory framework that can assist with investment decisions and make this country and indeed the rest of Africa preferable destinations for investments. If we look at what's happening now, in the past, Nigeria, perhaps Libya, Angola were the kingpins when it came to oil and gas in the continent. But today, as I speak, if you take a look at West Africa alone, the entire Gulf of Guinea is replete with great oil finds. We have company in Ghana, Guinea, Senegal, you just name it. So we have to therefore be very pragmatic about how we can begin to tap our resources and begin to use them for domestic growth. What does it profit a man if you own all the crude oil, all the gas in the world, and your people live in poverty? So as you concentrate on this year's conference, I urge every one of you to understand the unique role that you play. It is such an important role, and please do not ever take for granted the role those of you involved in regulatory work do in shaping this discourse. Already, as you can see, after we all clamored for several years for the PIB to become the PIA, we already have seen that law being tinkered with when the government attempted to remove petroleum subsidy. And even though by law that subsidy is forbidden, we've had to amend the law to cater for that. So the question I ask is, should we have submitted ourselves to that pressure? And what does that portend for our desire to grow the sector? The first impact is that we have a plus 3 to 4 trillion addition to the budget that was not anticipated. And that is going to be covered one way or the other. And we're talking about borrowing. And for how long can we borrow to consume? So please stay focused. We have a lineup of fantastic speakers. I cannot continue to thank Rakiba and her team for the way they assemble some of the best brains. If brains are anything to go by, we're not short of them in Nigeria or indeed the continent. I think what we now need to do is to ensure that the huge reservoir of knowledge that comes out of these brains are utilized by those who take policy decisions, who take political decisions, so that Africa can begin to truly realize its untapped potential. On that note, let me welcome you on behalf of the Board of Trustees and management of the Lawyers in Energy Network to the 2022 conference, and ask that you have a wonderful time. Do not forget to network, and do not forget to make your own contribution towards the growth of this great country and indeed the continent. Please, if not already done so, join the Lawyers in Energy Network. We have a robust platform where we exchange knowledge. It can only inure to your benefits and the benefit of succeeding generations. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We really appreciate your support over the years. Moving on, we'll be introducing our next speaker, is the Secretary General, African Petroleum Producers Organization, Dr. Omar Farouk. Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim holds a doctorate degree in political science from Reuters University, New Brunswick, New Jersey, United States of America in 1988, a master's degree from Bayero University, Kano, Nigeria, and a bachelor's degree from Ahmadu Bello. Dr. Farouk joined Bayero University as a graduate assistant in the Department of Political Science in 1981 after his national service, and rose to the rank of lecturer by the time he left academia for journalism in 1990. Currently, Dr. Ibrahim has assumed the position of the African Petroleum Producers Organization Secretary General on the 4th January 2020. Until then, he was advisor on international energy relations to the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In that position, he represented Nigeria on the boards of several intergovernmental energy organizations. He was Nigerian governor to the Vienna-based Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, in 2015 to 2020, an executive board member at the Doha-based gas. Unfortunately, Dr. Omar Farouk cannot be present here at the moment because he's out there trying to liaise with, trying to handle the Ukrainian crisis. So representing him today is Mr. Bakama Loguelko. Is the legal director of the African Petroleum Petroleum Producers Organization. Welcome, Mr. Bakama. We are honored to have you in our midst.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Mosi Ebute, Senior Advocate of Nigerian, Chairman, Nigeria Bar Association. Mr. George Itumi, Chairman, Lawyer in Energy Network, the organizer of Lawyer in Energy International Conference and Award 2022, speakers, panelists, other participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first of all to thank the organizer of the LEICA 2022 for having honored the Secretary General of APO, His Excellency Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim, by inviting him as a guest of honor to participate in this conference. I would like to express his personal regrets for not being able to personally take part in this important gathering due to enforcing development which necessitated his travel outside Brazzaville. And I thank him for finding me worthy of representing him in this important conference. I am Bakamba Loguelko, a lawyer by profession and currently working as the General Legal Counsel at the APO Secretariat in Brazzaville. So I am among colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, I should opt to begin with a brief introduction of the organization you have invited to be a part of today's event, namely the African Petroleum Producer Organization, APO. APA, the predecessor to APO, was established 36 years ago by 80 African oil and producing countries in this city hosting the 2020 LEICA Conference, Lagos. It was formed to provide a platform for cooperation among African oil producing countries. Today, it comprises 15 member countries from all regions of the continent, from north to south and east to west. The global paradigm wish away from fossil fuel to renewable energy that come to characterize the world energy scene since the last quarter of the last century, but essentially since the Paris Climate Agreement or COP21 posed a serious challenge to oil and gas producing countries, but especially the African oil and gas producer because of all the regions of the world, African producers have been the most dependent on oil and gas revenue. Others have, over the years, succeeded in using their oil and gas revenue to diversify their economies. The challenges was real, it was existential, and it was imminent. It was this recognition of these challenges and the quest of solutions that led the leadership of APA to decide to embark on a major reform of the association to prepare it for the challenges of the industry in a world of the energy transition. And that was how APA was born in 2019 in Abuja, Nigeria, with a new mandate, new structure, and a new philosophy. Coming to the theme of today's conference, I want to highlight here that the theme of this conference, African Future Market in Energy Transition, Laws, Policies, and International Regulation, is very relevant to the focus and mission of APA. Indeed, the challenges of the energy transition that include the tightening of access to funding for the sector, the deliberate decision to steal research and development in the industry by those who have mastered this technology, the decision to shut down faculties and institutions that have for decades championed the production of some of the best experts in oil and gas, the sustainable efforts to destroy demand for oil and gas are going to be felt more in Africa than in other regions of the world. It was the recognition of these imminent challenges that informed the decision of the APA Council of Ministers to commission a major study on the future of the oil and gas industry in Africa in the light of the energy transition. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it will interest you to know that the finding and the recommendation of this study emphasize in the important role of policies, laws, regulations that are going to play in sustaining and growing the oil and gas industry in Africa as the world proceeds with the energy transition. While noting the need to find other sources of raising funds for the industry, acquiring technology and creating regional and continental markets, it also notes that all this will succeed to the extent to which Africa is able to establish good governance, structure, rules, and regulation. As far as the legal field itself is concerned, the current challenges, which have varying impacted depending on country circumstances, revealed during the application of the law and regulation of our state, deserve special attention. Without this being necessarily exhaustive, they are. First, in terms of governance, apart from a few countries, oil and gas production is largely controlled by foreign firms. The representativeness of our state in the decision-making structure of this company is a problem. While international oil companies flout the subsidiary in our countries, where our people are put in management position, it's a well-known secret that all critical decisions affecting policy and sometimes operation are taken at the headquarters. Second, in terms of financial resources, for many of our countries, all the revenue from activity carried out on our soil is domiciliated in financial institutions abroad. Thus depriving the bank established in Africa of a good part of the resources needed to finance our economies. Third, The effect ad vitam of the stability clause in contract, which allows foreign production companies to resist any reform of the sector. Fourth, the clause of attribution of competence of the contract, which always retains the competence of the state jurisdiction or foreign arbitration court in case of conflicts, and which obliges our state to have recourses to jurisdiction outside the continent to resolve the dispute. Fifth, the inadequacy of regional integrating structure, training institute, and framework for skilling workforce development and transfer. These challenges and many others that I am sure will be identified through the light that will emerge from our work will be the subject of deep analysis in order to arrive at innovative, courageous, and sustainable solutions for the development of the oil and gas industry in Africa. The general observation is that our foreign partners who finance the activity of the sector often exploit the flaw, limitation, and weaknesses of our legislation in order not to make commitments that are more favorable to what is good for the continent, and then to evade the limited commitment they have made. I should like to note that these challenges vary from country to country on the continent. Some countries have made good progress in tackling them, while others are far from making much progress. To avoid this double risk, we suggest below some guidelines for your work. First, the oil and gas regulation system needs to help attract investment, foreign and local, and partnership to co-develop and exploit national resources while streamlining and controlling all stages and aspects of the industry. Legislation should seek to attract international oil companies and foreign participation, not through reduction of government stake and local participation, but through provision of security of investment, cost recovery limits, and timelines, and general business assurances. The legislation must also encourage and facilitate the participation of our state and African companies. 2, African oil producers are facing challenges in terms of foreign participation, funding, and access to technology and services. They are reconsidering their approach to collaborate and rely more on their own resources and capabilities, and the regulation framework may need to revisit it and align with their strengths. Third, regulations needed to mandate local content level and local participation, recognizing that discrimination against local firms and lack of capacity many times are per implementation. In this respect, we commend the exemplary leadership role that Nigeria, through the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, has been doing. At last count, about a dozen African countries have come to Nigeria to study their local content model. And this is explained why Apple requested Nigeria to promote its model and have it applied the continental level, with Apple responsible for its implementation. First, public demand for transparent, responsible, and accountable governance of the natural resource need to always be addressed when developing or revising oil and gas regulation and legislation. Fifth, energy transition may result in many acquisition and disposal activity which needed to be addressed and controlled by regulation to ensure the state interests and objectives are safeguarded. 6, effective domestic and regional competitive market need to be developed to overcome energy poverty. We should make the best use of the African Free Continental Trade Agreement. 7, legislation for cross-border infrastructure, project and cross-border movement of product, equipment, and expertise need to be developed to account for the current trends. More attention needs to be given to the environment, and legislation need to take this into account, which cross-border, regional, and global commitment. 9, as more oil and gas resources are being discovered, more attention needs to go to settling maritime bordering and border disputes. Regulation need to account for and facilitate dispute settlement when created. And on this point, our preference goes to the attribution of jurisdictional competence to regional arbitration courts installed in Africa, such as the WADA Court in Abidjan or others located in Johannesburg, Lagos, Nairobi, Harare, Cairo, Addis Ababa. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizer of the LAICA 2022, I thank you again for giving APO the opportunity to participate in this important conference and wish you all very success in your future deliberation. Thank you for your attention.
the chairman of the African Energy Chamber. Yes. Mr. Anyuk is the executive chairman of the African Energy Chamber. He concentrates particularly on the structuring, local content documentation, and negotiation of oil, gas, and petrochemical transactions, including acquisitions, divestitures, joint ventures, and project development. His practice focus on upstream, midstream, and downstream transaction in the domestic and international energy sector. His clients include oil and gas producers, operators, petrochemical manufacturers, oil field services companies, and financing parties in the energy industry. Mr. Anyuk has played a key role in negotiating and documenting the purchase and sale of upstream and midstream oil and gas assets, farm-ins, farm-out, volumetric production payments, and other drilling funds and development dollar investment arrangements, as well as petrochemical project development, asset acquisition and vestiture, and joint venture investment. Mr. Anyuk brings his understanding of energy issues to the table and helps clients to evaluate risks and opportunities in a transaction while pursuing their objective. Mr. Anyuk will be represented by Mr. Abdul Rashid, who is the executive president of the African Energy Chamber of West African Region. Mr. Abdul Rashid is the chief executive officer of QSOL Consulting Limited, a technical, commercial, and financial advisory energy company with E4G Africa, an NGO think tank advocacy initiative for a just and inclusive energy transition, promoting practical, effective, efficient, and balanced circular carbon economy strategy solutions to the African 3E energy trilemma. He is the team lead of the Team Energy Africa, a novel initiative powered by United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, Sustainable Energy for All, C for All, and Africa Energy Chamber, AEC, to catalytically, that English is serious. Accelerate the SDG 7 agenda from concept to commission in UNECA member states. Mr. Abdul Rashid, welcome, sir. We are honored to have you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. It is a privilege to be here today. And unfortunately, Mr. Anyuk cannot make it. He's currently in Germany and Berlin and then to London. And then he called me and he said, look, you have to come and talk and meet with my co-lawyers. And I actually wanted to make a nice speech with a presentation, so I don't know if they will have it available. And the first thing I said to myself, is it going to come on? Okay, can I have the slide sort of, please? So when I was asked to come here, I said to myself, look, I am not a lawyer. And I was telling Moses earlier that I'm an engineer by profession. And what would this engineer be having with these lawyers? And you lawyers are very smart. You're smarter than the engineers, and I know that for sure. Because in my 24 years in the industry, I've worked with the legal team a lot. We, the engineers, we just want to go get the job done. And then they're going to tell us, hold up, you can't do it. And I said, why? And they're like, look at this clause. He said, shall. And there is a between shall and will. Like, I don't understand the difference. I just want to get the job done. So you guys have done a very fantastic job in making sure that you confuse us, the engineers, that we need you every time we get a deal to close. And why do we need you guys? We need you because yours contract drafted by another lawyer is never sequential. As you are reading through, you're going to get reference to section 5D. You have to go down and find what is 5D saying. And you have to remember what Section 5D said at the end. Maybe it's a termination clause. And then come back to the Section 2 where you are. Where you are going, you have forgotten totally what the termination clause said. So that's why you need a lawyer to constantly be on your side to make sure that you don't miss anything as you dot your I's and cross your T's. Is it coming on? Hello, sir? Oh, the power issue. Oh, so sorry. I wish they get this thing sorted on time. So, energy transition. So I'll talk through the slide. Hopefully by the time it comes on, I will see where we are on the slide. Then we can continue with the show there. So one of the things I said to myself coming here is that I'm not going to joke about lawyers. Okay? And, but the fact remains that if you're in the middle of lawyers, you cannot but ask yourself, and imagine how do lawyers attorneys actually sleep. It's one of the things I saw, and he said, one, he lies on his right, and then second, he lies on his left. I didn't say you guys are liars, just so that we're sure. So the African energy transition is a very critical one because we all have an objective to see a successful Africa. And what is a successful Africa? We're very much aware that we have some milestone ahead of us. We have heard about the SDG 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030, so most especially the SDG 7, which is the availability or accessibility of renewable energy or affordable energy for all. But after 2030 come the Net Zero 2050. The Net Zero 2050 is asking for a net zero carbon emission by 2050. And then we have the Africa Union 2063, the Africa we want. And if I look at this room, the average age in this room is about, give or take, 40, 35, 40. 2063 is roughly 41 years from now. If you add 41 years to our age, all of us have finished our active life. Is it going to take us 2063 to find the Africa we want? So, which means every single day we spend delaying the Africa energy independence. Every single day we spend delaying Africa emancipation from energy poverty is putting Africa in jeopardy. And that is the words of Vera Zongwe, the UNECA Executive Secretary. So one of the challenges that we have in task is to ensure that we as Africans develop Africans ourselves. And that is what gave birth to the UNECA Team Energy Africa, which I actually wanted to talk about in some of my presentation, which I hope we can rectify that and bring it online. So in line of the African future market in energy transition, I personally look into a few situations and I can see that Africa is at war. And I was happy to see the chairman of the Lawyers in Energy International Conference, Mr. George Itomi, talked about Africa being a huge reserve of gas base, and today we have a lot of blackout in Africa. I actually saw a video, which I'll share with you in that presentation when it comes on, a satellite view of Africa, of the world. And you can see two areas with lights, South Africa and Egypt. These are the two areas that are well lit. And that video said it all, that Africa is a continent of resources, but yet in a blackout. So you're going to ask yourself the question, how do we get here and how do we get ourselves out of here? So Africa is in war, and we are fighting war on three fronts. So the first war we are fighting is we are fighting with every other continent to attract investors. And also, I have a source in that video that showed you how foreign direct investment works across the world. Who's getting what and who's getting more than who. And there's a pictorial view, an infographic that shows you how much FDI come into Africa and how much FDI goes to every part of the world. So the question is, how do we attract foreign direct investments? Now, that is the first war, Africa versus the rest of the world. The second war we are fighting, being an energy guy, is when this FDI comes into Africa, where is the FDI going? extractive industry like oil and gas, service industry, banking industry, IT industries. We come to realize that in the last 5 years, FDI is not coming to the extractive industries. It's not going to the service industries. And there's a very beautiful chart, a pictorial chart that showed you how much FDI came into Africa, and how much is going into extractive, and how much is going into services and information technology industries, which we all know today. You can see what the FlutaWave guys are doing with FDIs and co. Now that's the second war that we're fighting. Now the third war we are fighting is among ourselves, the African nations. How do I become the destination of choice in Africa for FDI? And I took my time to actually research FDI over the last 10 years. And it's actually interesting what I discovered. I saw that Nigeria do attract FDI, but did you know the biggest attractor of FDI in Africa? Does anybody know? Which country have the best attractiveness for foreign direct investment in Africa today? Any try? Anybody? Just somebody should try. Egypt. For the last 5 years, Egypt have the highest FDI by number. I was shocked. I was expecting South Africa, I was expecting Rwanda, but actually Egypt, over the last 5 years. Then I beg the question, how did Egypt manage to do that over the last 5 years? And I really need that presentation to come on because it has a lot of things about the economic reform that was done in Egypt and the energy reform that was done in Egypt that puts Egypt as the #1 FDI country in Africa, that puts Egypt as an exporter of energy in Africa. And it was a deliberate attempt by the government to structure the country like that. And I said to myself, why do we have to study Egypt? So first I went to look into the mass, the land mass. When people tell me, look, Ghana has, I remember Nigerian Ghana boasting, who's better, jollof rice or no jollof rice? Then they said, oh, we have light, you don't have light. And somebody said, look, Ghana is just one-tenth of Nigerian size, so it's easy to provide light for you guys compared to our size. So I said, okay, let me look at Egypt. By land mass area, Egypt is half of Nigeria. By population, is half of Nigeria. It's about around 6 million people in Egypt. So if Nigeria can do twice what Egypt does, we'll be like Egypt today. Did you know Egypt, since 2010, has 100% access to electricity? Since 2010, they've had 100% access to electricity. And then you ask yourself, how come we don't have access to electricity? Now, what happened in Egypt, economic policy reforms and energy reform from 2010 to 2021 put Egypt in a position that is definitely the envy of all African nations. Are we back? Okay. Thank you very much. Finally, well, I think I've talked way too much far into the presentation, so I will just guide you with that presentation as much as I can. So this was what I was talking about, the path, the way we are going. We have the SDG 7, 2030, Net Zero 2050, and AU Agenda. This particular slide here is very important for me because if you look at this slide, it shows access to electricity. And if you look at Africa right there, we have very limited access to electricity. And at the same time, I also look at the energy consumption of every household versus the income per capita. And you can see there in that big circle there is no low energy in rich countries. Every rich country, people use energy. So you actually need energy to be rich and become richer. Without energy, you can't be rich. I also took some time to look at who are the biggest consumer of energy, who are the biggest emitter of greenhouse gas, because we're all talking about transition from conventional to unconventional or to renewable. And 75% of the world emitters, none of them is Africa. The first Africa on that chart is South Africa, and it's at the 76th mark. So, and which industry is actually responsible for that? In the big red there on the left side is energy. So energy is pretty much responsible for a lot of stuff. And then you're going to ask yourself, who are you, an optimist or a pessimist? If you're an optimist, you're going to believe what is going on in the media today, that renewable is going to come in that top chart there and replace everything. So you see the green, the yellow, solar, green. They're going to replace everything. Oil is going to die. Gas is going to die. Coal is going to die. From 2023, everything is dead. That is an optimistic position to take. If you're a pessimist, you're going to say to yourself, no, oil and gas is going to be here till 2100. We can't do without oil and gas. Okay. None of you are right or wrong, but the realist is going to understand the fact that oil will plateau, whether we like it or not, towards 2050. Coal will deep dive towards 2050. Renewable is here to stay. There's nothing we can do about that. So renewable is going to grow. You see that green growing very fast, that's renewable. But natural gas is here to stay. So natural gas and renewable are going to be the two industries that is going to continue to grow all the way to 2050. And this is not something that is new. The Energy Chamber has actually advocated for this 2 years ago, but the reality today is that we've been so much dependent on gas that we even imagine. But what is energy for Africa? Energy for Africa is two things: electricity and cooking energy. That's all we're asking for. Now, those numbers are actually proven. These are from United Nations Sustainability Report. 789 million global have no access to electricity. Out of these 789, 610 is from Africa, predominantly sub-Saharan Africa. And 23 billion have no access to cooking gas. Out of these, 900 million are Africans. So the question is, how do you define Africa? So Africa has been defined by the economists with different terms. First, they call us the hopeless continent. Then they said we are rising. Then we stop rising and we become aspiring Africa. And finally, they realized that without Africa, the renewable adventure is impossible. With all the resources in Congo and Southern Africa, you must explore, and they're all scrambling for resources in Africa. I bet we all saw this picture when it came on. A fisherman, the one on the left actually, caught a very nice blue marlin fish. And that blue marlin fish was said to worth $2.5 million or something like that. But when this man caught this fish, he took it to his village and they all ate the fish. There's actually a video where they chopped the fish into 12 parts and everybody ate the fish. And I said to myself, this is the reality in Africa. It is about value on sustainability. So I decided to define sustainability with what I know best, mathematics. I told you I'm an engineer, I'm not a lawyer. So for me, sustainability falls on three levels, which is the trilemma, the energy trilemma today. It's no longer a dilemma, it's a trilemma. So what is the energy trilemma? If you integrate time from today to the future, whatever that future is, maybe 2030, 2050, and you integrate economy versus the poverty index, you have to consider the energy with the source of energy and also the environment and the transition index. This, for me, is the energy trilemma. We have to maintain a balance in these three E. If you decide to trade one for the other, you will pay a significant price. In Africa, economy is very important. Those guys, they eat the fish because they're hungry. So the environment is important to us, but we also need that energy to balance the environment and the economy that we are in need of today. So when I was talking about SDG 7 objective, the United Nations put it like this: ensure access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable modern energy for all. And I told Madam Adebiyi, I fought that statement. I said that statement is very good for the Western world, because the first thing you identified is affordable, reliable, and sustainable. But here in Africa, the first thing we consider is, first, is it available? Is the energy available in the first place? This is the African narrative. Now, if the energy can be available, then let us see if it is accessible. Am I in a place where I can actually have access to that electricity? After accessing it, I'm going to evaluate what kind of energy am I going for. Is it affordable for me? If it's affordable, then I look at, okay, I want it to be there all the time. I need it, so it has to be reliable. And it has to be there for the rest of my life, then it has to be sustainable. So in Kigali, May 17 to 19, we're having a meeting with the SC for All, and I'm going to advise them to actually put available as one of the equations, because without energy being available, there's no point assessing it. So we have to accelerate our access to this energy, and that's why you see the accelerator out there. So what kind of energy are we talking about? It is important for Africa to get the energy mix right. And what is the energy mix in Africa? We have the conventional one, hydro dam, fuel oil, and gas. Then we have the geothermal, the solar, two types, PV or CSP, the wind, the biofuel, blue hydrogen, green hydrogen. And there's one that I'm actually very interested in, carbon capture, usage, and storage, CCUS. Remember this word today. You're going to hear this for the next 30 years. CCUS is here to stay, and it's going to continuously be in your face, whether we like it or not. So carbon capture, utilization, and storage or sequestration is very important for the future of energy. Now, what is energy transition to you, and what is energy transition forever? We cannot continue to be in transition forever. Now we fought hard. Gas is part of the equation, but we cannot continue to transition forever. So what are we going to see? Phase one. Phase one that is going to come up is there is no new coal investment. Phase two is to remove coal in all developed economies. And then phase three is to get coal out of developing economies, like Africa, South Africa in particular. And phase four is to phase out the unabated gas. Unabated gas is what we are doing today. You use the gas, you burn it, you discharge it to the atmosphere. Phase four is coming, where you cannot do that. So you're going to have carbon tax, carbon pricing, and then you're going to have to find a solution to ensure that you don't find yourself in that situation. And I want you all to look at this report. If you can find access to it, I have it. It's called the Doha Challenge. It's a very important report. I decided to put it here if you want to understand what is going to happen in the future of energy transition. The Doha Challenge was actually inaugurated by President Trump. He called the 10 CEOs of the top energy company in Africa, and he asked them to look into the energy situation in America and tell him how can oil and gas continue to exist in the future of energy. And they came up with top 2 information out there, that the Doha Challenge is having affordable, reliable energy with the risk of climate change. Widespread CCUS deployment is the solution to that Doha Challenge with the lowest cost. So there's a lot of investment going on in carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. It's happening in Norway, it's happening in the Middle East, it's happening in the US. Africa cannot afford to be left behind. We cannot afford to be left behind. We have to look into that CCUS today. And I was happy to see that the World Bank is working very close with the Office of the Vice President to structure a CCUS for post-combustion. Dr. Richard Victor also is actually working on this for Nigeria. So I wanted to share that with us. Now, what are we practicing today? What we're practicing today is what we call the linear carbon economy. Like I said, you take the resources, you use it, then you discharge it to the atmosphere. This is no longer acceptable. I was at the COP26 in Glasgow, and there was a COP26 resolution, maintain emission by 30% reduction. So that facilitated this circular carbon economy. The circular carbon economy is looking into the 4 R's of economic review, which is first we have to reduce, and the biggest problem we have in Africa is zero flaring. We have to stop flaring. Then the activity is going to continue, and the emission you have from those activities, there is some you have that is anthropogenic CO2. There is nothing you can do about it. They're going to come out. They're going to go to the atmosphere. But there are some that you can do something about, which is you capture them, you can reuse them. 99% for bottling, working fluid for geothermal, and even oil recovery. You can recycle them. Today you have Carbocrete, a Canadian company that actually insert carbon into concrete. And then you can actually finally capture the one in the atmosphere and remove them. There are technologies available to do that today. So this was the war I was talking about. If you look at the war, look at Africa, look at the size of FDIs, and look at the size of Africa. You can see the countries there, very small. That is Nigeria there, that is Egypt on the top side there, very, very small FDI compared to the world. So that's the first war we are fighting, Africa versus the rest of the world. Then the second war we are fighting is internal industrial war. Where is FDI going? Extractive industry, 75. Services, 791. And we saw that today, what is happening in the world. So the energy industry is not attracting a lot. Then here is war number 3, inter-country competitiveness and attractiveness. This chart here explains to you what we have as the FDI per capita, and you can see where Nigeria lies, right there. and also as a function of attractiveness of doing business. And then finally here, you can see the improvement. So that shows Nigeria is actually improving. Look at that size. And you see Egypt. Don't underestimate Egypt, and I'll show you why Egypt is important. So I was going to the third war that we are looking at, which is the after effect. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement is here to stay, but many countries will benefit more than others. Those who are already industrialized, those who are already manufacturing, they will gain a lot more than others, because there's going to be inter-country tariffs, and tariffs only or baseline. And this is actually a study that was done to see who actually benefit a lot more from the after income gains by 2035. You see Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Ethiopia ahead of Nigeria. So we are going to be hustling among ourselves. So we have to be attractive and make sure that we increase our cut, because for the 450 billion extra revenue that's going to come from the after, you cannot afford your country to be the importer of everything from other neighboring African countries. You have to be an exporter. And to do that, you need energy. So I decided to study the Egyptian case. And I wanted to share the Egyptian case with you, because that is the one that saw the policies actually evolve over time. So the first challenge Egypt has was power production was becoming insatiable to meet the growing population. I think that is what we have in Nigeria today as well. So the population is expanding, but the generation capacity is not expanding at the same rate. The transmission availability is not expanding at the same rate. And then today, we're having blackouts, we're having issues. So since 2010, they have up to 6 hours in the middle of summer. Have you been in Dubai in summer? 52 degrees. I was in Dubai, I lived in Dubai for 4 years. In one particular day, power went off. And everybody ran out of the house and went straight to their car. Start the car and then chill inside the car till the power came back. That is how bad it is. The heat is so much that it will melt traffic lights. So you can imagine summer in Egypt, very close to the Middle East. Power cut for 6 hours in the middle of summer. That is not nice. That was what happened in 2010. And that was one of the things that led to the
Good times are always gone. Lately, I've been so full, and I wanna be with you, my friend. Good times are always gone. Lately, I've been so full, and I wanna be with you, my
Our respect speaker has assured me that the light will not go up again. And he knows that if he breaks that, he's amongst lawyers, we'll sue him. Over to you. Okay, don't use energy at all.
Okay, energy is out of the equation now. Going forward, there's no energy. So power, is power good enough? So can we put the presentation back on, please? That was my younger days. So I'm just going to take us forward to where we are when the power went off. Actually, I was going into the policy itself. I was saying, what did Egypt do different between 2010 and 2022? Okay, so this is where we are in Egypt. All right, so what did Egypt do what is their approach to those challenges. And this number 2 challenge that I said earlier was their gas was declining so fast that Egypt, an energy exporting country, starts to import energy. So then they now incurred state debt. State debt from energy subsidy was so high, it got as high as 7% of GDP. And what is happening to the likes of EKDC today is that power utility were operating at a loss because they can only recover 30% of the costs. So the government was heavily subsidizing to 7% of the GDP. So they had this approach. Priority 1, massive procurement of generation capacity. Okay, we have to get energy in place. Priority 2, we must do a structural reform. And then we have to recover our gas production and hopefully push for renewables. So I'm going to give you the timeline of how these come in place. And this makes me understand that there's no energy reform you can put in place without a national economic reform. It's not going to function. 2014, 2015, they had the energy reform in place. And the energy reform law enacted subsidized subsidy on fuel. They actually, removed the subsidy on fuel for an electricity over a 2-year period, but they kept the subsidy on LPG because you need that to cook and to make food. So in 2016, they brought something called the Import-Export Law, and the Interministerial Supreme Investment Council, they had the 17th presidential decree that spurred investment to resolve long issues that are pending. And one of the things they said there is that you have to change the law that says that the import registry, for a company has to be 100% Egyptian. They're allowed to have foreigners in there. Then they had the monetary policy and tax policy amendment in 2016, 2017, and where they introduced the Egyptian pounds, and they put the value-added tax and the general tax, but they postponed the stock market capital gain tax for 3 years. Now, these are things that have been done to stimulate investment and economy. Then in 2017, they had the Investment and Industrial License Law Reform. This law required that the industry authority must respond within 30 days. Compulsory. If you apply within 30 days, you don't get results, they will actually penalize those people for doing that. It's 30 days. We have to get people that want to come and invest to come and invest. You have to get your answer in 30 days. It became a law. Then what did they do after that? In 2018, they have the new company law and bankruptcy law. And 50% of the investment costs, they allow investment projects to be classified in zones. If you invest in a particular area, you can actually deduct 50% of investment costs to make it more bankable. And this can actually be expanded over the 7-year period. So you are kind of looking at, you are giving tax breaks. So that will encourage you to come in. And then in 2019, they normalize their standards. They know that, look, we don't want to be only for Egypt, we want to go regional. The Saudi Arabia system is more American. I'm surrounded by Jordan, I'm surrounded by Saudi. I want to be able to do business, so I have to bring my standard to the US standard, which is what is common in that area. And in 2020, they had the custom law. The custom law particularly is very interesting for me. Some people are actually pre-authorized to clear what is coming in. If it's coming in for renewable energy, if it's coming in for this, you get it cleared within the shortest period of time. And then finally, they fast-track business innovation. So the new regulatory allow the directors to delegate the power to fast-track business innovation. And what happened when they did that? So when I asked the question, FDIs over the last 4 years, look at that. Egypt, consistently the highest attractive country for FDI. When FDI coming in the country drop, Egypt will still remain number 1. 2017, they were number 1. 2018, they were number 1. 19, 2020 result, they remain number 1 all through. That is the effect of what they did in 2010, coming all the way to this period. Now, I went back to look at the energy policy itself. If you look at the policy in 2009, coming from 2009, Can you please make that bigger? Remove the image. I want actually, this is where the energy policy comes in place. Yeah. 2009, Egypt was energy exporter. 2010, they had 5.1 billion surplus from energy revenue. 2011, they have issue with their gas, which somebody told me is what is happening in Nigeria today, where we have blackouts for few issues. So the blackout frequency was becoming too much. Then in 2011, they had the Arab Spring. Now you ask yourself, 2011 is just 10, 11 years ago. Excuse me. They had the Arab Spring, and that was really bad. So in 2012, they ceased to export gas. You no longer export gas. They start importing gas, and they imported so much that they could not even pay their debt. So 2014, they have to do something different. So they decided to go into an open market for generation and distribution, but they held the transmission, which is similar to what we did in Nigeria. But they did something different. In 2015, they discovered they have a very big, giant offshore gas asset, which they developed within 30 months from discovery. They have to put all investment out there to make that gas come to light within 30 months. So 2017, they have their first gas. And today, that field is doing 1 BCF per day. So in 2016, they increased the tariff by 30%. They removed the subsidy. The energy law removed the subsidy on fuel and electricity. They increased the tariff by 30%. In 2017, they increased by another 40%. But more importantly, look at what they did to their transmission line in 2016. They fast-tracked a generation in 8.5 months. They have 3 mega combined power cycle, and they changed the simple power cycle power plant into a combined power cycle plant, added another 1.8 gigawatts. And then after removing the subsidy, they realized that they gained about 4% of the GDP. But people are going to complain, oh, this is not nice, this is not good. So they put that into health and education. And for the first time, health and education budget exceed the energy budget. And people actually start to feel the impact of that. And look at the way they stagger their tariffs. If you're using less than 1,000 kilowatt hour, you pay a particular tariff, even if you're an household. If you're using more than that, you pay higher. So that way, the very low of the low are paying the very least tariff. So those who are able to afford it, for you to use 1,000 kilowatts, I mean, you must be having generator ACs, you must have 3-4 fridge in your house, you must have 5 bedroom. So that is why your energy consumption is like that. So you pay a premium. And that way, the low income earners are actually don't feel the pain of the incremental very much. Now, more importantly, look at that world ranking. I would like to show you how the world ranking evolved. They were number 145 as of 2014 in energy generation capacity. And as of 2018, they decided to go into the Middle East and North Africa region. They signed a lot of agreements with Jordan, with Saudi Arabia, generating power with Cyprus and Greece. Those who are having issues with electricity as of 2010. And in 2020, they invested a lot in the distribution and in the transmission system. They have how many kilometers of transmission? They increased the substation. They increased their substation by 4. They mean business. They attracted investment and they meant business. As of 2020, they became number 77 in the world. That was a big jump. They moved 68 points in the world. And as of 2022, they are number 23. From 145. So don't tell me it's not possible. The country is half of Nigeria in population, half of Nigeria in land size, so it's doable. If they can do that, in 6 years, they move from 145 to 77 in 6 years. And look at the generation capacity there. When they started in transmission line, they have 2,364 kilometers of 500 kV transmission. Over 6 years, they got to 6,000 kilometers. They have 27 gigawatt capacity, they moved to 55, and they are now 58. They set an objective to have 20% by 2022 renewable. They are currently at 15%. I mean, this is a country that came from power deficit to power surplus. Today, they are selling power. And they have had 100% access to 2010. So this is how the energy policy or reform work with time with the national reform. These has to go together. You cannot make life difficult for people to want to invest in your country and you want to attract FDI. It's not possible. You can't have a system where you bring your money into the country, you can't take it out from your fiscal policy. It's not possible. You're not going to attract investors. So I was reading this report here that talk about Nigeria. You can find that report. It's a World Bank report on time for business unusual, advising Nigeria the 3 key things that needs to happen that you can do in the next 6 months regarding subsidies, regarding inflation, regarding how to catalyze private investment. The report is very interesting. So if you have the time, it's actually available online. You can download this, it's free. It's time for business unusual, and Nigeria is actually have to find a way to address those fiscal pressures through enhanced domestic revenue mobilization and reducing the reliance on this CBN deficit that is currently going on. It is very, very important for us to take those bold steps and move up. In this place here, I wanted to show us how Africa as a nation, we are lagging. And the lady there called my attention to WACP earlier. If you look at this map, you will see the gas network in Europe. And look at the gas network in Europe. Spiderweb everywhere. But look at Africa. We have here the Mozambique-South Africa gas pipeline, about 4,000 kilometers. And we have here the WAGP, the West African Gas Pipeline. And this was something that just discussed. This is where the AKK is supposed to be part of, from Nigeria through Niger and Algeria. It's not there yet. This should be dotted line. This is African gas network. Look at the European gas network. They don't have gas, but they have network. We have gas, but we don't have the network. We don't have the infrastructures. So I think there is a chart after this, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I put the chart of African map in this one. Let me see if it is not there. Oh, it's not there. Okay. I wanted to show you something, which is the map of Africa and all the assets in Africa. Hello, excuse me, sir. Can you do me a favor? Can you remove this? Can you remove this image? I think there's an image behind it. If it's not deleted, I don't know why the sorter is not saying it. Yeah, remove that image. Just delete the image. Have you done that? There should be a map, an image behind this. I wanted to show something about the African gas network for you to understand how much gas we have existed in Africa. But if you can't do it, I'll just explain it. In Africa, we have here the Zur, we have here the Sonatrach gas line, we have in Senegal the GTA, we have in Nigeria the NLNG, we have in Ghana, in Tema, we have the new discovery in Ivory Coast, we have the Malabo LNG, we have in Congo the Lichenjili gas, we have in Angola the Angola LNG, we have a new discovery in South Africa, we have the Rovuma in Mozambique, and the Coral in Mozambique. You have the Tanzania gas that was discovered by S. So every part of Africa is surrounded by gas. Now that begs the question, what is it going to cost us to have infrastructures to go into the landlocked Africans and create the African gas network? That is the question I still don't understand. So United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, SC for All, and the African Energy Chamber came together to form this group called Team Energy Africa, which I'm currently heading. And what we're doing is to bring in all over Africa renewable expert group that will look at adaptive technology and commercialization or commercial viability. And also, we are forming a natural gas expert group. And we're going to look at technology adoption and as well as technical advisory. And more importantly, is the energy policy advocacy, which is where we need a lot of lawyers. Policy and financial advisory. And that way we can structure something that is going to be African-wide. And finally, diversity and inclusion, women and youth in energy, of course, capacity building. And that is what Team Energy Africa is actually doing today. So by May 17, it will be launched in Kigali. On a final note, for Africa to excel, we have to pour into Africa. Now, how do we pour into Africa? First, we need to have adequate laws and regulations. And then we need to improve those policies, the environmental, sustainable, social, and governance policies. But one thing that got my attention here is what South Africa is trying to do. They are increasing the generation capacity of 100 megawatts without requiring a license. Why do you have to peg it at 2 megawatts? There is a market for it. Up to 100 megawatts, you don't need a license in South Africa. So let's go ahead and generate the power. We have a generation issue. And then let's go ahead and look at the transmission. Because we have a bottleneck in Nigeria today, which is a transmission problem. We've not invested a lot in the transmission side. And we have to also start to look beyond local content definition. Local content definition is no longer your country, is your region, is African-wide. So you have to start to redefine what local content means. So these 4 things, or 5 things, if done correctly, we have a shared value, okay? We will promote entrepreneurship, but more importantly, regional integration and infrastructure development, and a lot of partnership. We can't do it alone. No country in Africa can do it by itself. So if we come back with that, we can all pour into Africa, and we can develop the Africa that we want. That is why we are the voice of Africa Energy. That is why we are the Africa Energy Chambers. And this is why I will employ you all to please find your way to South Africa in October for the Africa Energy Week, where you're going to actually meet a lot of people, discuss this issue on a broader scale, African-wide. Thank you very much for your time. I hope I have lent the privilege of your time.
You've done very well, but I don't know how many people feel like me. Sometimes we feel a bit depressed when you hear these things, because we see a continent that has so much potential, and somehow we never seem to get there. And when we look at the progress and the things that are done outside of Nigeria especially, and we see it done, and we find that the people who are involved there are Nigerians, Africans, people like us. One of the questions that I ask myself, especially when I come to meetings like this, is what happened to us? Or better still, what is happening to us? We never seem to be able to think inwards and ask ourselves what is wrong. My place is not to speak, nor to preach, but I must first of all say thank you very much, sir, for that very eye-opening, heart-depressing presentation. Yeah, so thank you very much, sir. But why I say heart-depressing is because I see things that we could do, that we have the potential to achieve, that we have the capacity to build. And the question I ask myself is, what is holding us back? And I think that should be the challenge to all of us. Once again, thank you very much. Please keep up the good work and do not relent in continuing what you're doing. I understand that this morning we're going to start a session at 12 noon. But there are a few people who are here who have goodwill messages for the meeting as well as for the association. And without meaning any disrespect to our very important guests, may I please appeal to you that the goodwill messages that you are going to give now, can we have them as short as possible? 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and I mean 5 true chronology minutes, not 3 Nigerian minutes. I know what I mean. Now, I understand that with us this morning is the representative of the Minister of Power in the person of Engineer Kenechukwu Anepe, and he has a goodwill message for us. If you're here, sir, would you be able to do it in 30 seconds? You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm from Ministry of Power, representative of the Honorable Minister of Power, Engineer Abubakar Aliyu. The Honorable Minister, due to the exigency of his office, he has a very big schedule of appointment at the National Assembly. So I have to give the goodwill message. I want to thank the organizers of the event, the International Energy Conference, organized by the lawyers. I am directed to convey the message, the goodwill message. And the Honorable Minister believed that from this conference, the lawyers in the energy transition will be able to reach a decision and agreement from this conference that will enable the energy transition move to solve the problem of African future energy as it regards to the policy, the laws, and other strategies that can be used to meet up the challenges facing the energy transition in Africa. I want to thank you all wishing you, all of you, good luck in the deliberations and the others as we progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that. I understand that also with us is the representative of the chairman of the Nigerian gas expansion, represented by the secretary, Ms. Priscilla Epe. Can we please welcome her to give? Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. I am Mrs. Priscilla Epe, representing Chairman, National Gas Expansion Program, Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dr. M.M. Ibrahim, who is unavoidable absence because he has other commitments in Kano. On behalf of NGP team, I want to appreciate the lawyers and energy for the work you are doing and for this conference, which is timely. The team, African Future Markets in Energy Transition. Energy transition is real, and Nigeria is not exceptional to be part of the global economy. For we in NGP, like Chairman always says, he's passionate about this country, and he believes Nigeria can be energy secured and self-sustenance using gas, because Nigeria is endowed with energy resources, all kinds, both fossil and renewables. But we know that globally, gas is transition fuel. So gas is transition fuel adopted by United Nations. Nigeria, we supposed to take advantage of wide gas resources. As at January 2022, during the NIS conference, NNDPRN declared that our proven reserve is 209.50, which is a lot of potentials for Nigeria to take us out of, we don't have any business with poverty. And to our chairman believes that we have everything, the capacity, whatever we need to take this lead. Though Nigeria is number 7 in the world, but it's number 1 in the continent. And for that reason, the gas expansion program has been focusing on in-country capacity, or how we use all streams available, both for automobile, because there's no reason of us paying trillions of naira for subsidy when we can convert our vehicles for gas powered. There is also the aspect of power, which is, though we know that 70% of our generation comes from gas, but the problem is not generation. The truth is transmission. Transmission capacity is not capable of taking what is generated. So the lawyers coming at this time with policy, laws, and regulation support already given by PIA is a very timely intervention. And I want to congratulate you to continue with this advocacy. Everybody will believe in Nigeria, and we know that NGP stakeholders and with things coming together, all of us will believe in ourselves and we will build this country. Our economy will change for good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very inspiring that for a change, people can begin to actually look to lawyers as people who can be what I call agents of change and progress and development, and not just as liars. So thank you very much, ma. Thank you on behalf of the minister. And at this point, I'd like to invite also to speak to us in a goodwill message from the Directorate of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, in the person of Mr. Neboth Onyeso, and he is the head. He's the Director of Legal Services of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. And I'm not just excited to see him, I'm sure he doesn't know why I'm excited to see him. I'll tell him a little secret, which he might not be aware of. When they were looking at drafting those regulations that had to do with putting more Nigerianization in certain aspects of the act, we had the privilege of working with you at that time, and it's interesting that he's here today. Welcome, sir, with your goodwill message.
Thank you so much, sir. My pleasure. Okay, good morning, representative of the Honorable Minister, other speakers. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. I am representing Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote, the Executive Secretary of Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. Most of you know him very well. He's been out of the country for a week on medicals. He's expected back in the country before the end of this week. But because of the importance he attaches to these kind of conversations, this type of forum, he had asked me to represent him. And talking about his goodwill message to this conference, he's quite excited about the theme of this conference, which is the future of energy market in Africa. Engineer Simbi Wabote is excited in particular that lawyers have taken interest, in thinking and considering what kind of forces and factors will shape the future of our energy sector. And listening to the last speaker, I'm sure that you can at once understand why it is important for everyone to get interested about the future of the energy market in Africa. And as lawyers, that we must be conversant with the laws and policies and regulations, because these changes cannot happen without legal instruments that will underpin them. And the speaker did not mince words in showing us the situation in Egypt, and all the changes, all the happy changes that had moved Egypt from 145 to something to close 67, 23 currently are underpinned by legal regimes. So that underscores the importance of law and the role of lawyers. So Engineer Simbi is happy that this conference is going on and lawyers are championing discussion around the laws, regulations, and instruments that will either spur or underpin energy transition. For us in NCDMB and indeed in Nigeria and across Africa, we must all agree that energy transition is a reality and we cannot shy away with it. And every one of us has to figure out the role we have to play to ensure that we are not left out. Thank you so much. We will always support this. By tomorrow, Engineer Simbi will be speaking about the role of NCDMB in expanding the African energy market. We hope to meet tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Well, very, very gladly, we are slipping back into schedule. At this point, we'll be going into our second session for this morning. And thank you very much, Mr. Onyeso, on behalf of the Executive Director of NCDMB. Thank you very much. We'll be going to the second session, which is the benefits of regulations on relative competitiveness of energy investments in the transition of the African energy markets. If there's one thing that Mr. Abdul-Rashid's message showed us, if anything at all, in fact, it shows how you can actually use regulation to catalyze and to enhance development in any sector. The one thing I'll say, though, without wanting to take too much time, is that we need a lot of inward thinking as Nigerians, even as Africans. I find that, and this is a personal view, that perhaps one of the things that has led us astray in the past is because our policies are always being inspired from outside, and then we now try to go to meet. I said, and this is not my original thought, somebody said, it is very significant that even at the height of fossil energy production, what was the most significant thing we had? It was the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. The person said to me, please, this is not my original thought, so don't give me credit for it. The person said, we should have had the Organization of Petroleum Utilization and Exploitative Countries, and that we would be better off today. But all we're interested was how to sell it and make money. And the people who were buying it, developing their own economy, and we were left behind. I also made a comment in the corridor out here that, you know, we are suddenly talking now about climate change and so on and so forth. I ask myself, if the Western world, if the outside world, if Europe had not been talking of climate change, would we be talking about it here today? I doubt it. I believe that if we had always had a homegrown approach to our energy and power, we would not be in a situation today where we are. In fact, we would have been far ahead in using the things that are available to us. Solar, wind, water. We had them in excessive, abundant provision, but we never did. We have now waited, and even right now, with the approach to climate change, I think we have to have a word of caution. Because some of the things that are advocated to us about climate change, about carbon emissions, I say to myself, take all the motor vehicles you have in Nigeria, multiply them by 10, add all the broken down ones in front of every police station all over the place, put them all together, they don't add up to the number of vehicles in California. So anybody should not make me feel extremely urgent about my emissions. But what is more urgent for us as Nigerians and as Africans is what we do to give ourselves energy. We are not in as much danger and risk. Let those who are at the height of the risk. 80% of all the emissions worldwide are produced by less than 10% of all of the world, right? Close to that. So the urgency for us is not to reduce carbon emissions, but we have, I believe, the luxury to make long-term plans that can balance everything in such a way as can benefit us long time. We are not in a hurry at all. But I'll leave that. We have people who are more qualified and more experienced than I am, and who will be talking to us as we go forward in the rest of this energy. That's just a quick one. This morning, we have, I will call them eminent speakers, and I do not want to say that just to flatter, but we have from the presidency, we have Dr. Terriman Adzenge, who will be speaking to us on this theme, the benefits of regulation on the relative competitiveness of energy investments in the transition of the African market. Dr. Adzenge is the lead consultant at a diversified consulting firm, Reforms Consulting, offering consultancy services in the areas of institutional reforms, regulatory framework, and reforms in private and public entities. In addition, he is a postdoctoral research fellow and lecturer at the University of Cape Town, South Africa. Prior to joining Reforms Consulting, Dr. Adzenge at different times has worked in the energy sector. I don't want to read the whole of his profile. Please take the time to read through that at your leisure. Along with him, and we have Ms. Ozim Obasi. She is the Executive General Counsel of General Electric Africa. She's a lawyer with over 19 years experience in the energy industry, commercial transactions, corporate practice, regulatory compliance, legal advisory services, project finance, localization, joint ventures, and business development. She's a graduate of the University of Nigeria, and she was called to the bar in 2000. She has an LLM in energy law and policy, and several other accolades, which again, with all due respects, without meaning any disrespect to our speakers, please check this few further details up in the profiles. Along with them also, I laugh at myself, not at you. Engineer Justice Derefaka. The first time I saw that name, I thought to myself, wow, we are beginning to have specialized expertise in the bench. Until somebody said, no, he's not a judge of the High Court or the Federal High Court. Justice is his first name. So, Engineer, Honorable Justice O. Derefaka is a marine engineering graduate from the Rivers State University, Port Harcourt, Rivers State. He has a master's degree in environmental from the University of Lagos, UNILAG, Nigeria, and a second master's degree in sustainability leadership from the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom, UK. He's also a doctoral research scholar at the University of Bradford, also in the United Kingdom. And last but not the least of the four speakers is Mr. Pesa Guobadia. He's a partner of ENR Advisory. He's a seasoned commercial and energy lawyer with a strong track record of projects and transactions. He was in-house counsel with Total E&P Nigeria Limited. Of course, you know Total now is called Total Energies, which is not by chance. It is a very, very prophetic change of name. Pesa Gwabadia was in-house counsel with them, and he advised the company on regulatory and tax compliance, JV finance, high-profile disputes, and contracting for several upstream transactions and projects, including that company's domestic gas sales to power plants, petrochemical plants, and LNG producers in fulfillment of its domestic market obligations. Prior to working at ENR Advisory, he was with the energy and projects practice of a Tier 1 commercial law firm in Nigeria, where he advised on several energy sector M&As and financings, power sector privatizations, upstream oil and gas JVs, local content JVs, etc. Again, I invite you please to check out the rest of the profile. Some of those profiles are just so heavy. That's why the lights kept going off. I must tell Rakiba, you don't assemble such profiles and expect the power to be stable. Now, to moderate that session, we have the privilege of Ms. Claire Ohiro, who is with Templars Energy and Projects team, the Templars law firm. Templars a leading energy law firm. She's an associate in the energy and projects practice group of that firm. She holds an LLB from University of Benin and has been called to the Nigerian bar. She has experience advising on transactions within the entire value chain of the Nigerian oil and gas industry. She advises on project development, financing, mergers and acquisition, and regulatory compliance. Claire Ohiro will be moderating that session. I would like, with the greatest respect, to please invite our speakers. I believe that one or two may be joining us virtually, right? Is everybody here? If they're all here, please, I understand that these white chairs are for you. And then may I invite Ms. Claire Ohiro, so I can hand over to you so that you can help us to moderate this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Over to you.
Okay. So I'll just stand here.
Yes, you
Okay.
can.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Claire Ohiro. I'm a lawyer and I work at Templars Law Firm in the Energy and Practice Project Group. Today, I'll be your moderator for this session, and the topic is the benefit of regulations on relative competitiveness of the energy investments. Oh, you want me to sit? Okay, they want me to sit, so I'll sit. Okay. Thank you.
I think you might have to use that.
It's okay. It's live.
Okay, it's working now. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Okay, so today's topic on this session would be the benefits of regulations on relative competitiveness of energy investments in the transition of okay, yes. So the speakers for today, at least I know one is present, is Mr. Pesa Gobadia of ENR Advisory. Thank you for joining. We also have Dr. Anzenge. I think he's joining virtually. I don't think he's here. Oh, he is. Okay. Oh, he's here. Good afternoon, sir. Nice to meet you. Oh, you can see here. It's fine. Nice to meet you, sir. Our third speaker is Justice Derefaka. I think he's joining virtually. What? That's what I said. Okay, sorry. Justice Derefaka. Okay, he's not here, so I think he's joining virtually. The last speaker is Ozim Obasi. I know she's joining virtually. So these are your panelists physically for today. Yeah. Okay. So before we go into the session, I just want to quickly talk about energy transition. So one needs to understand that there are kind of two variants of energy transition. You have the lighter variant, and then you have the stronger variant as well. So the lighter variant is basically low carbon emission, and then the stronger variant is zero carbon emission. So when you talk about low carbon emission, you're moving from crude oil, from coal, to energy sources that do not emit as much greenhouse gases as crude oil and coal, like your natural gas. And then when you take it to the extreme end, you're moving to your renewables, like your wind, your solar. So that's something I just wanted to quickly clear before my amazing panelists begin to discuss and let us know how regulations actually come into play in this energy transition phase. Because having a goal or having an objective without having the law backing it is very difficult, because a number of times you will see different versions without being able to understand what the law actually wants, what the law actually requires. So understanding what regulations provide, regulations as per laws, like our PIA, guidelines, statutory requirements, understanding what it provides gives a clearer sense of what energy transition should entail, not just for the government, not just for the private sector, but also for investors, because investors want to come into a space knowing that they understand what the regulatory framework is. So on that note, I would be passing the mic. Okay, there's no mic to pass to Doctor. Really nice to meet you, sir. Yes, sir. So you can proceed with your presentation. You, sir. Yeah, you can use mine. It's fine.
Would you like to have that thing?
You want the mic?
Yes. I think they have slides. They have slides.
Can someone please help us to put up the slides? Yes. Thank you.
I think, are the slides coming? Oh, thank you. I think, allow me to stand because I'm a teacher and we usually teach. Let me just correct three things. One, I'm not a professor. I noticed that in one of the brokers, I'm not a professor. Two, I no longer work with the presidency. I left in August, so I'm free to speak. So please don't, I'm no longer the presidency. I'm actually now a senior lecturer in the University of Cape Town in South Africa. I teach graduate studies in energy and regulatory reform. And I would like to just appreciate the association for allowing me to speak here. Now, I have veered away from the topic they gave me to speak to something which is nobody seemed to want to speak about. And I thought it should be a conversation in the room that lawyers can understand and appreciate it and highlight it, because it's going to soon impact on what we're doing about reforms here. Especially that I'm doing some comparative analysis of reform in Nigeria and other countries. It's important this conversation takes place as we go on. So allow me to deviate from this to speak about an area that's very, very germane and very critical to the reform development of the country. Now, I'll just say very quickly that now that we have a new law, we need to have a conversation about the regulatory framework. How is it? Is this adequate? Does it meet the needs of what you want? Can we attain the mileages we intended to attain by this law? And this is important because the National Oil and Gas Policy indicates a path we want to take. And it's important to understand as lawyers that this PIA we have is totally an opposite document from the National Oil and Gas Policy. It veered away completely from it, so that's the first major problem we have. There was a policy, and in law, laws follow policies. Policies don't follow laws. Government first decides the policy, a larger picture. Where are we going? Then they start writing laws to meet the needs of the policies. We had a policy. It set out the institutional, the regulatory framework, and suddenly we had a law which didn't speak to the policy. That was the first challenge you have. And the essential operating word in the policy was that things will be done differently. It will be a clean break from the past. And sadly, we have not just had a clean break, we are going backwards, not there, at least as the law is concerned. Now, I want to speak about an issue which is very critical to our sector, the independent regulatory agencies in the oil and gas sector today. We have two regulatory agencies, the one for the upstream and one for the mid and the downstream sector. Now, it's important that we realize that regulation is the life wire of any sector. If you remove regulation, it can only be the state that we participate in it. Regulation is a center stage that allows the state, the private sectors to interface and allow private investment to come in, knowing that the private state cannot provide all that they need. So essentially, when you have a situation that we have now, where the government cannot meet all the needs of the energy sector, and they need the private sector to come in. For the private sector to come in, there are three parties in the value chain. There is the government, there is the investor, and there is the consumer. Now, the interests of these three parties are mutually exclusive. They are not the same interests. They are different, they are conflicting. For the government wants peace, tranquility, let me win elections, no problem, there should be products, infrastructure. That's the intention of government. For the investor, he wants to invest, recover his money, and make a profit. The consumer wants the best product at the lowest price. So these three interests conflict with one another. And what a regulation does, it comes in to balance these three conflicting, mutually exclusive interests of the players in the value chain. That's essentially what they do. Now, we have something happening which is the regulatory state, which happened in other nations. It's started now. We have a regulatory state where there's so much regulation in virtually every sector. It's been happening in the finance sector, now it's coming to the infrastructure sector. It came with the telecoms. You had the regulator, NCC, which started regulating. Then you have the ENEC in the local power, which is regulating. So the regulatory sector is down, and you have now the Competition Commission. So the regulatory state is down out clearly. And we need to also check this, the operations of these two regulatory agencies, benchmark them against what has happened in NEC and NCC, and see whether we are on the right path or not. Because NEC and SCC have made mistakes. Are we going to wait for these people to make the same mistakes and then we correct them again? Now there are essentially three pillars of regulation which are very critical, which must be housed in the regulatory agencies in the oil and gas sector, which will have the two of them. And the first pillar is credibility. If the regulatory agencies don't have credibility, they cannot succeed. And encapsulated in this credibility is the fact that government, in setting up these agencies through the law, has made credible commitments in the law that they will abide by what has been written in the law, and they will honor the commitments in the law to allow the investors to recover their investments and return. And because the investments in the oil and gas sector and energy are sunk in nature, sunk means they are long tenured, you need to give them reasonable commitments that the regime will not change to allow them to recover their investment. So credibility is very important. And the challenge is, we want to ask ourselves, the political economy of this nation, is credibility a commodity that we can value? Is it existent? First one. The second one is legitimacy. What does that mean? It means that the people who are going to benefit from the infrastructure, the service, they perceive it to be legitimate, to be fair. And the person who is judging this is the consumer. Energy is consumed by angels, by human beings. They need to be able to know that the services are available, the prices are fair and just, and there is everything happening that is normal and is right in the sector. Now it's important to realize that when there's no legitimacy, the role, the powers of the regulatory agencies are undermined. So legitimacy is very important in the setup of these regulatory agencies. And the third one is transparency. Now, this is key because the oil and gas sector operates under the table. The oil and gas sector is a hugely cartel-like setting. So much happens in the dark rooms, and at the tables, and in boardrooms that are locked up. But that is totally opposite to regulation. Regulation requires that you deal with all the parties on the table with your hands on the table. It requires that all the decisions you take are transparent, they are debated, they are discussed, and the reasons for your regulatory decisions are written out so that they can be challenged if need be. So for any regulatory determination you make, there should be a decision which will list out the reasons why you have taken that decision, so that everybody can know, for the sake of the people who are affected, and even for the future, so that people can know this is where we are going, and they will not fall foul of what has happened before. Now, essentially, the two regulatory agencies in the oil and gas sector are supposed to have been operating at a level where they are very transparent, very open, and very fair. Now, they don't do this off-head. It's supposed to be provided in the law for regulation to be effective. Unfortunately, again, it's important that we realize that even in NEC and SCC, the laws provide for how you can transparently regulate the sector. If a player has a problem, he writes a complaint, you meet the parties, you argue, you discuss, you have representation, and there's a decision which is written out and is published so that others can read it. This gingers transparency, openness, and credibility in the process. Now, under these three pillars we talked about, there are key things which may not be too popular in Nigeria. But the first one is that regulatory agencies must be free. They must be independent. Independent has three arms to it: financial, managerial, or operational. They must be able to attract a revenue that will allow them to be independent. Two, they have to go to have a kind of management structure that allows them to be free and run a Cuba. And then three, thank you. They told me I need to hold the microphone close. And then three, they need to be able to have an operational freedom to take the decisions they want to take as fairly and justly as they want to do. Now, unfortunately, this requires that the enabling law spares out this aspect of independence. that they are independent in managerial aspects, in financial aspects, and in operational aspects. Now, friends, the NEC law which we draft made that provision. The ACC law which you made that provision. Why that is important is that investors come in looking for assurance. Before they invest, they want to see the enabling law giving them comfort and assurance that if they invest, they will not lose their investments. So if they invest that there's a problem, they can go to the courts and seek to enforce their rights. But if there's nothing in the law, they cannot enforce it. This is why it's important that the enabling law must have requisite powers and provisions of independence. Very important. It also allows you to be predictable and certain. So that when you come in the sector, you know what this sector has. Then you come in and you go out through that way. Very important. Independence. The second independence, of course, it talks about now, I want to quickly break down for a minute or two, that there's a huge problem with the two independent regulatory agencies we have in the oil and gas sector in that law. First, the whole principle of independence is compromised right in the law. For example, regulators are supposed to be umpires, referees, and middle people regulating the interests of three parties. What are the three parties? The state, the investor, and who? The consumer. They are supposed to be independent of these three players. Unfortunately, one of the players in the sector is sitting on the board of these regulators. The Ministry of Oil, what they call it? Ministry of Petroleum Resources and the Finance are members of the board of the regulator. In essence, they are regulating themselves. And remember that for regulation to be fair and just, it has to be arm's length. You can't be a judge in your own course. So when you have a regulator who is regulating government, the investor, and the consumer, and the government is sitting on the board, how can that be fair and just? That's the first essence. That mistake was corrected in NCC law, in NEC law. It was made here. And I will explain later how that will impact negatively on us going forward. Two, the powers of discipline. And this is important. I was speaking when we came for the program, the oil and gas forum that took place a few weeks ago. And I was mentioning that Aramco, which is the Saudi, in 20 years, they have had 4 chief executives. In Nigeria, NNPC, they have had over 12 or 13, and none has finished their tenure. Now, the danger is that because the offices have been politicized, arising from the political economy of this country, the powers of hiring and firing are at the pleasure of the president. Unfortunately, in regulation, you don't allow one arm of government to control the process of hiring and firing because they're taking decisions that impact upon the state, the investor, and the consumer. So they have to be independent. However, in the two law, in the PIA which you have, unfortunately, government, it gave us a cake and they took it and ate it back. They said the commissioners of the two agencies, you can appoint them at the Senate to confirm. But it says when it comes to sack them, government can sack them before going to the Senate. So it means you just appoint somebody, and when you don't like him, you do what? You sack him. It is required normally that when you have a power to hire, that power to also to sack should also be sacrosanct in it. That means the Senate has to be a part of the conversation to ensure that people have a secure tenure and the ability to act fairly without fear or favor. Thirdly, there's a clause in the PIA which is very dangerous. It says the president can remove any of the regulators if the regulator has demonstrated inability to effectively discharge the duties of his office. That is incredible power. I can give you a lecture on that, on what that means. Any reason can be given for remove somebody. And those nebulous powers are not allowed in regulation because they imprison regulators and they are careful what they do. And of course, there is no distinct power guaranteeing the independence of the regulator, unlike NCC and NEC. And of course, the powers of the minister say, the law says the minister shall give directives to the regulatory agency and they shall carry it out. In NEC it says the minister shall give directives and the commission may consider them in taking a decision. So it means the minister can on his own give directives which may overreach the law and its powers, but they are mandatorily required to carry them out. And of course, their pay, as you know, the pay of the regulatory agency is subjected to the National Salaries Income Wages Commission, which again hamstrings them going forward. Now, there's another part, the powers of the minister. I've just spoken about it. The powers of the minister in the oil and gas sector is what we fought so much in the last PIB. And it was brought back in a very interesting, subtle way. Until you study that law, you wouldn't know that the minister is still a very powerful minister in that regard. It's not supposed to be so. And friends, having worked here and I'm working in South Africa, I realize that the reason why we don't develop is that they are powerful men over institutions. It should be the reverse way. There should be powerful institutions looking over men. But in this country, there are powerful men over weak institutions. And that is a major challenge of the PIA, which we don't just go forward to see the challenge, where a minister, one person, can decide what happens to the people who are regulating government, the investor, and the consumer. Thank you. And the issue of transparency, just two, 3 moments I finish. The issue of transparent predicament, this again, the law, the PIA is silent on how to resolve disputes in the sector. So, for example, you have an open access agreement and there's a problem. How do you resolve it? Typically, a regulation, you call the parties together, they make representations, even with lawyers, you make a ruling, they can appeal, you can decide it, and it can be reviewed by the courts. That process is completely missing. That means that it is left at the whim and caprices of the regulators to decide what they want to do. And friends, where there is no certainty, investors shy away from uncertainty. Where the environment is hazy, it's not clear, investors are never rushing there, which is what it's doing for us. And of course, just to say something, modern VAR, those who watch football, they have started a new thing which is called VAR. What's the meaning of VAR? What's the full meaning? Video assisted. Now, when there's a dispute, they don't trust the referee again, so they go to watch the video to go and check. This is like the VAR of petrol and gas. When there's a problem, check the processes. Did they follow it? You just tick the boxes. It's totally missing in the PIA, totally missing. And of course, the another one, as I just quickly round up, is the political economy of Nigeria. Now, I have been doing research on reforms in 22 countries, and we try to develop benchmarks. And my friends, for 5 years, no matter the amount of benchmarks you have tried, Nigeria has never been able to fit in any of them. Other countries fit. In fact, Brazil is so close to Nigeria, it has been dogged by military rule. They have oil, they have problems, but once they're trying to compare with Nigeria, everything falls apart. Because the political economy of Nigeria is so unique in itself. So you see that we have a history which will warn us. We have NCC. We have had cases where the minister has several times overruled NCC. Somebody went to court the other time, they settled it. We have cases where government decided not to increase tariffs because elections were coming. Of course, unfortunately, they still lost, but they didn't increase the tariffs. Now, you see that if you don't take care of the political economy, it will subsume the law that you want is supposed to do. Now, regulators are referees. You don't tie the hands of a referee. You give him a whistle and you allow him to use the whistle freely and fairly. Political economy is very important, but you address it in the law, and the law fails to address the challenge of political economy, and it allows so much power in the hands of regulators without any check. They take decisions, they cannot be questioned, there's no process of questioning their changes, and people are shut out. An investor will ask himself, is this a safe place to come and invest. What is my final thesis? Very simple. The PIA as it is, based on experience, based on review of other literature, review of other economies, review of other regulatory systems, it is clothed with materials that are likely to wear with time, and we'll start seeing the challenges of other nations corrected before. Because the key pillars on which regulation rests are missing in the law. And sooner than later, you are going to see the problems. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So before we take questions, I note that your discussion was basically centered on the loopholes in the PIA. But in as much as we understand that there are loopholes, I believe that there are also good provisions in that statute. So when it comes to energy transition today, what are some of those provisions that seem to support our move towards cleaner energy?
Yeah, let me just say this very quickly, and I paraphrase that deferred. I diverted because of one major thing. Nigeria is suffering not because there are no good laws. Nigeria is suffering because we are not implementing the laws. Energy transition has, even as we speak now, so much on the books that we can transit well. Without even the PIA, there is so much that has been provision in terms of orders, regulations that we can transit. The problem, we are not following this. We are not. Every problem that emerges, we throw a law at it. We forget the one that was there. Where I'm going is this, and this is very simple. Energy transition is a concept which is Western oriented. This is a whole new topic, but energy transition is a concept which is being imposed on us by other people. It is not something which we are not ripe for it. We are transiting from what to what. We have not even finished where we are. We are transiting to what? Where are we transiting to? Because where we are, first, the crude oil, the AGO that we have, we don't even have, we can't refine it. Where are we transiting to? You are talking about clean energy. What is dirty about what we have now? Why is it not working? So it's a conversation which unfortunately is not very popular, but we're asking ourselves, this transition, we're transitioning to what? Where are we coming from? We have not even done anything where we are. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? So I'm sorry, but as a scholar, I worry about this cliches transition. They are nebulous, they don't answer the issue. The issue is that for developing countries, you are not anywhere, so you can't transit to where you are not. You have to be somewhere to transit. Where are you to transit to another place? That's the question I want to ask. Where are you to transit? We don't have even a PMS, we don't have it. We're not refining. Even the crude, we can't refine anywhere. We are losing more than what we are harvesting. So what are you transiting to? You want to leave this bad one and go to a new one which depends on a more sophisticated system. When you cannot run this one, energy transition is good, but it's an intellectual glitch. It doesn't relate to us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So before I entertain questions from the audience, please permit me to introduce Justice Derefaka. He just came in, so welcome, sir. So do we have any questions in the audience for Doctor? Yes. We'll take your questions. No, we're taking questions immediately after every speaker. No, someone wants to ask a question behind you. Yeah. Please go ahead. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Prof. Apologies, but it was a professorial delivery, so permit me to mistake you as Prof. But good afternoon, Doctor. I think I must commend the organizers for this beautiful conference, this beautiful event. By the way, my name is Michael. I'm a senior associate with Alukwano Ebody. So your opening statement actually got me a little bit, it made me start to take notes. You alluded to the national, all right, thank you. You alluded to the national energy policy, and you made mention of the fact that the PIA has overridden that policy. By implication, that the PIA is totally at variance with the policy. So I recall that a particular provision of the PIA, I think section 309 or thereabouts, states that the law is superior to every other law and enactment except the Nigerian Oil and Gas Content Development Act and the Constitution. So it means that as we are now, the PIA is the preeminent legislation when it comes to oil and gas governance in Nigeria. Now, the point is that from what you've told us today, number one, if that is so, are you saying by implication that as we speak, there is no viable energy policy in Nigeria? That is the main thrust of my question. Then, taking it from there, I also want to seek your view because you've been in there, you've been in government, you've been part of at least evolving some of these policies and legislation and also regulating the industry. I have been looking forward to talking to someone from government. I was disappointed when you said that you've left. But notwithstanding, I'll still ask you. There's been a lot going on in Russia, Ukraine, and there is a lot of scramble for gas. Ms. Ekpo alluded to the fact that gas is a viable option. And there is also talk that Europe is looking our way, talking about Nigeria and another North African country to shore up their supplies. So in view of this, do you think we have sufficient legal framework to back up global trade as it relates to the sale of gas, based on your experience in-house? So these are my two questions, but I'll be grateful if you dwell more on the first one. Thank you.
Thank you, May.
Yes, sure.
Just two things. One, I worked with government in the Bureau of Public Interest for 15 years. 12 of years we were working on new bills. So I, for example, worked on the PIB. 12 years of my life in the government, I worked on the PIB. 12 years. I wrote 3 different, which one of them didn't pass until I left. And it's interesting the way government works. But let me just say this. You know whether you are going to develop by the way you sequence your development. Sequencing is very important in reform. Anywhere, if you want to go, if you want to travel, you first determine your destination. If my moderator wants to travel and says, sir, I want to travel, you say, I ask her, where? No, I'm going to travel. Where do you want to travel? No, I'm going to travel. You know there's a problem. She first decides, I want to travel to Ukraine, right? No. I want to travel to Ukraine. Then I go to Russia. Then I ask her, how do you want to go? You can go by, you can trek, you can train, you can fly. What tools do you need? You need money to do this. So that what she's doing, she's developing a direction. Policy is what? A direction. Then when you determine that, you then put the bolts and knot of that into a law. That is the way development occurs. In Nigeria, we have beautiful seminars, symposiums. We set up a policy, a direction where we are going. And friends, we worked for 8 years to develop that policy, 8 years. Just 3-4 years down the line, a new law is written which completely jettisons the whole concept in that policy. For example, that policy said there will only be one overarching regulator. We have just, so we have, if we have to develop now, we have to go and either cherry pick which one we use, or we have to write another policy. So we don't know where we are coming from. We're just going somewhere else. That's the major challenge which I have. So for me as a lawyer and as a lecturer, I caution very much. If you are going somewhere, sit down, find out where you are going, find out whether you have the tools, the means to go there before you set out. Nigeria is not doing that. That is one. The second one is the issue of gas. Again, I come to Dr. Emem Ibrahim. Is a very good friend of mine. We speak about this at length. This grammar about gas, again, is so theoretical. Friends, this gas that we have, we don't have it in Nigeria. What are we talking about a market for gas? When the local person who needs gas in Nigeria is beyond the reach. What are we talking about gas and whether there's a market or no market for it? The market in Nigeria just produce gas is enough to saturate. I'm sure Justice will speak to about. There's so much need for gas. Forests are completely depleting in this country for firewood. But gas is a cheap source of energy. But it's not available. It's not available. So the issue of selling gas is not, I think we're just being unfair when we talk about selling gas. Even here, there's a sufficient and abundant market for gas. Where did you buy gas? How much is it? 25 kg of gas? It's expensive. They try to bring it down, it's going up again. So my challenge again is, let charity begin at home. Even about the issue of gas. Dr. Emem Ibrahim and his committee have been working so well to work on the issue of, for example, cars. They came and took one of my cars and they went and changed it now to run on gas. Unfortunately, I've not been around to use it, but I'm told it's very efficient. Imagine if you can do that and you can eliminate this grammar of PMS every time. There's a young man I gave a room in my guest room to stay who was working at a fuel station. I came this time, I greeted me, I say he didn't know me? Because now, the fuel attendants are kings now. If you greet them, they would look at you. But we shouldn't be doing this. So this product is long enough, it's available. So let's not talk about market. The market is here, you don't even go far. It's not even being met here. I'm sorry I'm disappointing you, but that's I'm big down to earth about these things. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so we'll hold on the Q&A sessions for now, and we'll have it after all the speakers have given their discussions. So my next speaker is Pesa Gobadia, and I just want to flow from what Doctor has said. He's basically pushing that we are not ready for the energy transition talk. Do you agree with him? Are we ready? Should we be ready? And if you think we are ready, do we have laws that are preparing us or that are making us ready for this conversation?
Thank you very much for that question, and thank you, Doctor. You've said the picture, painted the picture very clearly, and the agenda. I know my big brother Justice will build it up and at least show perhaps the sunnier side of where we're going. But I think he's very right. You know, we are in a difficult situation because we have not yet developed the infrastructure, capacity, and potential to be able to properly harness new clean tech, right? I think he showed the slide earlier on where you saw the European pipeline network or the pipeline systems, and that goes with a lot of support services, a lot of industries that support that kind of deployment. So even if you're going to do hydrogen, you need pipelines, you need all these things. We don't have anything, any backbone yet. We don't have a network. We've not been able to develop it because the market really wasn't here. The market has been there. They've always demanded the gas, so they've always been building to meet that demand. The demand here has always been low. Like you said, we've been using firewood. We're transitioning to more LPG now, so the demand is growing. But let's not be, the markets build over time. They are not instant. Our capacity to pay our light bills is just growing over time. You know, you don't just snap your fingers and reform comes the next day and you can now pay 60 naira, right? But over time, you have to then educate the public. The system has to build, not just the regulatory framework, but businessmen have to see that there's effective demand in whatever they are building. Governments cannot build markets, you understand? They just provide the building blocks for investors to come in. Like Doctor said, the investor has to come in and see that there is money to be made. But money to be made sometimes is even without regulation. It can just be, there's effective demand here, and if I put money in, there's a culture of payment on the other side, then I will therefore invest my money. I think that there is no running away from the fact that there's a transition globally, because it's not happening in the West, it's happening to the world. So if we all have to do things a bit differently to take cognizance of the fact that going forward, and this conversation is not saying it's a conversation for now, it's saying 2060, that's 50 years from now, 2070. Realistically, maybe 2080 to the end of the century is where we will get to that point where it now becomes a grave need. But the target is simple. It says reduce the amount of the heating of the earth, reduce your CO2 emissions by 2% of growth in the year. So there are different things that now build into that. I think what we need is a very healthy mix. We need to keep pushing, obviously, gas as a transition fuel to bridge the gap between now and that 2080 when we can develop capacity. So we need to harness our gas, i.e. our pipelines need to be developed. There needs to be also very strong signaling from the market so that the upstream will begin to dedicate non-associated gas fields to projects and things in the market. Right now, it's just associated gas. We went looking for oil, we saw gas, we are flaring it, we don't want to flare it, let's give it to power. But if we can now have a market that is ready to actually, or prepared, when I mean prepared, effective demand, they have a factory to collect the gas, they have an LC to pay for the gas, then the supplier now sees a very clear path to commerciality. So those, I think we need to now create a mix. Unfortunately, we moved too quickly. They said coal was bad, we dumped it immediately, very prematurely, whereas everyone else is still has coal in their mix. We shouldn't make the same mistake for oil, and we shouldn't also make the same mistake for gas. We just need to expand the portfolio. I believe that the best way to approach the transition conversation is very simple. It's a consumption conversation, in the sense that what am I doing today that is making the planet worse off, right? It's not really a production conversation, right? That becomes relevant, but it's not the conversation. It's climate change. Today, we have hydro, right? We have gas. Basically, our entire grid is run on gas. So what are we really doing to aggressively pollute the world? Not much. And that messaging has to be made clear in all the forums we go to, that we have a Climate Change Act already in place that was passed last year. It sets out a structure that should ensure a climate change action plan and have budget targets that we meet. There's not even a requirement for companies, with over 50 employees to now have an emission reduction plan. If not, they get penalized. So we're changing behavior. You would need to do that by actually passing laws, creating policies, and actually now implementing them. That is, like was said before, the railroad on which the carriages will run. But we should refocus the conversation to behavior. Okay, can we switch fuels, maybe LPG, instead of diesel? Do we have the engines in country? Do we have the companies coming in and bringing these machines in country and making it available on a small scale? And we just need to keep having the conversation from that part. I think our upstream assets will still be relevant because the International Energy Agency has said that 50% in 2050, oil and gas will still be relevant, up to 50 to 60% of the energy mix. So it's not going anywhere. It is even possible they may then change, maybe for space exploration, they then start using oil and gas a lot more, making it more pricey. So I don't think we need to shut down production or have problems with production. It's just to change our behaviors in terms of how do we consume energy, what is the mix, what is the source. And for that, I think we need simple, direct, I think I heard something very important. He said, why do you need to regulate generation licenses for less than 100 megawatts? Doesn't actually make sense. If you need it, then open it up. Let people, not have to go through the regulatory blocks, before they can invest their monies. If they see an effective demand on the other side, this man will buy what I'm producing. Let me go into the market and do that. Then also we have the feed-in tariffs, still capping renewables at 5%, so the question is, how aggressive are you then letting in, at least for grid power, how aggressively are you then letting in renewables come into your mix? But we just have to have a mix, and that would therefore reduce the pressure and the issues about, pressure from the West about climate change. I think the only downside may be financing. The Western banks are a bit looking for ESG stories before they lend money to fossil projects, but I mean, we were able to manage with equator principles for, for a while. So it's just a story that I'll add on to it. And if you ask me, I think the PIA and the petroleum industry has sort of responded well in terms of structuring some of the inefficiencies in gas flaring. I know Justice has headlined the Nigerian gas flare commercialization program for a while, which is very unique because you then take that waste, all that flaring that causes problems with emissions, and then license it out for people to then develop. So I think once the bids are announced and new parties can bring their technology and use the flare gas, then we'll make traction, and we can then sell that story aggressively around the world that we are doing a first of its kind, unique initiative in Nigeria, right, to reduce these emissions, and that will further reduce our, contribute to the reduction in our targets. So I think it's very relevant. There is a transition, but it's not knocking on the door now. It's 2060, 2070, 2080. But we must then begin to change behavior in some ways, and regulation will definitely be necessary for that, in some form at least, to start things off. But just some more before, I know I'm veering off the question, but the PIA is really complicated, like he has said. I don't read too much the regulatory side because of most of what everyone is looking at is the business. We have IOCs have been here even before there were laws. They know resources and they go after resources. Businessmen see opportunity and they take the opportunity. Ideally, we need to have structured, some things like Doctor has said, but we had tried, or they had tried that for a couple of times. The law didn't pass. So I think it was very important for the market that there was a law, right? Because having no law, and having dragged it out for a 20-year process, was hurting the market. So it was very important that there was a law. Is the law perfect? Absolutely not. The structural inefficiencies, like he said, we may need to look down the barrel to see if the amendments can be made. But when you put the policy and you go to FEC and get the policy approved, you don't have to take it to the National Assembly where the law is actually passed. So it's hard to, there's so many interests to balance along the way, and what then comes out is hard to actually, predict from when you set out in the morning, if you know what I mean. So just thought to add that to the conversation as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Professor. Thank you. So we have a speaker joining us virtually, Miss Obasi. I think that she's online now.
Yes, I am. Hello, can you hear me very well?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I
go?
don't know if. Okay. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much for inviting me as well.
Is there a way that the volume can be turned on? Because we can't hear her clearly.
Can you hear me better?
Okay, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Do you want me to go on, or do you still have some interest or projecting my presentation?
Is it just me or her voice is slightly muffled? Yeah.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, it is.
Let me know when you can hear me very well.
We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you.
So you can go ahead with your presentation.
All right, can it go on the screen? I think Esther is projecting. All right, good afternoon, everyone. While we're waiting for the presentation to come upstream, I just want to say thank you to the organizers for having me, and also building on what my previous speakers have said so far. A couple of the points they've made before, I'm not going to rehash, but one thing I want to throw out there is we are in a session where we've been tasked to discuss regulation, energy transition, and also possibility of energy mix and carbon emission reduction. And of course, the burning question is, we are a region, a continent, a country that has so much natural resources, fossil fuel, oil, gas, and where do we go with this discussion on energy transition when what we have, we haven't adequately exploited it, it is not available, it is not affordable, and here we are trying to do copy and paste. Hopefully, in the course of this discussion, we will be able to demonstrate that there could be a win-win approach to the entire discourse and the value chain. We are not at this, personally, I'm not here to say, let us throw away our natural resources and go to the renewables. However, we also need to have step back, look at what is the current state of play in the energy sector in terms of energy security, and also how are we contributing to the carbon emission, and what can we do to reduce that, and also utilizing what we have in abundance, which is the fossil fuel. I'm just going to, I have my presentation in front of me. While waiting for the organizers to also project for the benefit of the audience, I'll just do my presentation. So for those who joined the morning session, I think, and those who missed it, please find a way to look at the morning presentation, especially the Egypt case study. Just to put it in perspective, we are in a country that is a high energy resource producer, yet we don't have power. The morning session was disrupted because time for the time to come back up. So the question is, how do we solve our energy problem using what we have in a cleaner manner? That is what I'm attempting to discuss. As of today, in a continent of over about 1 billion in population, less than 50% of Africans, particularly in the sub-Saharan African population, have access to electricity. If you have a region where over 600 million don't have access to electricity, the burning question is, how do we solve the energy problem first with what we have prior to moving on to a higher technology that issue of affordability and reliability may impact. Just looking at also putting in perspective what the proponents of cleaner energy renewables are after. If we look at the CO2 emission in Africa today, South Africa is one of the highest emitters. And for South Africa is mainly because of coal. South Africa emits 48% of CO2, is responsible for 48% of CO2 emission in Africa today. Nigeria is responsible for 39%. And the key question to ask is why and what can they do? South Africa is because of dependence on coal. Nigeria is because of dependence on generators. There is no business that can thrive today in Nigeria without generator. And as financially challenged as the average Nigerian is, even if it is to go buy that generator that we call I pass my neighbor, everybody is dependent on generator. Now imagine the pollution that comes when these generators are on. And the question to ask is, why do we need our generators to be on? We need them because there is no power in the grid. So if Nigeria has power in the grid, we wouldn't fall in the category of those who are contributing to the CO2 emission in a negative way, because as of today, the generators constitute more nuisance in terms of climate change and in terms of CO2 emission than our using our gas. That means for Nigeria is one that should be taken in the right context. I like what Dr. said earlier. We're not looking at a copy and paste. However, we are also looking at the possibility of energy mix. Today, there's a lot of background noise. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. But is my presentation on the screen, because I can't see it? Okay.
Or you can continue, it's fine.
Thank you. So for us, the story to tell in Nigeria is, how do we use our natural resources in a cleaner manner to satisfy local need and also reduce our CO2 emission? If I go on to my third page now, which is on the energy trilemma page. The previous speakers have also dwelt on this. So we're looking at the challenge we have is no power in the grid for Nigeria, for instance, and South Africa is overdependence on coal. So we have a challenge, and that is affordability, reliability, and sustainability. The average Nigerian today is struggling. So you can move on to the third page. The average Nigeria today is struggling to have access to coal or even diesel to power their generator. The average Nigerian lives in a place where there is not adequate reliance on the grid, because more often than not, there is no power. We witnessed it this morning, and the possible disruptions. So even as cheap as we think gas is in comparison to renewables, it's also not easily affordable, it is not reliable, and it is not sustainable. Then the discussion needs to shift from how do we make what we have reliable, how do we make it affordable, and how do we make it sustainable before we move on to the next point. So if you can go on, maybe just take a step back to page 2, because I don't know if the audience is exactly. So this is what we are trying to solve. Access to electricity in SSA is in Sub-Saharan Africa. This is an ongoing discussion, and this is what we need to solve using what we have in a cleaner way, reliable way, and affordable before we go on to talks about renewable. Because if we don't have the right structure in place and a sustainable manner of using what we presently have, we will also run into that same challenge. So imagine, as cheap as we think gas is or oil is, how many people pay NEPA bills, in the electricity bills in Nigeria? So just suppose that with the cost of dependence on renewable, which will definitely be more expensive for the average Nigerian, but which is a laudable way, place to land. Let's move on to the fourth page of the presentation now. Okay. So the story we are telling is this. We're not saying let us drop our gas, because we can't even afford to drop our fossil fuel and replace that with the renewables. However, how do we use what we have in a cleaner way to get to where we want to get to? So it's not just enough to say, let's move to hydro, or let's move to solar, or let's move to this. Fine. What we're saying is renewables plus gas has greater carbon reduction together than alone. And the metrics will shows that as well. So imagine if we now decide to tell South Africa, move completely away from coal, and let's try wind and solar. These are not available. The most you can achieve is 25 to 45% reduction. But you don't always, the sun will not always shine. You depend on when the sun is available, trap, and all that. Then we move, okay, let's shift from to gas run base load. Coal plants can be shut down. The most you achieve is 50 to 60% reduction. And if we do decide to have a combination of most, right? We have the solar, we have the wind, we have more gas as the base load. We still go down to 62.78% reduction. Then we get to the point where we have moved from coal, but do wind, solar, have some renewables, and then improve the way we use our gas in what the technology that the engineers will be able to explain better, but for our layman's understanding, what we call the combined cycle of gas. That's get to a 68 to 80% reduction in carbon emission. The story for Africa, which, let's move on to the next place. So the story for Africa, you can go on to the next slide. It's not for us to preach, let us drop oil, let us drop gas, let us shift to renewable. The key thing is, what you have today, how do you harness it in a cleaner manner with improved technology to put power in the grid, so that with Nigeria, for example, if we shut down 50% of the generators in Nigeria, we would have reduced carbon emission drastically. But as of today, we can't afford to shut down the generators because there's no power in the grid. So Nigeria putting power in the grid will contribute to a higher energy carbon reduction than any other country. And that is where we should focus. So we shouldn't jump and say, oh, let's leave my gas and go to solar or hydro. That wouldn't solve your energy security problem. So let us not adopt policies without looking at what problem we're trying to solve. The greatest challenge we have in Nigeria and Africa today is energy security. So let's have a discussion around how do I achieve energy security with the resources I have in a cleaner manner to also help me achieve carbon reduction. And these are technologies that gas turbine manufacturers, such as the company I work for, can deploy to help us get to that. Let's move on to the next slide. So we've also seen that with technology and using the resources that we have today, coal or gas, improved technology, particularly in the gas sector, would help us achieve carbon reduction than just telling us, let us shift to the renewables without recourse to what we have. Resolving the trilemma, can we go to the next slide, please? We have, and sorry, can go to the next slide. And for those who were here in the morning, please let us look at Egypt. I was so fascinated when the speaker was talking about how Egypt has been able to solve their energy security. We have seen instances where it has worked in our region. It is possible. And Nigeria is also positioned, if we do the right things, to also make our country work, because one, we have the resources. It's now a case of making our country stable enough and regulated enough to attract the right investment, because energy industry is not a charity industry. Investors want to have returns for their investment. So there has to be like a proper link of the entire power value chain. So right from generation to distribution to incentivize investment in the energy sector. Let's just ask ourselves a question. Assuming country A, okay, let's even say, assuming Cameroon has the amount of natural resources that Nigeria has, and an investor has to choose between coming to Cameroon or coming to Nigeria, with all that is going on in our country, where would they rather go to? So it's not just enough to say, I have this, come. We also need to make our country safe enough to attract investors. We also need to have regulations that will make investors trust that if I invest in the power sector, down the value chain, down to metering, I should be able to get to reap from my investment, because people are paying their bills. There's proper regulation from generation, transmission to distribution. That needs to be solved regardless of the source of energy or fuel that you're using. So if we haven't solved it using fossil fuel, what makes us think that we'll be able to solve it if we move to hydro and the renewables? So let's start from where we are, solve the challenge facing us today, so that as we transition, which we'll definitely do over time, the right structure would have been put in place. We also need to have an energy policy that caters to the entire value chain. It's all connected. And prioritizing energy security, I can't stop talking about that. The previous speakers have also alluded to that. There has to be access to affordable electricity. This is a basic human right. We have to strengthen the grid. We don't rely on the grid because we've almost come to accept that it's non-existent. So our focus should be, how do we make our grid work? How do we make power available? How do you make the average Nigerians stop over-dependence on generator? That is what will help us reduce our carbon emission, and that is also what will help us use the gas that we have to solve the problem that is facing us. We also need to invest in future forward technology, right? So we can't be talking about energy policy without also matching it with the technology that will help us get to where we want to get to. And we have more than enough companies, individuals, Nigerians were one of the smartest group of human beings on earth. So let us make use of what we have to get what we need. And we also can leverage power pool, right? We can't, now with what is happening in Russia and Ukraine is being felt in the rest of Europe. And also in Africa, have like a pool, a regional pool, power pool, where we can harness our resources and make power available region-wide. And when we put resources together, the cost will be spread across different countries, and we'll be able to solve the problem that we need. We can't be thinking individualistic or working in silos if we also want to solve a regional challenge, right? Then building an energy culture among consumers through orientation on effective energy practices. Even if you take the people in the room now, except you have a pay as you go metering, most people don't pay their electricity bills, or even the regulators don't have a proper way of even telling you what you have consumed. They estimate. And a lot of people cannot also be going with that estimation. So there has to be proper metering, to help us match consumption with also what we are paying for, right? I know we've taken a bit of time, so I'm going to stop here and then pass on to the moderator and open to questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Obasi. Thank you very much, Ms. Obasi. So the next speaker is Justice Derifaka. Thank you for joining us today. So my question is on gas flare. Like Mr. Gobadia has said, this is something that we should consider. And we understand that we can't just move from, crude directly to renewables. We need to bridge the gap. And we keep talking about gas. And so the conversation about gas flare has come up. And I know that in 2016 or 2018, the federal government set up the gas flare commercialization program. So I want to know, how is that going? Is that something that would see more activities around coming up in 2022? How is the bid process going? Will this also help with our plan to transition as well? Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I use this time to just say, can we just stand for 1 minute? I saw a lot of people sleeping, actually. 1 minute, just stand for 1 minute. Just stretch our legs for 1 minute.
Sure.
A lot of people were sleeping, actually.
Definitely.
Yes. With all due respect, you are lawyers, and my name is Justice. I'm using the opportunity. Okay, I think we can sit now. People, yeah, no problem. I think I'm the Justice now. Okay, gas flare commercialization. Like we all know, in the National Gas Policy 2017, if you look at Chapter 6, Section 6.1, 6.2, talks to how government want to work with third party and to take the gas, and with the federal government, right, at that point in time, riding on the Archaic Petroleum Act, they say government would take the flare gas free of charge from producers, which we did. And then to underpin that, we came up with the gas flare regulations 2018, which is grandfathered now in the PIA. And so a lot of investors indicated interest, over 800, and then 250 became qualified applicants. Now, of the 178 flare sites, we tried to scrub the data to make sure that these investors have bankable data, which is very important, so they can have return on investment. So the initial bidding process, when we issued the request for proposal, we gave out 48 flare sites of the 178. And again, COVID came in, tried to delay some of the processes, and then there were exchange of leadership. Again, that affected the timeline for the implementation of the gas flare commercialization program. Now, so as we speak today, the current Commission Chief Executive, that's his title, is setting up a committee, a DPRO, to reevaluate the final, previously evaluated report, so that he will forward that to the Honourable Minister for approval, and then in no time the results will be out for permit holders to have that marriage between a third party and the operators in that regard. So it's gaining traction, and thank you. Nobody clapped, but thank you. It's not been easy. That was one thing that my team and I took upon with so much passion and all of those. So we're happy that it's coming up. And so the gas flare commercialization program is equally part of the Decade of Gas initiative in the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. So as part of the roadmap we're drawing towards the gas Decade of Gas, the gas flare issue is quite so. The Decade of Gas is the Decade of Gas, elimination of gas flaring, more LPG, more CNG, auto gas initiative, and like Doc mentioned, Dr. M.M. Ibrahim is the chairman of the National Gas Expansion Program, which I'm a member of the plenary, and we are doing all that we can to see that we address those issues. It's not been easy, and I understand some of you have your concerns. I'm very careful when I'm talking to lawyers in energy, lawyers in gas, because all of you are lawyers. You can take me to the dustbin and kill me, so I'm careful what I say. Now, the thing with the PIA, like you all know, is better than nothing, right? And at least it gives us, let me use a word, that it gives us a clear line of sight on where we're going to, as opposed to the outmoded, archaic Petroleum Act that we have that we're struggling with in terms of bringing in investment. We know last year about 70 billion worth of investment came into Africa, about only 4 billion came to Nigeria, and we say we're the giants of Africa. So all of these are being addressed. Now, for you lawyers, and there's some pundits, including Doc, here I will say there's a lot of lacuna in the PIA. Yeah, but what we're doing now, again, in the Office of Foreign Minister of State, is to make sure that we come up with a cocktail of regulations to underpin the operationalization of the PIA. So as a last count, we, I think, give an estimation to say we'll have well over 114 regulations that cuts across the upstream, midstream, and downstream commission and the regulatory authority. But as at 2 weeks back, it's coming to a little less than 100. Okay, so that answers the question. I think I have some slides.
Is it possible for us to get a timeline of when these regulations will be issued? You know, we're really excited about it.
Yeah, everyone, I'm excited too. the thing is, there's a 12-month timeline for the implementation team that Mr. President inaugurated. And so you can count from that. I think we've done over 5-6 months. So we still have another 5-6 months.
Okay.
To run that. And the good thing is that there is nothing like a DPR anymore. DPR is now, to use your word, defunct.
Yeah.
There is nothing like a PPPROA. There is nothing like PEF and all of those. So easy does it. So it's not all gloom and doom. Let me use the word. So we will get there. And the PIA has been generous enough to, for me, let me use that word. Some people don't like it, including some of my lawyer friends that I seated here. They don't like it when I say the PIA is a game changer. It is a game changer. Because for those of you that are very familiar, why very familiar? You are part of us because you say you are lawyers in energy. The mainstream has been a big problem for us in the petroleum sector because we have the upstream, midstream, and the downstream. And today, they're standalone. The upstream on its own, the midstream on its own, the midstream downstream are there. And what we don't have, one of the biggest challenges we have in terms of infrastructural deficit in the petroleum sector, the midstream downstream, the PIA is going to address that. So, and it creates a lot of incentives for investors to come in. It checks third-party access to pipeline facilities, and it takes care of a lot of anti-business operations in the sector. So these are just a few of the things that regulations, African Future Markets Energy, laws, policies, and international regulations. Now, talking about international regulations, if you look at the PIA, it gladly will address some of the provisions of the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDG number 7, which connects all the other SDGs. If you have energy, which, can I see my slide? Okay, you asked a question, so I'm not starting using my time, right?
Yeah, you have. No, you have actually, but your slides are not on yet.
Okay, slides. Can I stand? Just permit me to.
Yeah, sure.
Try and stand. Okay. I'm not used to modern technology, but I'll just press any button. If it works, I start using it. It's not. If you've lost it, just let me know. I can just talk and talk until you stop me. I saw my friend here, Dr. Wisdom. Where are you? Okay. Some of your slides are here. They want it prepared for me. So if they ask question on that, you will answer it. Okay. So, Doc, this is the one they said we should discuss, like you did. So I'll be debunking some of your statements. So, in case I overshoot my time, this is the first slide. This gives you an idea of what the sub-theme for this session is all about. And so if I didn't get to the end of my conclusion, this is actually the summary of my slide. So this one, I will just go through it, and then I will go over. This one, this is the second one. So this is the second slide that addresses the summary of my presentation, which, Doc, you alluded to. We cannot abandon our abundant natural resources in this country. We need it to take our people from the energy poverty, which SDG 7 addresses, talk to, seek to address, and then equally take our people out of SDG number 1, abject poverty. And if you look at what we want to do with gas equally takes care of SDG number 2, which is hunger. Now the third slide is the biggest problem that we have, which speak to this panel topic in terms of investment. The bane of we trying to get our crude oil and gas and other natural resources out of the ground to enrich and empower the over 600 million Africans that are suffering from poverty, and over 900 million people that have access to clean cooking stove is funding. And like we all rightly know, the people that took our natural resources to develop their countries want to decarbonize and leave us to be in that poverty, which is what we call energy colonialism, which we don't want to happen. So with the Honourable Minister said, we need to begin to look inwards to have our own energy bank and to address all of these issues, as it were. Now, the good thing, a plus for us Africans, and of course, indeed Nigerians, is that some months back, the EU now said gas is a green fuel. So they're coming back, they're beginning to listen, so they got a memo to say Africans will not let this go. So from us, we say, yes, you've used all that we have to develop and even do capital flights. Now you want to decarbonize, so you decarbonize first. We want to industrialize, and I think that's a language, and they understood. And the good thing is, I don't want to use the word thanks to Putin, but you know, now they are weaponizing gas in that part of the world. Last week, the EU came to meet with the Honourable Minister, and they're asking for more gas, how Africa can step up to support them in that regard. And we told them, bring your money, invest. We want gas here as well, and then we will give you gas. So it's a two-way traffic. So that's a summary of my presentation, in case they stop me. But again, let's continue. I'll be fast enough. So why do we want to know the benefits of regulation, relative competitiveness of energy investment, lawyers, and that's it. 4 key things: growing population, rising energy demand, ongoing supply, and of course, climate change. You can't gloss over it. It's there. It keeps hitting us in the face. And of course, Nigeria, Africa, and the rest of the world need energy. By 2050, we'll be 8.6, about 9.6 billion. As of 2017, this country was number 7 in terms of the highest number of people on the face of the earth. By 2050, we'll be number 3. Now, what that means is that we need more energy. And people are telling us that we shouldn't touch our fossil fuel. And for those of you that want to be in this business, taking care of contract laws and GSPAs, GSAs, negotiations and all the rest. The oil and gas sector will be here. It's going to be here for the next number of years, even if not up to 2050. And then the big picture. Moving fast, today, 7.5, 2050, like I did mention, and Nigeria. In fact, there are about 7 African countries, including the Democratic Republic of Congo, that will be amongst the most populous countries in the world. Nigeria, number 3. We love children, so we'll keep having children. And the more we have children, the more energy demand we will have. So we need to, like Prof said, coal is dirty, and they're still using it. And the same people that told us not to use our oil and gas have started spiking up, running their coal plants overseas. While they were telling us not to do that, they were negotiating with other parts of the world to say, we need your gas. So, speaking on both sides of their mouth. Now, energy poverty, billion over every day, and like I said, 580, where you and I come from, you'll see the numbers, and then 900 million, like I did mention. So this is what we want to stop, using gas, and of course, fossil fuel. And like we tell people that you cannot go out of oil and gas without oil and gas. The renewable materials are using it from oil and gas. As you seated here, close to 85% of what is here, including what you're wearing, including some of the weeks, is from fossil fuel, with all due respect. So that's it. And Africa is still in the dark. So we want to capitalize on that and say, let's use our resources, especially gas, which is a cleaner for the closest ally to renewables, to making sure that we take care of these situations. I grew up in a village at some point when my father said I have to go to the village to learn how to swim, how to throw net. So I lived with my grandmom and I witnessed this. So for those of you that didn't witness these Ajabota children, that's you. I am a waterside boy, so I witnessed this. Now this gives you an overview of the electrification rates in different parts of Africa. So you can see West Africa, 414 million, and Nigeria has 90 million that do not have access to electricity. In everything, we want to carry first, and that's what we need to address as a continent. So this is a big problem, and the world knows it. And then we need to have the investment to come in. And I like the idea that because for us to do all of this, while investment comes in, we need to begin to look at the technology we need to deploy, because that is very key. Because, I mean, take it or leave it, the fourth industrial revolution has come to stay, and Africans, as we are, need to do catch up. Now, the other bit that speaks to regulations is now, Doc, lawyers, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, are they international regulations or they are conventions and treaties? Sorry? I'm trying to ask any questions they will ask me so that they will answer it. They don't ask me. My professor used to do that. Is it a regulation or is it convention or treaty? It's a convention. Good, okay. So from conventions, you can now come up with your own policy. Then your policy will now come up with a legislation or a regulation. So the policy mirrors the regulation. Oh. Okay, so and then to address all of those issues, world leaders gathered and then came up with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in 2050, then which has some targets, and in that the key ones that speak to today's event are the SDG 1, SDG 7, and 13. Now, if you look at the 17 SDGs, all of the 17 boxes, the PIA, the Nigerian Gas Flare Commercialization Program, the Nigerian Gas Expansion Program, including Decade of Gas Initiative, ticks all the boxes, but it talks about people, planet, prosperity, peace, and of course, partnership. And you can't get it wrong with gas in that regard. So, in a nutshell, this gives you the 10 key facts about the SDGs, but I will just talk to just the number 6, which says the global goal will leave no one behind. So in terms of leaving no one behind means that the 600 million Africans that do not have access to electricity, the world needs to do something about it. And yet at COP26, a lot of dramas took place. India said, no, you can't face out coal, you need to face it down. And then we have abundant deposit of coal, Doc, in Enugu, and we're not touching it. So technology has to come into play. So we need every form of energy to address our own issues. And 1 in every 8 children. So this gives you okay, so let's try to answer the question, why do we want to know the benefits of regulations? Which I have already answered, by the way, but again, let's take a look at some of the basic issues. Energy. The UN described it that way. So it's a golden thread, and we all need it on a day-to-day basis. A friend of mine was telling me, Justice, do you have light in your area yesterday? And I said, yes. And he said he didn't have light. He took light from 9 p.m. and he stayed without light till this morning. I said, yeah, that's the energy deficit that you have in that part of town that you live in. But that's not something that we should be happy about, because, I mean, if SDG 7 says that energy for all, and we have abundant gas to address these issues, that is the role of the regulations that we are talking about, and then the right investments need to come in. Now, in looking at all of these things about energy transition, investment, there are 4 mega trends that are trying to reshape, or if you like, try to distort the dynamics. One of which is technological and digital breakthrough that I did mention, resource scarcity and climate change, demographic and social change, and the 4th one, shift in economic power and rapid urbanization. So all these 4 key things have critical roles to play in that regard. So I've talked about this slide. So you see, that's when I talked about Nigeria now. If you look at the lower red, you see in Nigeria we have about 90 million people that lack access to electricity. 90 million. I think we're 200 million, right? So our number is still high. And we need to address these issues. And what government is doing is to make sure that the latest in the National Gas Policy 2017, most of them, if not almost all of them, are codified in the PIA. And that's what now we're trying to drive to achieving that. So the discussion behind this, why? Simple. Providing more energy to people while reducing the impact of course, of climate change. And of course, one major question that has yet to be answered is whether Africans will benefit from these issues that we're talking about. And one thing African leaders, I think we need to do, listening to the conversations here and in other places, is that we need to have robust policies, and like Prof mentioned, not just the policies and pieces of legislations. Implementation is very important, it's key. In the developed world, if a Democrat or a Republican comes up with a very good policy, it is people-driven, it is people-centric. So when it comes in, if the people are benefiting from it, he doesn't just take it and say, no, this is from Trump, I am Biden, I'm going to do something different. No, he runs with it. Where the implementation is a problem, they try to tweak it and say, okay, let's do some form of review and see, but still run with the same vision. And I think that's what African leaders, we need to do. So otherwise, we'll keep going 2 steps forward and then 7 steps backward. The UNECA mentioned that about 40 billion worth of investment per year is needed to speed up our continent's energy need. Where would that money come from? My boss has advocated for African Energy Bank. African leaders have to listen to me. Where have this discussion taken forward that, again, they need to equally begin to address all of those issues. The African Energy Development Bank will do that. The African Finance Corporation will discuss, but putting everything down to say, yes, we need to do this, it's what's key, as opposed to begin to ask the developed world to say, bring your money to invest in our country. Our gas reserve, the one we have, 206.5 trillion cubic feet of gas, which is what estimated value of 803.3 billion USD. The money will come from developed countries. And in country, we need to begin to, as Africans, begin to do that. And Nigeria is number 1 of the 10 biggest countries that have gas. But what we need to do now, we need to begin to have some form of conversation amongst African government and leaders to say, we need to begin to run it in country to say, first our people, second foreigners, and then you do the export. But because the people bringing in the money, when they bring it in, they'll say, no, I need to make return on investment and I need to sell this gas at a higher price overseas. And then that's why government is now coming up. We've been running with the domestic gas obligation. For some of you that know what it is, what the Gas Aggregation Company of Nigeria does for the federal government. Okay, so moving on, this just gives an idea of the fossil fuel snapshot of the projects and the discoveries for gas, oil, and coal. And this picture is current development projects, the ones that are ongoing, the stalled ones, and the cancelled projects. And it will interest you to know that some of the ones that are cancelled are because of some wrong drafting of the contractor terms. I don't know the kind of lawyers they use there that did that, some of those ones. Okay, so moving on, I'll skip the slides. So I'm wrapping up now. So policy, you've seen the slides. So I'll skip this one. This is what gas does. So natural gas, like I did mention, will address most of these issues. And in gas doing that, we really need a lot of investment. And the money will come from overseas right now, as it were. In the African continent, yes, the claimant has been placed that we need to have an African Energy Bank, like my boss did mention. The conversation is still ongoing. Even at the just concluded NICE doc that you attended, discussions were still ongoing. Matter of fact, there was an MOE that was signed between Nigeria and Equatorial Guinea on gas prospects and, of course, exchange of ideas and businesses. So gas has all the credentials, like I did mention, to support the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So I've skipped this, you've seen all of this. And then the Just Energy Transition Pathway that the minister did mention, because we are not following the pace of the developer. We want to run it at our own pace, which is why Mr. President at COP26 said, okay, you guys are doing 2050, we want to do 2060. And because of what we have on ground and what we've looked at to say, it is at this level that we think we will meet up with the net zero mentioned. And then the national gas policy, which I've talked to extensively, trying to move us from an oil-based to a gas-based industrialized nation, using gas to take our people out of the SDG 7 challenges to meet up with SDG demand. So in a nutshell, this is the national gas policy on a page, which we are working with and aggressively pursuing. In 2020, we said it is the year of gas. We did some good work, and finding out that we have a lot of more work to do. Mr. President now declared the decade of gas from 2021 to 2030. And okay, so these are some of the policy and regulations that we have in country to address that. So the National Gas Expansion Program is one of the initiatives of government, the gas policy, and of course the flare gas regulation that I did mention 2018 that is mirrored in the PIA, and of course the Petroleum Industry Act that 2021 that we have, and some of the key projects. So the PIA, the gas flare commercialization program, the gas expansion program, and the decade of gas all offer unique opportunity to unlocking all gas molecules for us to progress in that regard. So what's about the decade of gas? It's a decade of elimination of gas flaring, deepening of LPG utilization in country. So, and the good thing is that the gas that we have, the associated gas, which more of it associated gas, because in the course of looking for crude oil, we found this gas. So the upside, 600 trillion cubic of gas, we've not even scrubbed that. But again, we need to unlock the 206.5 trillion cubic feet of gas, which is why we said the decade of gas is a decade of opportunity, and of course, it will create jobs, to bring in investment, and of course, address infrastructural deficit. So most of us know about the AKK pipeline, the ELS pipeline, and the OB3 pipeline that are ongoing now. These pipelines are not enough to take gas through around the country. So they're serving as backbones. Backbones in the sense that while we have those pipelines, the next thing is what we call virtual pipelines, which a company called Greenville LNG is graciously doing. Now, even in the gas flare commercialization, remember, when we did the diagnostics of addressing the issue of gas flare, we said, okay, so one challenge we have is pipeline. And pipeline is the preferred transportation of gas. And we later found out there are scalable, skid-mounted, plug-and-play kind of virtual pipelines that we can utilize. And that's the technology most of the qualified applicants demonstrated to addressing the issue of gas flare, to take this gas from where they're flared to what we call flare gas to market product. So the Decade of Gas initiative, this is it. So it was a gas-powered economy in 2030. And of course, we need to collaborate. And that's why we thank such forums by the lawyers in energy to have these conversations. And of course, we're working together to supporting government in driving that. So government cannot do it alone, don't get it wrong. Yes, government, it's an obligation for government to set the pace, but we need that collaboration, that partnership to addressing all these issues. So which is why such forums, listening to the questions you ask and what people say, we take it to the drawing board and say, this roadmap we're drawing is not working, so we need to look at another level Okay, so moving on, and then the PIA. So from policy, Doc, I hope we're gonna agree on this one. From policy, we came up with an initiative, and then to underpin that, so that we are not just toothless bulldog that you back, that you don't bite, and then we came up with the PIA, which you are part of, because 10 steps forward, 15 steps backward. And we're like, what's going on in this country? So this is the journey. You are part of this journey, Doc. This is your journey. If we look at these reports, Doc's name, you will see them in some of those reports. And then we begin to ask ourselves, what is wrong with us as a country? Different good ideas, but the political will to do that was in there. And Mr. President took it up upon himself. Okay, look at what we've lost. Look at it. 15 billion. And then the Nigerian National Resource Charter corroborating that estimated 235 billion worth of investment in the petroleum industry due to stagnation, sluggishness. Let me talk like Doc now. Uncertainty as a result of the absence of petroleum. So past administration, yes, they identified that, but taking the bullshit to say this must be done. And that is one thing, ladies and gentlemen, no apologies. That is one thing I respect and admire the Honourable Minister of State, His Excellency Chieftain Prince Asiba. Every day he comes to the office, he says, gentlemen, give me a gift, PIA. Spend sleepless night, give me PIA. And I was like, this is a politician discussing this for the industry, and we took it upon ourselves. Now, you may not like it. Yes, it's not 100% okay. That's not a problem. But like I did mention, the regulations will address most of the lacunas that you found in the PIA. And that's what happened. And at the end of the day, we have what we have. And this is beginning to open a lot of doors and taking investment. Again, Prof, Doc, this is your up and down. We'll keep going back and forth. Something that will have just been done, we keep going back years to years and things like that. And these are the peculiar challenges: fiscal issues, tax burden, high cost, impact on the industry, deferment of contracts, and of course, like I did mention, the midstream was a big problem for us. So what the PIA is doing now is that it is triggering a new set of players in the midstream sector, and you'll begin to see that things will begin to open up as we progress. So this is the PIA removed, and of course established good governance, competitiveness, predictability, early revenues for government, simplification of the process. So this is the PIA in a nutshell. I'll just keep this. And in the PIA in the gas space, ladies and gentlemen, I won't want to bore you. I can go on and on and on and on and talk about what the policy is all about, what the decade of gas is all about, how the PIA has graciously tried to address the issue around Nigeria taking gas as a top priority, and how the PIA is a supply side enabler for investors to come in and of course have return on investment and use the abundant gas resources that we have. So running up, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. But I'll end with this. See, actually, I'm not used to technology. Last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So do we have questions for the panelists? I think we do, actually. I saw people looking really excited when you were speaking. So I think we have questions. Anyone? Okay. So I have a question myself. I am, actually. So my question is, now that it seems like there is more focus on gas, but we also know that we are not ready to let go of crude, how do we marry the fact that we have investors not as willing to invest in crude commercialization, but we still need crude? How do we sort of bring that together with the fact that some investors no longer want to invest in crude? We need crude. They want to invest in gas. We're going there, but we're not there yet. So how do we align these discrepancies?
Okay, I think it's a very simple thing. The PIA does not in itself exclude the exploration of crude oil. Okay. So both go hand in click. We're exploring, matter of fact, we want to increase our crude oil reserve to an appreciable level, because if you look over the years, we're still within 36.7, 37 million barrels per day. So like, what's going on? Saudi Arabia has gone up. Other countries have gone up, Venezuela and stuff like that. So what the PI is doing is not just to say, well, forget about crude oil because it's dirty fuel. The answer is no. We will keep getting crude oil, explore for more, which is, by the way, we just running up the marginal field bidding rounds, which has gas and of course oil. So we're not leaving any of them behind. We're going to use them as our base load, and then while we equally pursue the vision, like Prof said, the cliche of energy transition.
Okay. And you don't see that we might have issues with funding?
No, we don't have issues with funding. Okay. Because we are not even touching the one that the developed world are using that have issues, and they don't have issues with funding, which is coal. Okay. We are not touching coal, we're using crude oil, which is, let me use the word, better than coal in that regard. So that will not be an issue.
Okay. Someone has a question. Yes. Two people have. Okay, I'll just take you.
He's not supposed to have a question. Eh? He works with me. Why is he having a question?
Okay. So he can go first, and then you go next. And okay, the third and the fourth person. Okay.
Justice, I will not go further about this one. I know you have the answers. But I wanted to take justice on one thing.
I can come and stand near you.
Yeah, so I'm glad you talk about the marginal field. And, you know, in the military, they told us insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And the last marginal field bid that happened, we all know what happened, how many of them were able to go through, how many were unable to go through. So one of the expectations from the last marginal field bid round was on the signature bonus. And some of the field have signature bonus as heavy as $50 million. Now, the outsider, because I was involved, so preaching to the outsider, they look at it and they were scared. The commercial model was not making sense over a period of time. And I was equally involved in the Angola bid round. I have friends that actually got the Angola bid round. What did Angola do different? Nigeria has always set the pace in the local content. Every one of them copy our national content and local content policy. I was opportune to be in Uganda, and we went to the Canadian Trade Mission, and the Prime Minister said, "You are Nigerian, come and sit next to me, because you will tell me the truth. These people are not going to tell me." But to my surprise, the Angola marginal field asked for a very, very heavy cost to go into the marginal field bill, like $450,000, but your signature bonus. The objective is to not let these resources stay on the ground. That $15 million signature bonus is enough to give me the first well onshore. So why would the PIA not factor a amortization of signature bonus than asking for an upfront payment of signature bonus, which is what killed the previous marginal field bid round? I would have been expecting the PIA to come with amortization of signature bonus. You want $50 million, pay it over a period of 10 years. But use that $50 million to drill a well within 1 year time. And this is what Egypt did when they found the Zool gas. We want the gas in 30 months. ENI, bring it in 30 months, because without that, we cannot turn around our system. And that is how you can achieve that situation we have. So my challenge to the PIA team is, how can we stimulate investment in marginal field or in this drive for the oil and gas if we don't put such incentive that will make the upfront load of starting this operation ease on the businessman? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just give a very simple and straight answer. In the oil and gas sector, that's what we call AAR, After Action Review. And like I did mention, based on what happened and getting feelers from stakeholders and investors regarding the issues you raised, and the PIA passed, the regulation, the suite of regulations that I talked of will now address those issues going forward against subsequent rounds. I will leave it at that because it's still something that's in discussion, and that's it.
Thank you very much. So the next question, please.
Mine is no question, actually. It's
it's a
just
comment.
to make a contribution.
Please
So the
do.
question you-
We work together.
Okay.
So the question you asked, and he has already answered it, but I just want to add something.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, the question you asked about
Crude. Yes.
Yes, because initially, the 1969 Act that gave rise to the Act that was governing the oil and gas did not treat gas as a commodity. So it was seen as a distraction because the IOCs were just exploring for oil,
Yeah.
and they accidentally found gas. So because there is no provision for taking care of cost of exploitation and exploiting of gas, the IOCs were not interested in gas because they were flaring it, and they are not sure of recovering the cost. So the PIA has given that basis that as oil is important, gas is important. And now because we are more proving gas resource-based economy, and we also know that the linkage of gas is more for the economy. There is linkage to agriculture, there's the GBI, that's gas-based industry. There are a lot of linkages that gave rise for them making the gas as a focus for the PIA, because it has potential to change Nigerian economy for good.
Yeah.
So that's what I want to add.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so the next question, the lady with the beautiful hair. Okay, wig, understood. And then after her, you can add.
Thank you, distinguished moderator.
Thank you so
brilliant
much.
Panelists and everyone in the house. Good afternoon. My name is Engineer Dr. Halima. I did the FNSC, the chairman of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Buhari branch. My question is for the first speaker. My question is for the first speaker. He said something that got my ear tingling. He said, "You have not finished where you are in terms of the energy, and you're talking about transition. Transition to where? Transition to where?" So I'd like him to please, maybe bring us up to speed for us to understand what he's trying to espouse. When you say you are still here, still battling, you have not found your feet, and you're talking about transition to where? Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's actually an academic question, unfortunately. The boat has left the stable, the horse has left the stable. This discussion, as this theme is, you're already assuming there's a transition. Let's discuss transition. But we are saying that the conversation should be more rudimentary. Where are we now? Can we go anywhere? Even the issue of gas. We're not transitioning to gas. Yes, gas has always been with us. Let's deal with it. Don't transition anywhere. Deal with gas as a basic pedestrian thing. It has never always been here, so don't transition anywhere. Deal with it the way it is. I like what Justice said, and I have so much sympathy for Justice. As I read and I discuss with Emma, Dr. Emma, I feel a lot of sympathy for Justice. In 2007, I was a director in a BP trying to work on the refineries. And NNPC came and made a presentation to Mr. President on a few things and why we should not say refineries. And at that time, I think I just had a master's degree. And I left and told the DG, this is the most beautiful presentation I've seen. The colors were amazing. They would throw a graphite to come, yeah, and then we go back. It was so wonderful. Friends, 15 years afterwards, we are exactly where that presentation was made. Nothing has changed. Now, as I was looking at Justice's Joe, I was fearing the graphic. That's the problem with graphs. NNPC are wonderful at graphics, but very short on results. We are suffering here because for 15, 20 years I've told them, sell refineries. The conversation as I'm now, we can't have some basic as food. After all this, we have every year there's a lot of expenditure on refineries. Nothing has happened for 15, 20 years. We are back to square one. Yesterday, they asked me to put generator in my house and I started having headache. Because I remember I bought diesel for 810 naira and I was having headache. So what I'm saying and our advice I want to give to justice is, legally speaking, most of these interventions and initiatives are wonderful on paper, but believe me, you are in an electoral cycle. In a short time, there will be another set of people in the room. Find a way to hasten and cast these initiatives in stone by weaving them around some legal structure, such that they will not be changed by another person coming. Otherwise, we are going back to the same day. Therefore, we are. Whatever initiatives you have that are beautiful at that place, find a way to weave them under regulations or laws. And you have a compliant National Assembly that is willing to pass laws. Quickly wrap them under setups where they will not be changed quickly. Otherwise, friends, 5, 10 years, we'll still be discussing some of these beautiful initiatives. I would like to suggest that very much. What is your question, ma'am? Well, we have asked, where are we going to, for goodness sake? Who are we transitioning to? I keep asking, it's a beautiful question, who are we transitioning to? We're talking about solar, clean energy. How we finish with the dirty energy that we have? What have we done with it? This is the challenge. It's, let me not provoke justice, he's doing this. But you see, the crude that we have, we are producing crude, say 5 drums a day. 4.5 drums are being stolen. All we're just battling with half a drum. We are transitioning from this half a drum to another thing. Why don't we first see how do we harness and harvest and arrest and retrieve these 4 drums? They can make our life better and neater. But we are moving to these guys that tell us don't talk coal, don't touch coal. But meanwhile, coal is such a wonderful thing that we can use. They are indirectly coming back to coal, but I think that's don't touch coal, go to solar, go to clean energy, go to gas. But we can use what we have now. But will say it. When the desirable is not available, the available becomes the desirable. We have what is available. Let's use it. Don't look at what is desirable. Let's use what is available. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Can I use the mic? Let me use the mic. All right, can I come in here just very quickly? Doc, thank you very much for that reminder, because during the Nigerian International Energy Summit, even prior then, the Honorable Minister called his team and they were like, gentlemen, this decade of gas, I hope we're going to do something about it. And his statement was this, and that's why I have so much respect for him, even as a politician, even as my boss. He said, when we leave, what will happen to the decade of gas? You and I may not be here just until 2030. He said, can we try to put a legislative piece to lock it in so that if anybody comes in, he cannot touch it, he has to run with it. And we said, yes, we can do that. And that's what he has given to the Decade of Gas implementation team. And thank you, Doc, for that. Now, why we're doing this is because, again, lessons learned from the flare gas commercialization program. Doc, you know that we keep shifting the goalposts of the gas flare commercialization. We keep shifting it. Move to the left, move to the right, because there was no regulation to underpin the gas flare out initiative. So when we came on board, we said, look, we need to have a regulation. And in that regulation, to make sure that it bites the operators but it doesn't kill them, we increase the flare penalty. First time, record time. Now, I came from the oil and gas industry, and then I started getting calls like, you're one of us, how could you do this? And I said, yeah, first and foremost, I'm from a community in River State that you flare gas. So it's people first before you. And that's what your slogan said. So if you look at the oil and gas HSC room, when they're doing the risk assessment, it's people first, environment, asset, and reputation. And I said, I follow that model you taught me. So that's what we did with the regulation. And the good thing today, Doc and ladies and gentlemen, is that the flare gas regulation is in the PIA. You cannot touch it. And that's why the flare gas commercialization program will succeed. And to what Doctor is saying, that's what the minister want to achieve before the next administration, to lock in the decade of gas with the regulation so that it will stand the test of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Someone else had a question. Yes, we have a couple of questions actually. I think she had to drop off. Yeah.
Good afternoon, panelists. My name is Nicholas Okafor. I head the Energy and Infrastructure Department of Udodoma and Belosage. Some of us have been in this industry for a while, so I just want to zero in on the real issues. When Justice was making his presentation, he referred to ELPS and some of the pipelines that we have been hearing about for some 10-15 years, and they are not completed yet, and that is still part of the problem in the sector. So I want to ask a simple question. Your team and the team that are working now, number one, what are you doing to make sure that agencies in this sector don't see themselves as additions to the cost of doing business? The NCMDB, the board, they will collect their 2.5%, the MASA will collect their own, and on top of that, some other costs that are unnamed that are passed on to operators. Then the network code, I don't know whatever happened to it, but we know it was published. Then there is the issue of misalignment amongst agencies. What exactly is being done? Because we can discuss all this, and after we have discussed it, we come 3 years down the line, like the last speaker said, we'll still be discussing it. How do we achieve alignment in the sector and make the agencies that implement these policies not see themselves as additions to the cost of doing business, which is the norm at the moment?
Okay, thank you very much. One key thing I can tell you that the PI implementation team is going to address is the issue of overlap amongst agencies. Now, Doc, your friend Dr. M. Ibrahim and I and the members in the National Gas Expansion Program, we try to look at the bottlenecks hindering gas domestication in country. And we found out that there are overlap of, I can't remember the bylaws, decrees, regulations from different states and even amongst agencies of government. You go to a particular local government, before you leave that government to the next local government, you pay some money. Then as you're going from one state into another state, carrying a crude petroleum product or LNG through a virtual pipeline, you pay another money. So by the time you get to your destination, you've met different agencies, different local government, area boy tax collectors. And then that will now equally contribute to the increase in price of your product. So we looked at all of these things, and then equally in the agencies of government as well. And we made our recommendations, and that's what they are looking at. So all of these things are being looked at in earnest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, last question. Is there any other question? Oh, I can't see the person. Okay, we'll take him for now.
Greeting
I can't see
everyone.
the person. The wall is blocking, so I can't see the person.
My name is Samuel Dumadi. I'm an associate of JLIS and Co. My question is particularly for the lady that addressed us via video conferencing. I've listened keenly to all the speakers and the moderator, and I must say it's been an opportunity to be here to taste of your fountain of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe, is it item 14 or item 13 of the concurrent legislative list that talked about the generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity, the national grid being for the national legislature, that's giving the national legislature power to make laws as to those areas. And I understand that I believe maybe on March 1st, 2022, the national legislature passed a constitutional amendment bill to, how do I put it, decentralize the national grid in the wake of this national grid Ulabalu. Now my question is, she spoke keenly about the power value chain, that's the generation, transmission, and distribution. She spoke about creating a link. Now in Nigeria, we know we have all those in one infrastructure. So my question is, what is the practicality or feasibility of having or creating that kind of nexus to enhance power availability when all those are centralized in one infrastructure? Do you understand?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. We have generation, transmission, and distribution existing in one infrastructure, and she talked about having a link.
She's still online. She can hear your question.
Oh, okay, yeah. And she talked about having a link between all three of them, and then we know that so far so good, it hasn't served us well. Now I'm saying, for the purpose of having better electricity, and we are considering the infrastructure, what is the feasibility of having that nexus when all three are still conglomerated in one infrastructure?
Okay. Thank you very much. May also just attempt your question. So I want us to link this to what we're trying to solve, which is having power on the grid and solving our energy security challenge. And if you've listening to the past speakers, our challenge in Nigeria has not been one of absence of regulation. It's been more of implementation and making the environment conducive enough to attract investment. I think the question we also need to ask, regardless of whether it is lumped into one or decentralized, is what access to these, whether it's a generation, a transmission, or distribution have? What infrastructure do we have today to enable them succeed? Is there gas readily available? Is there proper transmission? Is there a proper distribution network? Can these people, whether lumped together or decentralized, put power on the grid? So those are kind of the questions that we need to address. Whether it is, of course, there is, we're looking to diversify and also attract investment, privatization. The plan was hopefully it would help. Under what regulation and under what fuel option, right? So the point I'm trying to make is regulation alone or decentralization without adequate resources to feed the pipeline wouldn't help. Also look at it that there are some countries where electricity is managed by a central government, yet they have power. And there are some where it is decentralized and the private sector and there's power. What can we do? Whether lumped or decentralized. And the key thing is the generating, in terms of creating that proper link in the value chain. When gas, electricity is generated, is there like a link, proper link, seamless connection, whether in the private or public sector, where there's reliance and dependence on gas or whatever fuel you're using to feed the entire value chain. And by the time it gets to consumers, there's also proper metering to attract investment. So that is the way I would like to look at it.
Thank you so much, Ma. I'm sorry we've come to the end of this session. We just have to end it because time is not longer our friend. But before you go, we have a little token from the network to our speakers, and I'll use this opportunity to invite Mr. Y.C. Mikhail to help us present these plaques. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the privilege to do this presentation. I have the singular honor and privilege, and of course it's also my pleasure to hand over this certificate of appreciation to you, our moderator Claire Ohiro, for the wonderful job you have done in literally bringing out all the juices in our speakers. Thank you so much. Next is, I'm tempted to say professor because all that you spoke were quite professorial, but I would go with your caution. Dr. Tehemen Azenge, thank you very much for that insightful interventions.
You are very tall, so I can stand this.
Oh yes, that's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. When I walked into the room this morning, before I got in, someone warned me and said, "Look, you've been intimidating us with your height. There is someone in the room who would contend with you this morning." So I was warned before I saw the engineer who took the first session. Next is engineer. I would like to do justice last for a certain reason, because I have Mr. Moses Ebute, the chairman, Nigerian Bar Association, Abuja branch. Thank you for the support that you have given to us at this conference. You know, it's not easy. By the time you bring such a heavy weight behind such a conference, you have no option but to have a successful conference. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ebute, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for the support from your bar. Thank you. Yes. So now you will see exactly what I'm talking about. Abdul Rashid, thank you so much. That first session, a dimension of power by you. Power, we just transited from power to no power. And we've since been very mindful of how we employ that word power since you came. Gentlemen, have you seen what I... Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation.
It's been a while I look someone straight in the eyes.
Thank you very much. Yes, so Justice, Engineer Justice. Another one? Okay. Engineer Justice, I left this because usually we reserve the best for the last. And it's because there is a message I want you to pass on. And what elicited that message was actually, what about Pesa? He's in Lagos. So you will take his in Lagos? Okay. All right. We've prepared something very special for you. Is that his? Okay. So Pesa, yes, Thank you very much for that wonderful, and the balance that you brought to that conversation. I mean, this is where we are, where are we transiting to, and then you came to tell us that, well, we can keep what we have, develop it, invest in it, while also looking at where we should be going to. Thank you so very much for that balance that you brought. And thank you again for accepting me to be a pupil under your tutelage. Thank you. Congratulations. Yes, so Justice, the interest of lawyers is very close to my heart. Certain contracts were cancelled, and then you wondered who those lawyers were. Pardon? No, not even about payment. I don't want us to leave here wondering, maybe those lawyers, maybe Nigerian lawyers. I want to say without any fear of contradiction that those lawyers, I am sure, are not our local lawyers. And I say this because I've been privileged to be a part of some energy negotiations, transactions out of this country, and I saw the capacity and the competence demonstrated by some of our local lawyers, few as they may be in this country. They went there not only, they were actually contracted into the negotiation to advise on the Nigerian law. But we went into that room. They took over the conversation, both with respect to the Nigerian law and the foreign laws. And so even the foreign lawyers that were invited and contracted to do that job had to rely on the expertise of Nigerian lawyers to do that job. So what am I saying here? We would be coming to you to ask that you partner with us as the Nigerian Bar Association. By the way, I'm privileged to be the chairman of the NBA Welfare Committee. It's part of my mandate to look after the welfare of lawyers. And one thing that we must do, looking at some of the slides that my good friend presented earlier, is to develop the capacity of our lawyers. A lot would be done in this, our African space. Infrastructures would have to be developed for us to realize all the things that we are talking about. And we cannot afford to have foreign lawyers come and take briefs from us. But we have a responsibility to make sure that we develop our capacities so that we can compete in that space, which is ours. So please, as I make that categorical statement that I know that those are not Nigerian lawyers, because if they were, those contracts would not have been cancelled, because they would have perfectly taken care of the peculiarities of our situation in putting together those contract terms. And those contracts, I'm sure, would have been fully implemented by now. So please stop bringing in foreign lawyers to do our jobs, develop the capacities of the lawyers that are in the room. And so I would get your contacts and come to beg you people to enter into a partnership with us for the development of the capacities of lawyers. On this note,
Can I
it is...
respond before I take my message? I also need to...
Take my message.
Son, you need to hear this. You need to hear this. No, you need to hear this, son. So, when I was managing the gas flare commercialization, of course, you know it was funded by World Bank, USAID. And they said, you're going to use international lawyers. I said, really? Nigerian gas flare commercialization, Petroleum Act, international lawyers, no, they must have local lawyers. And one of my mentors, I call him headmaster, Bita Adeniji, stood his ground. He said, I go with justice. And if you, this man that the World Bank is paying, you're not ready, we're going to write the World Bank that we don't need you. We send him packing. We stood our ground. One of the Nigerian lawyers, they delayed his salary. I personally wrote a petition to USAID. I don't want to mention his name. And they paid his money. When we went beyond the stage and we're trying to review the regulation, the laws and GSA pertinent to gas flare commercialization, they bring another set of lawyers. And I said, okay, we're going to have a workshop with Nigerian lawyers. And I think it was led by Jody Tommy's lawyer. And I stood my ground. And I said, Nigerian lawyers know even much more than you guys. So what are you talking about? In our own country, have you heard of local content? It plays great role here. So I am not against Nigerian lawyers, because My name is Justice.
Thank you so very much. On this note, we have now known Justice to be a friend of the lawyers of the Nigerian Bar Association, and we are sure that this message will be carried and also be pursued within that quarter that we are sending it to. And I have the honor and privilege to present this certificate of your participation with the wonderful contribution you have done to this conference. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate you.
My chairlady, my chairwoman, Nigerian Institute of Engineers.
Yes.
So engineers, lawyers, obviously, I'm on both sides.
Congratulations, our engineer.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So can I run now?
Yes, please.
Okay. They're calling me now. So
Oh, okay. But I'm told we'll take a photo so that I can identify you next time. I'll use it to come to your office to say you remember this was a day.
She knows how to get me.
All right.
So we've come to the end of the session. We are going for lunch. After lunch, we'll be back for the last session. Thank you. So we're going for lunch. Please, we should be back here by 3. The next session commences by 3, so we only have like 40 minutes for our lunch break. Please, we endeavor, we plead on you to please have your lunch faster and come back here for the last session. Thank you so much.
While securing investments to expand our processing, trading, transportation and distribution activities.
Presently, our operations are primarily driven by 4 subsidiaries: GasLink Nigeria Limited, GNL, Central Horizon Gas Company, NRGC. Gas Network Services Limited. And Transit Gas Nigeria Limited. Recent milestones. Our current corporate ratings are a welcome indication of our robust corporate reputation and position as a major indigenous player and the partner of choice within the gas and power industry. Accela were recognized by the Standards Organization of Nigeria as the first Nigerian oil and gas company to achieve a trifecta implementation, evaluation, and certification of integrated management systems, ISO 9001-2015, ISO 14001-2015, and ISO 45001-2018. Our approach to sustainability is to harness innovative economic, social, and environmental business practices to deliver long-term value to our shareholders, customers, partners, and communities. Ours is a long-term business, and we believe that our company will prosper over the long term if we operate safely and fulfill a positive role in society. Our sustainability strategy is underpinned by 3 focus areas: environmental sustainability, community and social support, and people empowerment. Visit.
For us at ECO, we take on anywhere pretty close to 15% of the grid energy. That is all the grid supply in the country.
At the time we acquired the Disco, it was in a bad state. It was not like we were not aware of it. We knew we were inheriting something that was going to be a difficult one, but we had a plan to make it.
Nigerian like to use electricity free of charge. If you look at other countries around us, we are one of the worst in terms of willingness to pay. More than 37% of meters installed are bypass.
We want what you want. All we want you to do with us is to first of all make sure you pay for the tap power you use.
So we need to create wealth in this economy so that we can cater for everybody. Electricity holds the key, and I invite our consumers to come with us in this journey.
We're expected to serve society by providing guidance, protecting rights, and upholding justice.
The practice of law must evolve to meet modern challenges, now more than ever, and as a result, traditional models will no longer suffice.
At Omoplex Law Firm, we pride ourselves on demonstrating a thorough understanding of the various modalities of legal issues as they arise and evolve.
We understand that clients want value beyond legal talents. With this in mind, we take the time to learn about our clients' business objectives, placing significant emphasis on teamwork and the use of technology to provide effective solutions.
I am proud to be part of a legacy of enlightened, innovative, and astute legal professionals. At Omoplex,
we strive to be the best partner for our clients, and the promise remains our preparedness for the next. As lawyers, we are expected to serve society by providing guidance, protecting rights, and upholding justice.
The practice of law must evolve to meet modern challenges, now more than ever, and as a result, traditional models will no longer suffice.
At Omoplex Law Firm, we pride ourselves on demonstrating a thorough.
We're going to start with the topic alternative energy generation in African energy transition.
As lawyers,
so this
we're
session
expected to serve society by providing guidance.
it's about is
protecting rights,
considering that 70% of the greenhouse gases responsible for climate change emanates from a key component of the global energy transition, has a major low carbon emitter. Further considering that the renewable energy market analysis Africa and its region, a report by Irina and Habba, AFDB, projects that an energy system that centers on renewable can help resolve many of Africa's social, economic, health and environmental challenges. That is what we hope this session is going to discuss about. Among the panelists for this session is Professor Yinka Omorogbe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. She is the President of the Nigerian Association of Energy Economics. Followed by that will be Ms. Dolapo Kukoyi, who is currently the Managing Partner of Detail Solicitors. Then we have Ms. Ive Ehamo. She's a partner of Judge Etomi and Partners. We also have Mr. Mohammed Mijindadi, is the Managing Director, General Electric. Please give a round of applause for our speakers. Lastly, we have Toby Adebowale from Depthwise Nigerian Limited. He's also going to be one of the speakers on the panel. To moderate this session, I'll be calling Uchechi Ibeko. She's a Senior Advocate, Advocate Law Practice. Thank you. Please, our panelists, can we have you on stage? Thank you. Sorry, kindly pardon my manners. I forgot to introduce the last speaker. His name is Mr. Gogomari Ote. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that name well. He's from OVH Energy. You are welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for coming back to this session. My name is Uchechi, and I'll be moderating this session. And I have several industry experts. We have Mrs. Dolapo Kukoyi and Toby Adebowale. Can you hear me? Okay. Is this better? Okay, thank you. So welcome back again to this session, and I'll just introduce our panelists. So from the edge, we have Mrs. Dolapo Kukoyi, and then we have Toby Adebowale and Mr. Oyet Skugumeri. We have Professor Yinka Omorogwe and Mrs. Ivie Enamo, and they'll be joining us virtually. So I'll just give a brief introduction of our panelists, and please pardon me if I'll just give an abridged version of them. I'll start with Professor Omorogwe. So she's an SAN who is an international recognized energy law, and she has an LLB from University of Ife. and an LLM from London School of Economics. And she's a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, UK. We have Dolapo Kokoi, who is the Managing Director of Detail Solicitors, and she leads the firm's energy, infrastructure, and power practice and has extensive experience advising clients on a wide range of complex transactions. Next, we have Mrs. Ivie Enamo, who is a renowned multi-jurisdictional expert in the energy sector with over 12 years experience and has been involved in a wide range of complex transactions for multiple clients. She's a partner with George Itomi and Partners. And then we have Toby Adebowale, who is with Associate Head Legal at Stepwise Nigeria Limited. He's a highly resourceful lawyer with cognate experience advising on diverse and complex transactions. And then finally, we have Mr. Gogo Mary, who is with OVH. Yeah. So welcome again to this session. And I'll just quickly start with Professor Morigwe to have her give us her presentation. And then from then on, we can have Ms. Kukoi and Toby and Mr. Gogo Mary, and then finally we'll end with Mrs. Ivie Enamo. So, Professor, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone can hear. Okay, good. So it's on. Can you click again? There's the picture that's supposed to come out. And whoever is doing this, click again. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you, Prof.
Did you hear me say click again? Whoever is putting on my presentation. That is not, yeah, exactly. Thank you, please. Okay, thank you. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to be talking about the imperative of renewables in Africa's energy transition. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. And I have, okay, thank you very much. Okay, and so what I'm talking about is the imperative of renewals. I think we don't need to talk about whether renewables must be part of our new energy mix, but we have to accept that they really have to be. And the picture I have here is quite important for me because this is the Buhari woman and this is the her source of energy. And if you just go about 20 minutes from wherever you are in Abuja, you will see her. So that is the problem. Very often people are talking about energy as if we're talking about the whole population, but we're not when we're talking about the electricity grid and how disastrous it is. It's really disastrous. But for some people, they get absolutely zero, not just not just once every 3 weeks, but zero all the time. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, and this is the basic problem that we have. We have a huge famine in this area. We have 1 billion people. The figures are going down a bit, but not as much with us here in this country. We have about 10% of the people. We have about half our population, 100 million people in Nigeria living without zero electricity. And modern cooking fuels, they're using firewood, not by choice, not because they like the taste of firewood, but because they don't have an option, so to speak. And with everything that's happening now, many people are definitely on firewood with everything now. And this is a problem. It's a big developmental and climate disaster. It's untenable. Next slide, please. And so I'm back to energy access. This is something that has been a recurring decimal with me for some years, and I've driven research in this area. And there's a book published by Oxford University Press that I co-edited with a colleague in South Africa, and we talked about this. This is what we need. Energy that is adequate, available when needed, reliable, of good quality, affordable, legal, convenient, healthy, and safe for all required energy applications across households, productive enterprises, and community institutions. And that is why there is a move towards sustainable energy for all as part of the Sustainable Development Goals as SDG 7. So it's about getting this productive energy by 2030, which is a huge goal. And I need to say that it's not just about what is in the solar home systems. It's not just about light bulbs and charging points. It's about having enough energy to be productive. Because the truth is that life without modern energy is very, very hard. And I think we all know that. Next one, please. So, why are we energy poor? I don't have much time, but essentially we've never planned for energy. And also, when we have talked about it, we've talked on the false assumption that everybody is a yuppie or everybody lives in Lagos and everybody is of a particular standard, which is absolutely not true. Because the common man in Nigeria is a rural person, and we've never thought in terms of the main beneficiary being the common man. We can go into it. I mean, the grids of Africa in the capitals, the grids came first of all with colonialism. So the grids followed the colonial masters in the first place, but they've been gone for 60 years. There's no reason for the grids not to have gone into the rural areas. Any country with 100% access planned for it. It can't just happen. So planning is important, and renewable energy has to be a part of the mix. There's absolutely no alternative, and I think that all the chaos in the sector in Nigeria is also highlighting that, amongst other things. Next slide, please. This is the problem we have. We have the problem of climate change. We have climate change, front burner issues. There's an energy transition, and there's a net zero economy that's coming. We can go into arguments about will it not, what will happen or whatever, but there's a strong move towards renewable, and there's no alternative but to have an increased use, whether we caused the problem or we didn't cause it. Next one, please. This is part of the problem that we have here. This is Lake Chad, and this is a climate change issue. I like to use this slide. If you look at it, it moves. You can see the water reducing. This is what has happened to Lake Chad in the last 20 years. Lake Chad is a primary driver of all the conflict and insecurity that we're having. Because where there's no water, people move away and they start looking for water. And when they're in dry desert areas and they need water, where do they go? They go to the places where there's water, and there's more water in the south. So this sort of thing drives migration. It's a huge climate change problem. So I don't want us to discountenance issues of climate change. I highlighted this. I could have highlighted deforestation, which is a huge issue, but we need to realize that some of these things are important and do make a big difference. Can I have next one, please? So what are the solutions? Obviously, we need a lot of money, but here in my few minutes, I'm not emphasizing money. I'm emphasizing strategizing. I'm emphasizing strong policies. I'm emphasizing the right law that promotes objectives in the most affected countries, and ours is definitely a most affected country. In the area of energy access, I think we're about the worst, really. I mean, we can look at other poorer countries and say, no, we're not, but that's not what we should be looking at. If we don't have good policy and regulatory frameworks, we really won't have much. So we need to be talking about energy in Nigeria from a full, complete, comprehensive perspective, not just those in the cities who can pay for the electricity that is even very badly managed, that we hardly get anything from. We need to think about the communities that are off the grid, and to give them electricity, we have to deal with off-grid solutions and not think that expansion of the grid will cover them, because it's not economic. So strategic planning is key. Next slide, please. This is part of, again, not much time. This is not my slide. I got it from the Energy Commission of Nigeria. This is part of the problem of the energy sector. When you see sectors that are flowing well, the organogram tells you the problem. Here you have an energy sector, and you can see a proliferation of ministries that are all involved in some way or the other. Ministries, different institutions and things. I really don't know how we can get much done as long as something is not streamlined here. That's a huge issue. So you find that sectoral planning hasn't occurred. That's why you talk about energy in one place, you talk about the primary energy feedstock in yet another ministry. These are huge issues. Next slide, please. What you actually need is something that's a coordination. And again, I always move around with this because this shows that there have to be flows. There has to be coordination. There has to be coherence between the policy goals, the policy goals, the sectoral policies, the laws, and then their enforcement and administration. In Nigeria, we tend to go wrong in every single area. We have issues with the policies that don't always totally advance the national interest. We have policies with the laws, and as soon as the laws come into place, people now start trying to circumvent them or not have them function properly. And that's why, for example, we had an energy power sector reform law that was just simply not obeyed for several years until in the past few years where there's been an effort. But where you have a flow between all these things, then you can have full functionality. We still don't have that yet. Next slide, please. So what are we looking for? We're looking for good business models. That's really what it is. Business models that can grow modern energy access while the country is aiming for carbon neutrality or even reduce national emissions. These are huge goals. Carbon neutrality is a huge goal. I guess it's more attainable for countries like us, I think, but this is a debate. But at least reduce national emissions, and obviously that would include utilizing our gas, a lot of which is flared now. People need to realize that energy transition doesn't mean the end of the petroleum industry. It's not possible. It's talking about finding alternatives that align with protecting the planet. Next slide, please. So, I believe that principles should guide you. Ending energy poverty. People should realize that if you are concerned about extreme poverty, energy poverty is at the root of it all. If you give people energy, you've done one thing that is great for them, and that is a primary driver for ending energy poverty. We need to accept that everybody is entitled to energy. There should no one should be left behind at all. Electricity is very, very important. Clean cooking fuels they're given less priority, but because less people die of them and die from the clean cooking fuels when there are accidents, because it's localized as well. But it's still very important. You have a few million people per year dying as a result of inhaling these negative fumes and as a result of the different accidents. But the two things are very important. You don't clean up the cooking fuels, deforestation will continue. So what I can see is that there are great opportunities, great opportunities in this area for the people that think well, and I also believe that there are great profit to be made in these different areas. Next slide, please. And now I'll just talk a little bit about Morocco, which has achieved 100% access. Totally government-led. Total alignment, we think, with government policy, law, and implementation. Totally driven by the electric company. So in their own case, the government was the driver. They didn't bring in the private sector here. Their strategy was premised on leveraging on all possible ways of electrification, with a strong emphasis on decentralized renewable energy. So that shows that their emphasis was ensuring that everybody would get it. And the easiest way is through decentralized renewable energy. They use solar concessions to attract capable investors, matching demand estimates with possible supply options through the different solar systems. So the business model was built around a financial sustainable private sector model with cross subsidies, direct public subsidies, and international debt. So what you're talking about, a well thought out procedure. Next one, please. No one was left behind. So you had remote communities that were covered. 5% of the population, 10% of the villages. They were powered through diesel or renewable energy powered mini grids, or in some cases, photovoltaic kits via a service fee model coordinated by the utility, but operated by private companies under 10-year concession agreements. And the grand total for rural electrification was 2.5 billion euros. Next slide, please. So what I'm saying is, we can see Morocco chose a totally different way, and they have been very successful. For those of you who have been to Morocco, you will see that as you drive around, you go into the villages, go into the remote places as a tourist, you see light everywhere. There's electricity everywhere. There's no need for that to be the case in Nigeria. So now is actually the time for us to come out with innovative business solutions that will stimulate energy access. Different circumstances and terrains require different models. I'm not advocating strong government leading. In fact, I think that in Nigeria that is disastrous. I believe that the private sector will perform far more efficiently. But what we need to get something that is appropriate for us. And we need a right legal and regulatory framework. Whether we have that now, I don't know. And we need to be driven by a policy that includes all, with no one left behind. So what are we supposed to do with our untapped petroleum, particularly natural gas, and with our 100+ million energy poor when we're faced with the global climate crisis that affects us all? And I just suggest this. Grow energy access with a target of 100%. Everybody, plus that person in the most remote village in the corner of Nigeria. People are our greatest asset, and energy poor people are very powerless. And then secondly, I'm saying let's utilize natural gas now. In Nigeria, we talk a lot. We're full of platitudes and slogans, but we really don't do much. We've talked about gas for 20 years. Not much has come out. We've now got a framework, a legal framework, that allows for the operation of the gas industry in the real sense. We have some great opportunities now with the Ukraine-Russian conflict now, but I don't want to push that, otherwise we'll start doing what we always do in Nigeria, which is chase the money and forget the people. We need to utilize our natural gas now for internal energy access and growth. We don't do that. We don't prioritize helping our people, giving them something. We need to stop gas flaring completely. It's a killer. In simple English, it's a killer. The amounts for flaring are not compensation for killing, thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people. We need to really work on our gas. Thank God we have some gas utilization mechanisms. We have the CNG project that is going on very much in Nigeria, but we need to push it up much more. We need to, again, fourthly, be at the forefront with all carbon capturing schemes. Reforestation, there's so much we can get from reforestation, because that in itself will even drive tourism. Carbon capture and storage, geoengineering. We need to think about different ways whereby we can capture our carbon. And we need to understand that right now, the most important activity is actually to plan for us all to have energy, to realize that renewables are inevitable. They really have to be part of it, part of it. But we must plan. That is what is imperative. And I believe this is the last slide. Can I just have the very last one? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. And I also want to welcome Mr. Ibrahim Mohammed Mijandadi. He's with GE and he's joining us virtually as well. So we'll move on to Mrs. Kukoi's presentation, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just waiting for the presentation to come up, and thank you very much, Prof. Your presentation really did. Do you have the presentation? Okay. I'm going to be talking about alternative energy generation in an African energy transition. I'll be looking at it from a general African perspective, not necessarily only in Nigeria, obviously. Nigeria is where we live and where we are, and there will be references made to that, but it will just be for us to be able to see from a holistic perspective what we as Africa need to do. And I think that because of some reasons that you would see in the slides, we do really need to decide as a continent and as a country how we go forward. Seeing that the world is putting its own agenda out there and also looking at their own energy security. So in terms of an outline, we'll look at an overview of energy generation in Africa, renewable energy project case studies, challenges, and what we call future developments. So what's very interesting about this whole thing about an energy transition is that things will continue to transition and there will continue to be developments. The more we stay in one place, you find that you will be really way behind, because as things are, we are way behind and the world is moving forward. So in terms of an overview of energy generation in Africa, we're looking at Africa's energy mix, our dependency on fossil fuels. Why is that important? And I know we've had a lot of conversations on that today, and the status of renewable energy use. Prof has said, very clearly, that the fact, and I think it's been mentioned today, that we cannot really do away with renewables, no matter whatever we say, that we have how many millions of gas in the ground. The fact is that we cannot do away with renewables. Renewables needs to, and is an imperative that is part of our energy mix. So the first slide you see there just shows you from a snapshot of of Africa's energy mix as a continent. And you see that the biggest amount in terms of resources that we have is still natural gas. I think Mr. Abdurrashid did a very good job of showing us. I think I may have to stand so that I can even see my slides while I'm speaking. Just a minute. Can I have a mic? Okay. Okay. I hope you can. Yes, this is fine. So as you can see from this slide, and as Mr. Abdurrashid very well said, we have loads of natural gas, and that's why Africa, looking at Africa as a continent, you have, in terms of resources, you still have, and this is energy resources, you still have natural gas having over 42%. In terms of what we are utilizing for energy generation, natural gas still stands very high, followed by coal, and then you have hydropower, and then you then have small other bits of oil. You have very little bits of nuclear. Notice that solar, wind, geothermal, bioenergy are in really small bits. The highest you have there is 1%, 1.5%. Sorry, just checking that I didn't miss anything. Okay, so I won't talk through the slides, but just a few things for you to note there. Africa accounts for less than 3% of the world's installed renewables-based electricity generation capacity, even with our energy deficit. And well, these are predictions that renewable energy is expected to see large gains in Africa over the next 3 decades. Most likely, solar and wind generation, has grown at an annual rate of 50.2% and 25.3% respectively, even with the very small figures. And we are hoping, by PwC's report, we are hoping that energy production from solar and wind will increase by as much as 110 times and 40 times respectively. That's if we do what we need to do, including us as Nigeria as a nation. So in terms of fossil fuels, and why is this important? We've talked a lot about fossil fuels today. And one of the things that's important to note is the fact that we are the continent we are a continent endowed with a lot of these resources in the ground. And we've so far at least if I speak for Nigeria, and I'm sure many other African countries, what we've so far done is get it out of the ground and get it out. But we haven't utilized it in terms of our own domestic utilization. And that has been a problem for us, and it continues to be a problem for us, going forward. It also accounts for the fact that we are supposed to be a very low emitter. But that said, if we continue to say that we need to industrialize, we will end up being a high emitter at some point if we do not even use the technology that would reduce and capture this carbon. So just moving on. Okay. Sorry, this screen doesn't really show what I'm trying to show here well, but I will try still to be able to show it. So this just shows the different regions in Africa, and in terms of what you have as sources. You see again that solar is still 1%. This is North Africa. You see that hydropower has 6%, oil 5%, wind 2%, coal 7%. The rest of it is natural gas, which is in white. Now, this is West Africa. Again, you see natural gas still constitutes 56%, followed by hydropower. And this is in terms of electricity generation by source. So, again, this is East Africa. Hydropower, natural gas, and then solar and bioenergy following, and wind. And notably for East Africa, particularly countries like Kenya, they are generating power with a lot of geothermal. And then you have Central Africa, again, natural gas, natural gas followed by hydropower, and then you have solar in little bits, and then a lot of oil. Southern Africa, you have a little bit more solar. You have a lot of coal. I think we are looking at 75.1% over around Southern Africa, and then Southern Africa accounts for a lot of the nuclear that we have in Africa. So what was the essence of this? Just showing in terms of resources, what we have, and what the topic is about: alternative, energy generation for Africa in an energy transition. It points to the fact that we still have a lot of fossil fuels, and we are hugely dependent on it, apart from hydropower, which is somewhat renewable, but people argue about it being would I say, socially and environmentally friendly enough because of the issues associated with damming, and reservoirs. So I'm just going to point out a few things on this slide. For hydropower, in terms of the countries that rank high, Ethiopia records the highest installed generation of about 4 gigawatts, and this increased in 2020 from 3.8 gigawatts in 2019. For solar, it's essentially South Africa that ranks highest. You see in red, I have Nigerian solar energy generation. So the source of this information is IRENA's capacity statistics. I kind of question it as to how they arrived at the 28 megawatts that we have in 2020 for Nigeria. However, I want to believe that it's a number of different installations and nothing on the grid. We all know that we do not have any solar on the grid, so this will probably be, if it is indeed valid, it would be based on little bits that we have. And then you see for biofuels, the top again is Ethiopia. And Nigeria's biofuels and renewable energy waste generation capacity says that it's at 10 megawatts. I'm not quite sure if that 10 megawatts is just a capacity or what we're actually doing. I want to believe it's just capacity. But if we talk about how much we burn firewood, maybe that's what it is. And for geothermal, you have South Africa for wind, you have South Africa recording the highest, 2.6 gigawatts. And for geothermal, you have Kenya recording the highest, 824 megawatts in 2019. It recorded the highest installed generation, estimated to be about 824 megawatts in 2019 and 2020. Notice that across Africa, we've then stated who's doing what in terms of alternative energy generation. Nigeria doesn't rank in any of these. So what's the status of renewable energy use? Because we are talking about alternative, the potential for alternative generation, you know, in an African transition. Currently, I think in terms of, not I think, by what the slide says and what studies show, hydropower contributes the largest proportion of what we'll call renewables at 17%. And then all other sources, including solar and everything else, is at 5%, even though we have all of these resources. So there's wind, there's sunshine, there's hydro, there's geothermal resources. But there's another slant to it when we even talk about alternative energy generation, and it's the fact that apart from us having in abundance all of the sources of renewable energy use, the countries like DRC and South Africa, DRC accounts for 2/3 of the world's global cobalt production and is what is used for batteries. And South Africa produces 70% of the world's platinum. So what we even require, some of the equipment that's required that we import from most of these countries, the raw material is gotten from here. So it seems to be a no-brainer. There are very few countries where these equipments are produced in Africa, but it seems to be a no-brainer that we have the resources to generate, we have the resources to make the equipment that is required to generate. Obviously, the fact that a lot of these are in Africa constitutes another problem. DRC, as you would all know, is in war, and it's an extremely poor country, and is in war at the moment, but it's so resource rich. So I'm just going to run through these case studies. So the case studies, where I was guided by what the countries that we're told to look at, but we looked very interestingly at Egypt today, because I thought that Egypt was a very interesting case study, but we were asked not to. We weren't asked to look at Egypt, so I said to be obedient. But I'm very happy that someone else, talked about Egypt, because Egypt has a very interesting story. And when we talk about the challenges, we'll see how it turns to what Egypt did and how Egypt was able to surmount some of these challenges. So I'll be looking at 3 case studies and just running through them very, very quickly. One case study is, of course, South Africa. So it's a 175 solar power plant. They are solar power plant. Just a few things about it. It's in the Northern Cape, and it's in 2 phases. First phase was completed in August 2014, just to show how far back some countries in the same continent have been doing this. Completed in August 2014, and the phase 3 was completed in April 2016. Had a private developer. Financing is a combination of private and local foreign investment. The off-taker is Eskom. The off-taker is owned by government. And I will point out to a few similarities across the case studies. So what were the key benefits? Assisted in South Africa's transition from non-renewable sources, such as coal. You still note that they are using still a lot of coal. They still have a lot of coal. It resulted in 100,000 liters of water savings in a year, provided energy access to over 100,000 homes, and it seeks to benefit communities within the scope of at least 50 kilometers, creating jobs for over 400 locals, apart from offering a reliable energy source. Not in terms of its impact, it's not a project that has impacted the entire country. However, with those numbers and the more that we do this, I'm sure a lot of you know about the REIPP, the renewable IPP program that has been run by South Africa for a number of years. This is one of the projects, and imagine that you have many more of these. As Prof said, no one should be left behind. The exponential effects of this project, are worth considering. So success factors, some of the success factors, of course, government policy drove this. The REIPP program, which started in 2011, is one of the reasons why you have that project. And a non-politically community-based public-private partnership between private developers and ESCOM, which is the government-owned electricity utility company. The fact that the government-owned electricity utility company was able to guarantee that it would pay, for long-term PPAs is something that resulted in this being a project that we can talk about. I know that ESCOM has had problems in the past, but I believe and I know that they are still moving on, and going ahead with a lot of the things that they started. So I chose to have Nigeria in this mix because we are talking about renewables. So I said, okay, what can I point to as a reference point in Nigeria? Really, the most progress we've made in terms of renewables and in terms of solar, apart from what you would see with the solar hybrids on the industrial level for those who are doing privately financed, is the mini grids. And even with the mini grids, we are still trying to scale. But this is just one example. And as Prof said about, the fact that it should be, when we are talking about energy access, it has to be as inclusive as possible. So that's why small projects like this matter. And this is one of many projects that are in this country. So just to talk about this, is the Budo Are community or your state, and there are many other projects like this, even some in Abuja. Project developer, I didn't choose this for any special reason, I just chose one project. Project developer is Heaven Hill Synergy Private, and the owner as well, and was financed by Nigeria's Rural Electrification Fund, being implemented by the Rural Electrification Agency. So key benefits: provides reliable electricity to 4,000 people, residential and commercial users in the community. Of course, they are very small users. So these are not industrials or anything, but very, very small users, and for those communities, it led to an increase in micro, small, and medium enterprises in the community. It's a cheaper source of energy to fuel businesses that would have been using petrol, and it's an eco-friendlier source. Obviously, it's a environmentally friendlier source of energy. Success factors: we have regulation that has enabled this, effective community engagement between the developers and the community, and it's part of the whole regulatory process for actually going into these communities and building these mini grids. There's very strong backing for the Rural Electrification Agency and the Rural Electrification Fund, and effective collaboration between the different ministries. I don't want to use the word unfortunate, but it's quite sad that we sometimes collaborate on these small levels. If we could only collaborate on the bigger levels and get more energy into the system, there's a lot more that we can achieve. Last case study, notice that the first was solar, the second is the solar, the third is waste to energy, and this is Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So for this project is 400,000 tons of waste per annum. Energy production is 20 megawatts, and year of commissioning of this project was 2018. It had a project developer, Cambridge Industries, and it was a consortium of companies, but the financing was fully done by the Ethiopian government. What are the key benefits? Reduces the release of greenhouse gases generated in landfills to the atmosphere, which should not really be a key benefit actually. The power plant supplies Addis Ababa with 30% of its household electricity needs. The plant adopts modern back-end flue gas treatment technology to drastically reduce the release of heavy metals and dioxins produced from the burning. The thing is with this project that it was totally government driven. The government of Ethiopia does not actually have a full-fledged, developed, robust regulatory framework. However, they've put this into place and put financing behind it. So I was saying before I moved to the challenges that there are a few common things between those three projects, and one of the common things is the fact that they all had very strong government backing. So with South African one, it was ESCOM. ESCOM is government owned. With the Nigerian one, you have REA, and with this, you have the Ethiopian government. So we see that we still have a lot of government support in here. Some private financing, but a lot of government support still required. Just thought to point that out. So what are the challenges? We've said that it's imperative for us to have renewables. What are the challenges? One is our dependence on fossil fuel consumption. We've seen that from the different countries that we looked at in terms of their energy sources, it still remains an energy source that we need to utilize. And we talked about it today, about the fact that gas will still remain, and we need to do what we need to do to use gas as environmentally friendly as possible, to meet our energy needs and industrialize. However, because there's a double whammy, fossil fuels are our source of energy as well as our source of revenue. The less revenues we get from fossil fuels, if other people are not buying it, and if we haven't created a domestic market for it, it would not be very good for us, because we still need it as a source of revenues. Funding and affordability constraints. With renewables, there's a lot of upfront costs, particularly with solar. We've also seen that there's a lot of government support that's required, grants, government subsidies and support involved, and giving governments dwindling revenues, across Africa, at least I can say for Nigeria, it becomes increasingly difficult, and which is the reason why we need to ensure that we have private participation. Technical barriers. I think this is something that perhaps we haven't talked about much, even though we do have the brain power. I believe that we do. The fact is that institutionally, as a country, or would I say as a country internally, we do, and as a continent, we do need to ramp up in terms of skills and technical capacity to be able to continue to explore, these alternative energy generation. It's very, very important. And we need to have it such that it's institutionalized, and we continue to do that research and development that's required, and not always have to be tied to the West to buy the equipment, to tell us how we should do it, to tell us how we should plan it. We need to be able to develop, the technical skills and the capacity by ourselves. We've talked a lot about poor regulatory framework and institutional arrangements. I'm not going to overflog that. It is totally necessary for ease of doing business. The institutional framework that's required, that encourages and facilitates investment, cannot be overemphasized. There's also the inability to implement social awareness, to enable people to understand what these alternative sources are and what their benefits are. Even at state level, we still find that a lot of states still don't even really have a policy around this, and that's really quite sad. Political instability and uncertainty of government policy is also a big issue. And then there's also the increased dependence on importation of equipment. I think I've talked about that before, and we've spoken out here about the fact that we need to have, an African energy market for Africans. We can't do that if we don't have all these challenges surmounted. So what future developments do we need to continue to think about? I think Prof said it very well about the fact that we can't continue waiting for the grid. We can't always wait for the grid. Increased decentralization of grids becomes increasingly important if we are going to, give access to power to millions and millions of people. Now, other future developments is the fact that if we are talking about alternative energy generation, there are also environmental effects of it. How we dispose of batteries, how we dispose of wind turbines when they are expired, how we dispose of solar panels will become another problem that we need to. I think Prof said a lot about planning. So it's not about just joining the bandwagon. If we are doing gas, if we are doing renewables, we have to actually plan and see 10, 20 years ahead to what problems we are going to have and how we are going to resolve them. Otherwise, we will get somewhere and get to another problem. There are other things around use of carbon emitting sources to create, hydrogen as a fuel source, methane emissions from rotting reservoir vegetation. I think a lot has been said as well about carbon capture and how we can start to look very seriously at carbon capture across. So these are things that we need to be looking at in the future. Emerging alternative energy forms, hydrogen, there's a lot of talk about. Even the West is looking at hydrogen, although it's still quite expensive, and they're still looking at it, would I say, somewhat experimentally, but there's a lot of attention on it because it has the potential to be very clean source of energy. So even whilst we are still battling with our gas, The point is this: we are still battling with whether we are getting gas out of the ground or we are doing renewables. People are already thinking about future fuels. Whether we like it or not, we can't be isolated from the world. We still need to be relevant, particularly based on the fact that we do have a lot of these resources. There also needs to be, if we are going to talk about not leaving anyone behind, then our utilities need to be very collaborative. We need to be collaborative with people who would bring in the investment, to be able to build these decentralized projects or the bigger projects such that, there is access to power for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Okoye. I think what struck me most in your presentation is the fact that whilst we want to transition at our own pace, and no one is arguing that, we cannot afford to be left behind. So we need to harness all our resources as fast as possible. Thank you very much for that. And we'll move over to you, Toby. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, I envisage that speaking on an esteemed panel like this, I would probably not have so much to say by the time the first two presentations are done, because Prof laid a very good foundation for the session, and Ms. Okoye just took it further by extensively going over the intricacies of the energy transition in Africa, looking at the various options and the issues that attend to those options. So for me, when I began to look at what to talk about, I decided to focus on what may really stall the progress of investment in alternative energy in Africa. And that's indeed something that's also affected even the investment in traditional energy models. And that's the risk that attends to investment in Africa, in Nigeria as well in particular. Now, for investors and for those of us who are lawyers who are advising investors, our concern would then be, one, identifying the risk, and two, how to address those risks. So de-risking investment would then be a major concern for investors and their advisors, and that's really what I'm going to be focusing on, de-risking investment on the continent. But before we go on, you probably even want to understand what the risks are in the first place. And I'm going to attempt to be a bit illustrative with my approach in discussing this issue. A number of us in the last 2 weeks, we experienced something peculiar, something spectacular as a country. The national grid collapsed, and then at about the same time, we're all struggling to find fuel to buy at the filling stations. So it meant that if you had generators as a backup, you also probably could not fuel the generators in that moment. Now, what if you did not have an additional backup in the form of solar systems or something in that line? It meant you were completely out of energy, probably out of production, and that would then mean a complete standstill. Now, that is a risk that some manufacturing concerns have had in the country and have been trying to mitigate by setting up alternative models. So some people would even tell you that, the public power supply is not their primary source. For the generating systems are the primary source, and then the public power supply is the alternative. Now, that's just on one note. Now let's go to the more critical part now, which is in terms of getting the funds, getting the resources that you need to actually take any step in terms of expanding your capacity in any other direction, if you don't want to rely on the basic traditional model we've always relied on, which is thermal generation. One big concern for anybody who is going to give you money, I mean, I'm sure a couple of us have lent friends money, right? And your primary concern is, will I get my money back? And the frequency with which you are able to lend to anybody depends on how frequent also you get your money back from people you lend money to, if you're into that business. And that is one of the biggest headaches for people who want to lend money to the people who operate here on the continent and in Nigeria. And that takes us to the issue of the bankability of the sector, of the power sector, for instance, or even for the oil and gas sector. A lot of banks are exposed to the sector, and then the concern is, are we able to give more if we're not assured of getting what we're going to give out back? Now, for anyone who is still then interested in investing in the sector, you then start to look, okay, what do I do? How do I address this? And that's a question that different stakeholders are going to have to answer. And stakeholders in this regard include: 1, the government; 2, the lenders themselves, the financiers; 3, the operators, persons who are designing the project sponsors; and then we have the advisors. So one big issue here that we're going to look at when it comes to that bankability is, 1, the offtake of the energy that is going to be generated, and then 2, the ability of the persons who are off-taking to pay for their energy. As has been mentioned by the various speakers before now, there's a lot of energy poverty in the country, and that's attributable to lack of the necessary infrastructure to deliver that energy to a lot of places. But one thing that is also being under-discussed is that one of the reasons why many people have not invested in the infrastructure to deliver that energy to the last mile is because there is a concern with getting the money back, and that comes to the capacity of the consumers to pay, or sometimes the willingness to pay. Now, interestingly, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has at different times issued statements to report that, it's done consultations, and its consultation reveals that people are willing to pay higher rates, cost-reflective tariffs, if they are short of 2 things: 1, quality supply, and consistent supply. Now, what that tells us is, okay, if the energy is there, if it is steady and it is consistent, people will be able to pay. But it's the economy and the rate of inflation and a couple of other factors that are at play do not tell us that that may exactly be the case. So look at a number of things in the country. For instance, if you take any product, compare the price this year to what the price was last year, you would see a significant leap. It then means that for every resource in your hand, for instance, if your income had remained the same between last year and now, it means that you are able to afford less of what you could always afford. Now, that then takes us to the next question. If you need to buy food and you also need to pay for power, every human needs to survive first on food, I imagine. So it means that there is a competition for what you have in your hands, and you would more likely spend that money in a particular direction that assures of your survival first before you are willing to use it to pay for power. So maybe the Energy Regulatory Agency or Commission is not entirely correct when it says that people will be able to pay higher tariffs if they are short of consistent supply. But that's a question for another day. Now, the second issue I would like to look at in that regard when it comes to the risk is the regulatory risk. Now, for the oil and gas sector, we are happy that after nearly 20 years, there has finally been progress in enacting the Petroleum Industry Act, and a number of people have expressed satisfaction with provisions relating to the fiscal regime, provisions relating to the host communities, and how that may perhaps help to enhance things. One interesting provision there, for instance, is that I find interesting. It relates to the amount of money that goes to the trust that will be set up for host communities, and then somewhere along the line, the PIE then says that if there are any alterations, if there are any disruptions to production and sabotage and the likes, then that community may not get the benefit of the trust. Now, we're in a peculiar situation where, at the moment, we are unable to meet our production quota, OPEC production quota. We are also, interestingly, losing majority of what is produced to persons we do not necessarily know, but maybe in reality some people do. And we have not seen anybody talking about how to, for instance, activate this provision in the PIA. Would that perhaps be a game changer anytime soon if we start to look in that direction? That is for oil and gas. Now, for power, we've seen someone discussed this earlier, that there's been an amendment, or yes, the National Assembly has passed the amendment, but now since the constitutional amendment, it needs to go through the House of Assemblies, the Houses of Assembly rather, and then ultimately be assented to. So we are seeing an amendment to the schedule to the 1999 Constitution to allow states to generate, transmit and distribute electricity. And that is one interesting provision that would probably enhance the investment in renewable energy as I see it. I know Mrs. Koyi was driving the process for the review of the Lagos State electricity reform policy at some point. And one of the things that stood out in that process was that the state was concerned about the state of power supply in the state, and was looking for ways to address it. And I've always thought about if different states could wake up to this reality and start to explore the various resources within their domain and attempt to generate, distribute and transmit within their domain, perhaps we'll be able to address energy poverty. And that is one thing that that I feel might help. Now, some of the sources that are less discussed, we've discussed a bit about solar today. One of the less discussed sources is biofuel. We have a growing population, which means that we'll constantly generate waste. And I believe if states are looking into generation with biofuel, we might just be able to, make some progress in that regard. Now, in addition to some of these obvious ones, there are a number of other regulatory concerns that we would need to address. One concern, for instance, is overregulation. As Professor pointed out earlier, you have so many agencies, so many ministries regulating the same item, and this can create a big headache for any investor, anybody who wants to put money into a system. And the first thing, before you even generate 1 kilowatt of power, you have had to interface with about 10 organizations, 10 bodies. that can be ridiculous. And that is for instance, one interesting concern that I also see with one drawback that I see with the recent amendments to the Constitution. By the time, and we need to be careful in implementing that provision once it is assented to. By the time states have their own electricity authorities, and there is going to be some sort of competition between the regulatory bodies themselves and the national regulatory body, between the generating and distributing companies that are already in existence and the new ones to be created. We will need to consciously look into managing the interactions between regulatory authorities and the operators to avoid over-regulating the operators themselves and also creating confusion in the system. Now, one other issue that has always constituted a risk is the ability of the investor to trust that down the line there will be no disruption to the operation simply because the interest or the direction of policy making in the country or in any state changes, and that's a policy risk. It's a concern for many people, and it's one of the things that when, for instance, investors are looking to do due diligence, that they would constantly ask their lawyers about what are the likely changes we may expect in terms of policy. There are different ways to manage this, mitigate this. I mean, of course, a less used item is the political risk insurance. But I think from a stakeholder perspective, government and government representatives need to be more concerned about laying a foundation, building an environment that enables business to thrive. And as such, it would be good to avoid policy somersaults often now and then. One thing we've seen, for instance, when it comes to solar, is that at different points in time, we've had different policies introduced. Under the immediate past, or the former Minister of Power Works and Housing, when he was Minister of Power Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, he introduced 4 policies at once. The names are long now, so I'm not going to attempt to recall all of them. And then one of the standouts then was that they were going to reduce the tariffs and the relative taxes on solar components and likes. But then subsequently the customs came out with a different provision that instead increased what was payable. Now, that is under the same administration, the same government. There has not even been a change of government yet, and that was happening. So those are some of the things we will need to avoid if we are going to ensure that people are bringing in the funds we need to increase activity in alternative generation in the country. So I think I'll just stop there for now. Thank you.
So 2 things is we need to get our act in order with respect to regulatory. Well, I mean, it goes to everything. The regulatory framework. It goes to the purchasing power of the consumers as well as attracting of investors. Thank you very much for your presentation. So we'll go now to Mrs. Ivie Enamo for her presentation. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ivie. Mrs. Enamo, can I please ask that your presentation be maybe 10 minutes, just so we can meet up with the time frame? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello?
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Hello? Good afternoon. Please, can you confirm that you can hear me? Okay, thank you. Can I get the slides, or am I supposed to put it up? No, this is not my presentation.
Can you please start while they are trying to get the slides on?
Okay, I can share it from my own screen. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to be speaking about the energy access and transition in Africa from a legal and regulatory perspective, just to see what the laws and policies and regulations, how far they've gone in ensuring or promoting the transition to cleaner energy sources across Africa. So while we're waiting for the slides, yes, thank you. Okay, can we move to the next slide, please?
Oh, I said use their names in case they don't call it in that order.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I'll just I only have 10 minutes apparently. So I'm going to be going, I'll just gloss over the gap where we are in terms of access, how to close that gap. Sorry, next slide, please.
How are we going to have access to clients? At the end of the day, we send emails.
There is a background noise. I don't know. I keep getting interrupted. Okay, so I'll just carry on. So I think it's clear that there's a huge access gap in Africa. I mean, over 770 million people lack access to electricity, and according to IEA estimates, 75% of that population live in sub-Saharan Africa. And it has been estimated that sub-Saharan Africa actually has the lowest energy access rate in the world. So even with the drive for renewable energy, the energy mix still remains insufficiently diversified. As Dalapo highlighted, there's a huge reliance on fossil fuels, which beyond the negative environmental impact also has an impact in terms of volatility of the commodity market. Next slide, please. So I'll just run through some of I know we were asked to focus on South Africa, Ethiopia, and Nigeria, but just to sort of show where we are and the extent or the degree of the gap, I added in some other countries. So Kenya, in terms of electrification, they are amongst the top ranked countries in Africa. They are at almost 85%, and that was as at 2019. I imagine those numbers would have improved significantly. And in terms of using solar home systems, Kenya, Tanzania, and Ethiopia accounted for an increased, over half of the 5 million people that gained electricity access. So why have these systems worked in some jurisdictions? So as has been pointed out by Professor Omaribe and Dalakwa as well, in Kenya, there are a lot of incentives for renewable energy generation, and this has also helped to boost investment into their electricity sector. In Ethiopia, they recently put in place a mini-grid directive in 2020, and also a directive to regulate captive energy. Mozambique also recently put in place an off-grid regulatory framework, and South Africa, who ranks on top, has lifted their licensing threshold for private investors to build power plants up to 100 megawatts. That is a big improvement. I know previously the threshold limit was 1 megawatt, and of course they've amended their regulations promoting new generation capacity as of 2020. So why is there a gap? I believe Dalapo mentioned some of these, so I'm not going to labor too much on them. There's obviously a lack of finance, human and technical capacity. We have unfavorable domestic policies, and of course, there are a lot of weak legal and regulatory frameworks across the region. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to labor on this as well because I believe this was significantly captured. But we can see that in terms of the fuel mix dynamics, Africa is heavily reliant on fossil fuels. Solar, wind, and geothermal do not have as much composition in our energy mix, but that is changing significantly. Next slide, please. And I just thought it would be important to sort of give an overview of the characteristics of some of these technologies, just so we understand why, for example, renewables have a variable characteristics than the fossil fuel or fossil-based sources. So as you can see, solar and wind are variable sources of energy, and that's because they are non-dispatchable. So the technology cannot be dispatched by the off-taker on demand, unlike fossil-based sources that are dispatchable sources and can be dispatched on demand. And in terms of the emission or the carbon component of these sources, we can see that coal and natural gas are not low carbon sources. Biomass, yes, because of regrowth, it compensates emissions. And then nuclear and all the renewable sources are considered as zero emission energy sources. Next slide, please. So I thought it was important, beyond stating the legal and regulatory framework, to also look at what is the structure of our transmission network across sub-Saharan Africa and even Africa in general. Because it's one thing to have these resources, it's another thing to be able to feed the resources into the grid. So in terms of, say, feeding in renewable energy and what is sometimes called renewable energy integration. So the way the grid is structured in any jurisdiction would determine the receptivity of the grid to renewable energy sources. So where in some jurisdictions they have a looped structure, and what that means is that the network is multi-directional and operates in different paths, which allows for better management. So if there's a disruption in one part of the grid, the power is able to flow to another part. And then for countries like Nigeria, we have what we call a radial structure, which is unidirectional or one directional. And that's why we have high incidences of system collapses, because once the network is affected, that power is unable to flow to other parts in the network. So it's important to also ask in determining if we can move or transition towards a renewable-based future. If our grids are even receptive in the first place to these sources, and where they are, can they be fed into the grid? And I put some countries' examples in there. And of course, where you have a radial structure, there's going to be the need for a lot of upgrades to the network, but funding has always been a huge barrier. Next slide. So I just thought to highlight that this part, especially the top left portion of this schematic. Africa has the richest solar resources on the planet, yet we only produce 5 gigawatts and less than 1% of the overall global capacity. And of course, we can see in terms of investment below, fossil fuels still dominate or still attract the most investment, even though there's indication that is going to, or there was indication before the Russia-Ukraine crisis that would change, but we'll see how that pans out over time. Next slide, please. So in terms of closing the energy access gap, there's been a lot of talk about nuclear energy. I know even recently the federal government opened bids or stated his intention to open bids for the construction of nuclear power plants that will generate at least 4,000 megawatts of electricity. But it's important to state that yes, nuclear energy has huge potential in assisting or supporting to close the energy access gap, because it has been estimated that an average person will use around 235,000 kilowatt hours of electricity during their lifetime. And in terms of the capacity of nuclear, there's an estimate that a chicken egg-sized amount of uranium fuel provides more than enough power for a lifetime of energy use. And that is, if you compare that with what is required from coal and other energy sources, you will see that even with that little amount, it has huge potential. And this is very important. And I put a question mark beside the global drive to reduce fossil fuel dependence, because after this crisis with Ukraine and Russia, there have been a lot of talks or a shift away from the reduction. I mean, everybody is trying to now focus more on energy security, just so they don't stay in the dark. So as we know, with renewables, the sun does not always shine, the wind doesn't always blow. So we need a mix of low carbon energy sources, and this is where nuclear power comes in, because it is stated to be a proven low emission, high availability energy source. It's always available and is easily adaptable to electricity generation. So it is believed that combined with renewables, it can offer reliability, flexibility, and very low emissions. But of course, there is the safety and security concerns, and which has led to a shift in focus to what is called small modular reactors, or what is popularly known as SMRs, because those reactors are not as catastrophic as the large reactors, and it is believed that they would serve as a more viable option towards the energy transition. So in sub-Saharan Africa, so where do we even stand with nuclear energy? So South Africa is currently the only country with nuclear power composition in its energy mix at 4.74%, but other countries with advanced demonstrated interest and capacity to produce nuclear power are Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, and like I said, in Nigeria, there has been a recent indication of interest to open bids for developing nuclear power. But of course, we have to take into consideration the safety issues relating to the environment and cost concerns. Next slide, please. So I thought it would be important to, yes, there are a lot of countries with potential for renewable energy in their energy mix, but you have to now ask yourself that even with the availability or the potential availability of these renewable energy sources, how do the laws, how easy is it, or how attractive are the laws in promoting investment? So I did a study on some of these countries, and it was discovered that countries that have high renewable composition in their energy mix stand a greater chance of attracting investment in clean energy technologies. So these are some of the countries listed, with Lesotho ranking the highest. But even from these 10 countries, only 2 of these countries ranked high in terms of the level of receptivity of their laws and policies to promoting climate change or even renewable energy development. And in these 2 countries, which is Ethiopia and Namibia, they have about 11 policies that contained economy-wide climate targets promoting the use of renewable energy. Now, even breaking it down further, in terms of countries with off-grid frameworks, with sufficient scope for renewable energy investment incentives, only Ethiopia and Uganda ranked highly because their laws and policies provide for incentives promoting or attracting investment. So things like VAT exemptions on renewable energy equipment and other forms of incentives. Next slide, please. I think you skipped one. Okay, no. So, so just talking generally about closing the gap and how we can move closer towards the energy transition. I think Professor Omeregbe emphasized on the first point, which is that we have to deploy all available resources strategically. So natural gas, everything we have in our energy mix, we have to deploy it strategically and utilize a lot of carbon capture and storage mechanisms. We have to build a local capacity in terms of finance. We have to build that across the region. Of course, the legal and regulatory framework needs to be overhauled, and I'll speak to that in the next slide. There has to be a shift away from fossil fuel subsidies towards clean energy access. There has to be institutional capacity building, because without the right institutional capacity, we'll just be sitting here talking about this without making significant progress. And then there has to be skills development, because you're talking about moving people from an industry they've been so dependent on to another industry. So there has to be reskilling and upskilling of employees and service providers in the industry. There has to be a lot of grid expansion and integration programs, and we'll look at that subsequently. There has to be decentralized solutions with tailored consumer finance business models, and of course, political efforts from domestic actors has to be emphasized, and significantly, there has to be regional collaboration and integration. Next slide, please. So I thought it was also important to, so even if we say, okay, you have the resources, you have some form of provision in your laws that make or have incentives for renewable energy promotion, in general, do your laws even have scope for investment opportunities and incentives? So based on that, looking at some of the primary electricity laws across sub-Saharan Africa, these were some of the countries that ranked highly in terms of sufficient scope for incentives and investment opportunities. And why do they rank highly? Because their laws make provision for incentives and investment opportunities like exemptions from taxes and price regulation, license exemptions and operating permits, rural off-grid electrification, and so on. Next slide, please. So how do we close the gap and move closer to a transition? I don't want to say faster, because I feel like Africa's dynamics are very peculiar. So we shouldn't call it a transition, we should call it a progression towards energy access for all. But in terms of innovative structures or instruments that need to be in place, there have to be laws that support distributed generation and the integration of renewable energy sources. So like the electricity bill that is currently being proposed in Nigeria has ample provisions on renewable energy promotion and development. Even at that, there have to be regulations as well. So in terms of secondary legislation that promote distributed generation, and I mentioned the Kenya mini-grid regulation, the Ethiopian mini-grid directive, and so on. But even at that, the regulations have to align with investment law provisions. So I know, for example, in Ethiopia, one of the issues they have is that their investment law does not allow foreigners engage in financial services and retail wholesale trading. So things like pay-go services may not be integrated within a mini-grid system unless local intermediaries are involved. So you want to ensure that your investment laws also align with your primary laws and your secondary legislation. There has to be I would say the licensing process has to be seamless. Otherwise, you would be creating significant transaction costs for investors. So I know, for example, like I gave an example of South Africa, they've lifted the capacity limit to 100 megawatts. And I know in the Nigerian electricity bill, there is an anticipated simplified licensing and fees regime. So hopefully that would see the light of day. They have to remove land access barriers. I mean, there are a lot of investors who have issues with even securing right of way. So grid access barriers have to be eliminated. There has to be sound tariff regulations. And it's important that when promoting national electrification planning, you have to incorporate off-grid into that framework. There has to be promotion of investment protection measures. Otherwise, you would deter investments into the network. And of course, we've been speaking a lot on the supply side, but in terms of demand side, there have to be demand side management measures in place, and investment in transmission should be encouraged for the private sector to get involved. So I know even in the electricity bill, that is one key provision that has been incorporated into the bill. The power procurement process and the tendering process has to be simplified. You have to have standardized procedures. So I know one issue, the reason why SMRs, that's the small modular reactors for nuclear, has not gained a lot of traction is because there have been criticisms that they are not standardized. So that way, it creates a lot of costs for investors. So there have to be standardized procedures, even in terms of the technology, not just the tendering process. And then, of course, fair trading has to be promoted. And lastly, I said if you're putting in place a climate mitigation policy, it is key that existing laws are amended, and you can also introduce those policies through climate-specific policies. But ultimately, a fair and balanced energy policy approach must be adopted so that we can divert and divest revenues generated from fossil fuels in cleaner energy, which over time may outweigh fossil fuel dependence. Next slide, please. I think I'm coming towards the end. I know I mentioned grid integration and regional integration, but I thought it would be good to emphasize on this point a little bit because there have been a lot of proponents that are proposing or promoting regional integration as a means of reducing or closing the energy access gap because they believe that it will reduce electricity supply costs and improve reliability, because where you have a country with excess capacity, you can connect with another country that has peak demand, and that way you're sort of balancing the energy mix across those countries. But even where you have these corridors or power pools, because power pools are a form of regional integration, you still have to ensure that you embed these integration mechanisms in your national renewable energy and climate change agendas. Otherwise, we'll just keep coming up with these corridors like the African Clean Energy Corridor or the current existing power pools, the West African power pool, East African power pool, etc. And I know some people will say, but we have power pools, so why are we still creating more corridors or more forms of mechanisms that integrate the grids across countries? So there has been a lot of distrust among pool members, and even within the regions or within the countries, there has been lack of investment in generation and transmission. And of course, this issue is really key. The state utilities have significant dominance in national politics, and they have a preference for bilateral arrangements. But if we have to use regional integration as a tool to promote the transition, certain things have to be in place. So there has to be an alignment of legal policy and regulatory frameworks. we have to have strong regional institutions. There has to be cooperation and coordination. And then there has been a push. I know the African Single Electricity Market is promoting the harmonization of laws, policies, and regulations to increase or get countries to work together. I'm rounding up this to increase access. Please move to the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm rounding up. If you just give me 3 minutes. So just in terms of focusing, because I know we're focusing more on alternative energy, so I thought it would be important to just emphasize more on renewable energy before I move to my concluding slide. So the aim with renewable energy and all forms of alternative energy is to achieve what we call grid parity and ensure that there is to ensure that the levelized cost of electricity or energy amongst the different technologies sort of match. So in terms of getting towards that, there has to be solid policy frameworks that, like I said, promote the removal of subsidies for fossil fuels so that tariff increases can match the true cost of power so we can get to grid parity. We have to internalize negative externalities through things like carbon pricing mechanism, carbon taxes, etc. The power markets have to be liberalized. We've spoken a lot about scaling up renewable energy, and then there have to be stable and long-term pricing mechanisms for renewable energy. But it is not to say, so in Africa, or even in sub-Saharan Africa, there has been efforts to just 1 minute, I'm concluding. If you go back to the last slide, I'm just concluding. So there have been efforts to, through our NDCs, our nationally determined contributions, to sort of promote or enhance alternative energy. So just to conclude, in terms of recommendations of how we can get closer to the target for energy transition, we have to put realistic NDCs in place. Of course, we have to invest in new generation with the right framework in place. So there has to be stable, clear, and transparent legal and regulatory frameworks. We have to standardize most or if not all of our regulatory framework so that we can reduce the barrier to entry and the risk to investors. Like I said, there has to be technical specification, codes, and standards. We have to deploy blended finance mechanisms. Various instruments can be used, and they're highlighted in the slide. And our governments across the region must design policies and models that mitigate investment risk. And there are things like investment insurance for energy projects, which investors can look into. For me, institutional capacity remains key. I mean, there's no point hammering about the transition if the drivers, the institutions that will drive the process are not significantly transformed. And ultimately, African governments must create an enabling environment with the appropriate legal, regulatory governance, and institutional framework, whether on a national or on a regional scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll quickly move on to Mr. Agugumeri. Please, 10 minutes. Thank you.
I think I'm going to do vote of thanks because all my colleagues have actually said all that needed to be said. From HSC perspective, I can't carry this. I would suggest that let's just step up a little, rise, and just rise a little because I've been sitting since you came back from the lunch. I was told it was sumptuous and you enjoy it. If I had my way, I would have asked everybody to sit in one place because this one that we are all scattered and the hall is empty. Okay, so you can take your seat. Oyet Gugumeri is my name. You can put the presentation up just as a guide. I am here speaking on behalf of my boss, Mr. Hope Stockman. He's the Chief Executive Officer of OVH Energy Marketing. It's a company that deals on the distribution of petroleum products in Lagos. Now, the perspective I'm going to adopt is this. When you listen to my colleagues from the last speaker, Yvier, then Professor Moregbe, Dolakbo, and the commercial law himself, Toba, you realize that they have touched on almost everything that needs to be said. But a quick, you can move to the next slide. A quick mention is that we need to realize that Africa is growing in terms of high demographic and urbanization. People are moving strongly away from the villages to the town. And therefore, if government and private efforts are made in terms of ensuring that those villages are electrified, have power, have energy, then we reduce that migration. This migration has impact on 3 key areas. 1, on the economic growth. 2, on the social relationship they have with one another. 3, on environmental issues. And finally, on sustainability. Therefore, whatever effort we are talking about, alternative energy should address the social impact, which my colleague Justice mentioned in the morning about the 17 Millennium Development Goal. 1 and 2 talk about poverty, then 7 climate change. And the emphasis on climate change is something that, whether we like it or not, yes, Africa is 4% contributor, but I think the impact on Africa today is more than 4% of our contribution. The energy mix, my colleague, I think Dolakwa has spoken so much about it in comparison with what happened to Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia. But what I just want to mention about Nigeria is this. When you look at South Africa, that is a country with 59 million people. Comparing South Africa, 59 million people, to Nigeria, as at 2020 census, we are 206 million people. You can do the maths. Now, when you come to energy mix, you realize that our biomass composition, Nigeria is 83%, South Africa is 0. Biomass, that is, our mothers are still going to the forest to fetch firewood, majorly from the south to the north, to provide energy source. While the fossil fuel we are talking about, which is the energy we have control over here in Nigeria, Nigeria is just contributing 16% use of it, while South Africa is 89%. And that 16% use that we have with what we have today is what the Western world is asking us to let go. So if we are asked to debate who is asking us to stay with the fossil fuel and those asking us to go renewable, I think I'll be one of those who say, let us stay first for the fossil fuel. Because Toba mentioned something very unique, that there was a accident, national grid crashed for scarcity. But even at that, the truth is that the cost of going renewable today to the poor people is more compared to that which you have control over. In the morning, the professor, the doctor talked about the inability of a refinery to work. If these refineries are working and these energy sources are made available to our people, I come from a rural village where I was telling my colleague that if you want to know that Dr. Oyer is around, is that I run generator all through the night when I go to the village, because everywhere is dark, total darkness. So in my place, the national grid you are talking about, this current fossil fuel you have, I don't have it in my place. So I don't even have, I don't have access to the national grid. You are telling me to go renewable. I don't know how you explain that. So for me, I would say just let me see this one you are generating first. Then let me feel the impact. Then when you now come to me and said I should move to renewable, then I can do that comfortably. Am I communicating? So that is the premise. So some of the challenges we have had is government policy intervention. Yes, there are a lot of framework, PIS, state in the cooler for almost 20 years before today. Along the line, 18 months extension has been given for a review and the rest of it. Well, like Justice said, is it the lawyer that said justice delayed is better than justice denied? Yes, it was delayed, but at least we have gotten something on it. So we need that. For us to also even make use of the fossil fuel again, it needs a lot of investment. I remember in my days, I was working in a creek. In the night, the whole of my facility is littered with fine light, everything, perimeter fence. The next community, the next village is dark. So my proposition would be the day that that facility is full of light and the village people are also having light. So that intervention needs to happen. Michael have mentioned about human and technical capacity that will help. But one key thing is that the current resources we have, let us harness it and make it available to the rural people. Let us harness it and make it available to everybody in this country. Then we can comfortably say, can we make a change? Change will be from what you have to a new technology. I want to conclude by sharing some solutions to this energy transition. One, promoting access to universal access that is affordable, reliable, and sustainable. And this could happen as proposed by 2020. By 2030, we must be at the forefront of energy transition. Let us improve what we have today before we move over. Again, we need to fight poverty, because if poverty is still in the land, then the message of energy transition will not be accepted and understood by everyone. We need to create new economic opportunities and promote equality. Like I told you, the part of the world I came from, my village, there is no light. There is no, national grid. So when you're able to extend national grid to my place, then you cannot tell me that the fossil fuel is dirty, is bad. But for now, I don't even see it, so I don't know whether it's dirty. Improve the planning, operation, and maintenance of electricity grid. This needs to be combined with significant investment in the modernization and expansion of distribution and transmission infrastructure, as well as energy storage and other technology, and market solutions that improve system flexibility. This will also help to reduce greenhouse gas emission, strengthen national and regional power system, and reduce technical and commercial losses, as earlier identified by Tuba when he was talking. Then we should improve on the other technologies. Today we have a lot of solar panels that are being introduced, like I think it was Dolapo that mentioned it in Oyo State, that we're able to provide it. That can be done for rural areas. And once these are done, then there will be improved life. Then there should be a de-risking and promote private sector investment to make growing opportunity and demand for renewable energy in Africa something that everybody will love. Toba spend a lot of time talking about the risks with investors. So let us de-risk the whole environment and create that opportunity for people to come over. Finally, I want to note that today decision makers will be dead. Today decision makers will be dead. By the time the earth faces the full consequences of climate change, global warming, ozone layer depletion, acid rain, and species loss. But today, younger generations will be alive. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gugume. Okay, so I'll quickly move over to Mr. Mohammed Mijindadi, who is the MD GE Nigeria, General Electric Nigeria. And I want to ask a quick question, which I would appreciate if you respond to in tops 2 minutes. So General Electric is a significant partner in Nigeria. Obviously, it has its footprints in hydro and renewable energy generation in Nigeria. All of this notwithstanding, we've seen a lot of IOCs making significant changes to the way they operate in terms of switching from this fossil fuels over to renewables and all of that. Has General Electric, what measures, if any, has General Electric taken in order to key into this trend? Mr. Mijindadi, please. Okay. All right. If he's not there, I'll just move over to Prof. Yinka Morogwe. Is she still online? Okay, ma. I just want to ask a quick question about the conversation of Africa about energy access. So you mentioned again in your presentation that nobody has to be left behind. Everyone has to be carried along. So Africa's population is projected to increase. I mean, we heard today that in 2050 will be the third most populous, Nigeria will be the third most populous country in the world. This obviously comes with it the increase in energy demand. What do you think that African governments can do quickly to ensure reliable and affordable energy to its citizens?
Yeah, thank you very much. Plan for it. We have countries that are doing that very successfully, and they are a lot bigger than us. We have India that is 1.3 billion, and we have China that is a few billion, and it is working aggressively, and most of its citizens have access to energy services. So there's nothing like, oh, our population will be so big and we won't be able to cope. It's not possible. We simply have never planned, and we've given into defeatist attitudes. But we need to realize that the energy mix means using everything at our disposal. The gentleman before, I understand his sentiments to an extent about bring me the electricity first, then we can discuss renewables. To be very frank, if you are in a village, remote village, you will never get that electricity because it's not economic to extend the grid. Simple fact. Secondly, there's a gender dimension which I heard, because when I heard you say that, I wondered whether the women in your village that are toiling with fetching water from the stream and having zero electricity will say, oh, I want to manage without anything now, unsafe sanitation, everything, until the grid is extended to my territory. We need to understand that energy mix changes lives immeasurably. You cannot hit on poverty without doing something about that. That's what we don't understand at all. Once we understand that, we'll see that we have to plan. We have to look at the energy mix. When you look at an energy mix, it means looking at a particular territory. First of all, recognizing that the people in that place have a right to energy. So you're looking at it to say, what can I give that particular community? Then you look at what your options are. What is feasible? Will wind work there? No, there's so many different reasons. Can we take the grid there? No, we can't. Therefore, let's look, I mean, are they involved in sugarcane or something so we can use bagasse, so we can do bioenergy? Or what is their methane production? You look at everything. That's what energy mix is talking about. Looking at all the sources of energy and using them so that you are providing energy to your people using all the available sources, not sticking to one that has nearly destroyed you, which is actually what we're doing to an extent with oil. In fact, it's nearly destroyed us, and we don't even want to use it for ourselves. So it's back to planning, but it's back to realizing how incredibly important energy is. Without energy, I can't be sitting here. Neither can any of you be sitting in this room at all. You wouldn't even have gone to school. I wouldn't have gone. And of course, we can't be talking. We can't be talking like we are now with me thousands of miles away. So I mean, it's down to that, I think.
Thank you very much, Professor. Toby, so you talked a lot about investment, and investment in Africa has been said to be over 7 times more expensive than it is in the Western world. How do you think that, you mentioned a bit of it, but just round up in very few words, how do you think investments in Africa can be de-risked so that we can see this energy transition?
Okay, I think we need to be more deliberate. need to be more deliberate from a policy perspective. That's in terms of providing the necessary incentives for investment in alternative energy generation. There's something called the feed-in tariffs. We need to look into that further to see how we can truly make it of effect in Nigeria. We also need to, for instance, look at the building code and our real estate operations. Let's see what we can do to encourage those who integrate renewable energy options into their building models. So for instance, the number of estates are coming up. We need to, for instance, provide some sort of tax rebates to people whose models, for instance, encompass the use of the waste generated within their estates for some energy generation, and then if possible, by the time they generate excess power, they can supply that to the central grid for some income. And then we also need to, for investors need to also be looking to how to get some sort of incentives from government, negotiate for better offers, and then government has tried the use of sovereign guarantees, partial risk guarantees, and a couple of other financial de-risking options, which may not necessarily have worked perfectly for the power sector before now. But I believe if we plan holistically to address some of the concerns with offtake issues, payment issues, those guarantees may possibly work, and that's one thing to also consider providing to those who are investing in renewable energy.
Thank you very much. So Ms. Kukui, I think the theme around today's program has always been energy poverty in Africa, and surprisingly, Africa has a lot of renewable resources as well as hydrocarbon resources. So it's a bit funny to hear us saying we're energy poor, but people have said so many times that renewable energy alone cannot meet this poverty, cannot cure this poverty. So what do you think about this? Do you think that Africa can afford to approach energy transition at the same pace as the Western world, considering the fact that we are growing at an exponential rate and we're energy poor?
Thanks a lot, Chichi. I think we need to realize that, whilst I don't think that in fact, let me say that we actually need to be working faster than the rest of, if we're actually going to be realistic. So it's a double whammy we have. We are energy poor, we have all the resources, and in addition to all the resources we have, everybody else in the West is trying to secure themselves. We neither have the financial willpower, financial capacity as a continent, or the technical capacity as a continent to push ourselves forward. That's why we've been energy poor. That's really the truth, and that's why we haven't gotten out of the rut, even though we have the resources and the West had always come to try to help us. All that time when there was no push for energy transition, the West was trying to help us. We haven't made progress. Now everybody else in the West is looking at how to make themselves secure. So you have the Russia-Ukraine dynamics coming into it, and the whole of Europe is saying to themselves, we have to secure our future. Why didn't they come to us to sign a deal? Why did they go to the US to sign a deal for gas? So that tells us that we can't, whilst indeed we cannot go at the same pace as the West, we have to go faster. And we have to actually develop an energy market for ourselves. We actually have to develop an energy market that works. So whether we are putting in fossil fuels plus renewables, whatever it requires for us to get out of this inequity of people not having the right access, because energy poverty is poverty. As long as people are energy poor, as long as people lack energy access, other vices follow. Our security issues won't stop. Our poverty issues and the attendant issues to do with poverty, education, everything else, health, industrialization, everything else follows. So we have more of an emergency than the West, and we have to find a way to get it done. So Yes, we probably can. We can't say that we are moving at their pace. I think we have to move faster if we are more realistic with ourselves.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have to move faster than the West. Mr. Gogumeri, I will just ask you a little bit. Well, I mean, it's along the same thing, but a bit different. We have an infrastructure deficit in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, and in this, it seems that everyone in Africa has decided that look, we will transition, but at our pace, quote and unquote. What do you think that we can do, or do you think that rapidly developing our infrastructure can assist in this transition?
I think I will borrow your word. Yes, we need to rapidly develop our infrastructure. We need to move fast. For instance, in area of building solar farms, wind turbines, improve, because we have a lot of water, improve our technologies on hydro and geothermal areas. They will also help. We currently have a lot of gas reserved, and today it's not also accessible, it's not also affordable. So government need to put a lot of infrastructure in harnessing LPG and make it available to the rural women so that they can stop going into the wild to fetch firewood. The other area, we need infrastructure, because when all these are being taken care of, for instance today, whether we like it or not, almost in government houses, every part of business in this country, those who have gas plant also have a generator, diesel generator as backup. So government should be able to come with enabling policies and laws that will outlaw the use of those generators. Once those things are not there, then everybody will put their thinking up and ensure that whatever that we need to work on, these are also areas of investment. Then finally, we've talked about poverty. So there should be stomach infrastructural development. Government should make effort to ensure that we alleviate poverty in the land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Work infrastructure in these times, very timely. Okay, Mrs. Namo, I'll ask you the last question, please, and we'll round up with you. So many countries have encouraged renewable energy generation by implementing things like feed-in tariff, priority to the grid, and things like that. And we have this in Africa and in Nigeria to a great to some extent. But what do you think we can do to additional things that we can do to rapidly deploy renewable energy in sub-Saharan Africa?
Okay, thank you for your question. From my perspective, what we need to do now beyond, I think we've already spoken a lot about most of those measures that need to be in place. We need to ramp up our capacity, not just institutional capacity, but even from a technical perspective, because even where you deploy these renewable energy sources to, let's say, rural communities, you would still need the infrastructure to wield the energy there, even though we have off-grid and mini-grid structures. But for me, the key thing that has to be in place would be the policy framework and also the legal and regulatory framework. Because like I mentioned, I gave an example of how, for example, in Ethiopia, their investment laws do not even align with their electricity regulations. That already is a disincentive or a barrier to investment. So there has to be a significant alignment of all the laws and regulations in some sort. Even the national planning policies have to take into cognizance the need for such off-grid frameworks. So for me, I would say it would be the strengthening of our legal and regulatory framework and also the institutional capacity across the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to our panelists. It was a very interactive and interesting session. Thank you to the participants who have remained with us up to this time. Thank you. Kira.
Thank you so much. We thank everybody. We're grateful to the panelists for creating time out of their very busy schedule to attend this last session. We know that it's tiring, but we are grateful you all stayed back to ensure that the event is well ended. We are also grateful to our online speakers. We appreciate you. We are grateful to our delegates, both physical, those in the hall at the moment, and also those online. We appreciate that you've been able to stay back and stay back till the end of this event. So we're wrapping up now. The next event is tomorrow, 9:30. So we hope to see us back here tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye.